is a special presentation of ABC Sports.
It's pole day at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the first day of qualifying. Whose number will be on the top of the pylon? Might it be Buddy Lazier, the defending champion? How about Arie Luyendyk, the Flying Dutchman, the favorite here today? Tony Stewart, who has been incredibly fast, but not yet won in the IRL. Robbie Gordon, he's a very definite possibility. Our 14-time World of Outlaw champion, Steve Kinser. They are all trying. ABC Sports is live at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, that venerable 2.5-mile oval, for the first day of qualifications. The run for the pole for the 81st running of the Indianapolis 500. Qualifying has been underway for about an hour here, and look what we have. The rookies are really shining. The front row, provisionally, Jeff Ward is on the pole. The Brazilian Afonso Giaffoni in the center of the front row, and Jack Miller, the racing dentist. And then Mike Groff, the current IRL points leader. Now, we have many stories developing here today. Let's start with Jack. Barry Carroll.
Well, Paul, it's interesting to note that down here on the line, everybody, of course, has to go through tech, and we've seen a variety of problems all relating to rear wings. This is the backup car from Mike Groff. We've had 7 instances where cars have gone through tech, but the end plate on the rear wing has been fractionally, by just hundredths of a thousandth of an inch, too high. Why? They're trying to trim out the rear wing. When they drop the rear wing this year, with the new rules, they can only adjust the wing down here at the bottom of the stanchion. When they tip this whole business back, that makes the front end plate lift up, and by thousandths of an inch, they're missing a chance to get through tech. Now, some of this is by design. They know that they have a problem. They want to go out and run later in the day. So teams have had some difficulty. They're not really concerned. But we've seen a couple of teams out here with saws and with files trimming this down, trying to make sure that they could pass tech. One of those was Roberto Guerrero. Another was Jeff Ward, Eliseo Salazar, Kenny Breck, to give you an idea of some of the teams that have been struggling in tech. It's an interesting and intriguing start to a very significant day. Paul?
Well, it looks like we have a good old-fashioned Indy qualifying day here. Lynn St. James, there she is on the track, the Synergy car. And when we say an old-fashioned day, it seems like many of the teams are also holding back, looking for better weather. It should make for a wonderful afternoon. Lynn St. James begins her qualification attempt at Indianapolis. Tracking the speeds, heading down into that first turn. She got into the corner at 218 miles an hour.
So far, he's been fast. Lynn's had a great week of practice. She's actually been one of the fastest Infinity-powered cars, and I think she's showing some of the boys the way around at this point.
Tom Sneva, the first man at 200 miles an hour, 210, 220, 83 winner of the 500 here with us. Lynn St. James working the conclusion of lap number 1 of a 4-lap 10-mile, 4 times the 2.5 miles of this track. The qualification run, 209.996 miles an hour. That's Lynn's first lap.
It's a little bit slower than she ran this morning. She's been in the 212 range, so the key here is going to be if she can maintain that for 4 laps. Qualifying at Indianapolis is not just 1 lap or 2 laps like we see at many other kinds of racetracks, but it's 4-lap average, and there's a lot of things that can happen in those 4 laps because there's 4 corners in every lap, and that's a lot of holding the breath.
It looks as you had tracked the numbers around the track, the different speeds and the different corners, and they're reported into us that Lynn has probably got her foot right on the floor all the way around. And that seems to be the report from most of the people who have run today of that group that we have already identified as having qualified. And hopefully we're going to get to see some of their runs as well. Lap 2 at 209.903 miles an hour, Lynn St. James.
Well, that's very consistent for those 2 laps, probably indicating that she's using most of the throttle in most of the places on the racetrack.
Remember 2 decades ago, Janet Guthrie became the first woman to qualify for an Indianapolis 500.
Again, the speeds are a little bit different this year. Lynn's been here a couple different times, done a tremendous job, and with less downforce and less horsepower, the driver becomes a bigger factor.
The white flag flies for Lynn St. James, 2.5 miles, 1 lap to go in the four-lap qualification run, and she's picked the speed up above 210. 210.261 miles an hour. Now, you're saying, well, these speeds are a little bit slower than we've seen in the past. In fact, a lot slower. It's by design. They have done everything they can to try and slow these cars down. They were targeting a speed of about 210 with a new chassis, new engine, new aerodynamics, and, well, 210, the engineers have worked a bit above that, but we'll see the proof today in qualifying.
Well, they haven't done everything they can do to slow the cars down, but they have reduced the horsepower, probably 200 horsepower from last year. But the big key is what they've done with the ground effects. Down the straightaway at 223 miles an hour, and Lynn St. James accepts the run, qualifies with a fourth lap at 210.423 miles an hour and a four-lap average of 210.145 miles an hour. Let's go to Gary Gerald.
Ron Hemmelgarn, you've got the smile on the face. Your reaction to this run by Lynn St. James?
Well, it was very good. The car is really working good and so on, and the Infinity ran, did the job, put it that way. I think we're going to have the fastest Infinity in the show, so all in all, it's a good run. Lynn's a great driver, and I think she shows what she can do, but the race is going to be great for her. It's going to be a great car.
And with your other primary driver, Buddy Lazier, we'll see him out practicing, I'm assuming.
Practice this afternoon, qualify tonight.
There you have it from Ron Hemmelgarn.
And, of course, the Infinity, one of the two engines that are racing here, the Infinity and the Aurora, the G-Force and the Dallara chassis, and it's all part of the winding story of the new IRL, the new sights and sounds of the Indianapolis 500. But let's talk about this day, Tom Sneva. It's cool out there. It's almost cold. And we are seeing many, many drivers that were drawn to go out and qualify. Well, now they've passed it up.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that is. I think it's more not so much the weather, because the weather's pretty ideal. It's been cool all week, almost too cold. It takes some time to get the tires up to temperature and the motors because, it's a development year. They've had some reliability problems, so they got to make sure of these aspects. But I think it's just they need more track time. We've had some rain throughout the week. Practice has been cut short. I think they're looking for more track time and hoping that that'll relate to more speed for qualifying.
All right, let's remember the rules for qualifying for the Indianapolis 500. Last night they drew for the qualifying order. Now, each car can make up to 3 qualifying attempts. They must meet a minimum average speed announced late yesterday of 203 miles an hour. And after taking the checkered flag at the conclusion of the 4 laps, it's an official run, and that car is qualified. It may not try and qualify again. And remember the rules, too. Reserve 25 positions in the 33-car field for the top 25 in IRL points, though at the moment there are only 23 cars actually in the IRL point list right now. Roberto Guerrero, as he moves out, begins to warm up. Remember when he was the pole sitter here on a very cold day then, too? Gassed the engine on the backstretch, on the pace laps, took the wall, failed to qualify. Roberto Guerrero now begins to move up to speed, is ready to run into a qualification run at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
That's pretty nice that we show those kind of highlights for a driver. Drivers really are impressed by that kind of stuff, Paul.
His top practice speed, well, he doesn't want to see himself send to the wall, but Tom, come on now. It happens to be a moment of history here, and not one of the more pleasant ones, because not only did he eliminate himself from the race, but the scoring system was designed so that the pole car would cross first, and it didn't help the scoring system when that didn't happen. His best practice speed, 210.664 miles an hour.
Well, another Infinity-powered car, and the Infinity motor's been a little bit behind the Aurora as far as development time. So these guys are struggling. There's only a couple teams out here running the Infinity, and
Roberto Guerrero pulls off the run even before he takes the green flag. Jack Arute, Lynn St. James is in.
And Paul, Lynn St. James comes to this year's Indianapolis 500 not only as a driver, but one of the owners of this race car. Congratulations.
Thanks. Yeah, Lynn St. James Racing owns the car and the engine program, but Hemmelgarn put the deal together as far as the Synergy program and also, being able to be a part of their team and the resources that they have, the brain trust and all that. It's been fantastic.
Now, last year you were involved in an accident that injured your wrist. How is the wrist this year?
The wrist is fine. It's working well. We had to have plate, 3 pins, and a bone graft. Dr. Kevin Blanchard did a great job, and I'll tell you, the Indiana Hand Center has been fantastic because they've done all the rehab. You know, I've done it, but they really oversaw the whole thing.
Lynn, you were a little quicker in practice. Has the track slowed down? What happened out there?
I think it has. I mean, it's actually, the track's getting better, but you've got to adjust the car to accommodate that, and you know, I was flat except for 2 where we had a push, and I had to adjust for that. And, you know, sometimes you get it on the right day, and sometimes you don't.
But she is in the field thus far, guys, and that's pretty important.
So Lynn St. James is one of the 5 that have made it in the field thus far. We don't know what was the problem with Roberto Guerrero. We'll try and find out. There's more qualifying when we come back.
Go where you wanna go. Leave the boundaries far behind you.
Introducing the all-new Goodyear Eagle F1 with racing-inspired dual aqua channels that sweep water away for serious traction in the wet, especially in braking. The new ultra-high-performance Goodyear.
The 1997 Indianapolis 500 Time Trials. Brought to you by Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. Miller Lite, it reminds you that anything can happen at Miller Tire. Goodyear, #1 in tires. And Valvoline Durablend, the #1 selling semi-synthetic motor oil.
We are back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The temperature 55 degrees. Humidity is light. As we're looking at the winds, they have been gusting a little bit out of the north at 18 right now. And the forecast for the remainder of the day is sunny. That may, in fact, explain why some of these people are pulling off. Let's go to Gary Gerald.
Roberto Guerrero is out of the car, and I'm wondering what was the problem.
Well, we first didn't go through tech. The wing was a little too high, so we made some changes. We put more angle and took the gurney flap out of it, and in theory it should have been the same, but the car was really loose. I mean, I did the couple of warm-up laps when I started to push it. I mean, I got really loose in turn 1 a couple of times, and I had to do 4 laps like that. I said, no way, I won't be able to bring it home because we don't really have any pressure. I mean, we need to just put it in the field, but 2 laps were too long to do it like that.
So now you practice, get the setup, then qualify later. Is that the plan?
That's right. We'll get it comfortable again and just put it in the field.
This wing story is a rather interesting scenario. We wish you well later.
Thank you.
Jack?
Well, Gary, the weather is also an interesting scenario because this is one of the earliest times that I can recall that we've been through the entire first day qualifying line. And what that means is the number that each team drew last night, well, if they didn't show up in the tech area at their appointed time, that means that they give up their first day attempt only until the line is completed. Well, with Lynn St. James' run, the line is now completed. So the track can open for practice, and guys like Lyondike who pulled out, Tony Stewart who pulled out, Scott Goodyear, they are still in the hunt for qualifying on the pole position, but they took a gamble. Now, why did they do that? They are gambling that they can get some additional practice time. Remember, we had some rain and cold weather leading up to today's pole position qualifying day. And a lot of drivers feel that they can still get more out of these cars. They'll take advantage of it this afternoon before they go for the pole.
And don't forget, with the 4 days of qualifying, this is the only day that you can qualify for the pole. Now, earlier in the week, we've had several incidents. We want to review those for you. Going back, first of all, to Wednesday, there was a lot of rain during the week. This is Scott Sharp. And what happened here is the engine just locked up. A wrist pin came out. The engine locked. That slowed down the traction on the rear wheels, got him in the wall, and created a crisis for cars in the A.J. Foyt team. Fortunately, Scott was not injured in that crash. And then on Thursday, here is Ari Lyondike. He almost had it saved. And this was really on a warm-up. So with a brush of the wall, just enough to take the nose off, Ari was able to continue, but it really questioned cold track and brand new tires. And then yesterday, a couple of incidents. This one, John Paul Jr. into the wall. Unfortunately, this one did result in injury to John Paul. Broken right leg and a broken left heel. Slight concussion, so John Paul Jr. has a problem. And then Scott Sharp once again lost it in 4. Now, this crash was most unusual. The car rode the wall, the engine in full acceleration, all the way down to the south end of the main straightaway, a full 5/8 of a mile after he hit the wall. Now, Scott Sharp was unconscious during the crash. They took him out of the car. They said that they anticipated that after a night of observation, they would put Scott Sharp on the release list at the hospital, and hopefully he could get back in a car very quickly. Now we're watching Robbie Groff. We're back to live coverage of qualifications at Indianapolis, and sitting with us to watch this run is Mike Groff, his brother, who has already qualified into the field. Robbie is out there ready to take the green flag, and what would you be saying to him if you could give him a little advice after your run?
There's got to be a lot of stuff going through his head right there. This is his first time to qualify for this race, and that turn 1's always the toughest, but he just got through it there and running up close to the wall there. I think he's doing a good job so far.
Lost about 5 miles an hour from 218 down to 213. He was 218 on the straightaway, 213 at the apex of the corner. Robbie Groff.
Mike, you can probably remember back to your first time to attempt to qualify here. It's an emotional time, and you probably talked to Robbie about that, but it's something hard to explain to the people.
It's really tough. It's tough to explain to a rookie as well, but you know, I think, like I said, that first turn is always the first indicator of how things are going to go on your run, and obviously he got through that, and I think his run will probably get stronger as he goes here.
Well, the first lap is complete, and Robbie Groff has put the first lap in at 208.208 miles an hour.
Well, he just got into the wall coming off that corner, and that's going to abort this run, obviously. All the wheels are on it, but he tagged it pretty good.
Yeah, he understeered pretty good into the wall there, it looked like.
So Robbie Groff with a quick incident against the wall, a fortunate incident, though. One will take his run away. But by the same token, you have to wonder what about the car? What about damage there? Did it push anything over?
Way high. Misses the groove coming up. I don't know, but if the understeer sort of surprised him. The conditions are a little bit different than they were this morning when you guys practiced, Mike.
Definitely are, and I think with the wind gusts, that's certainly not helping things out there. I know that we had some problems with the gusts, and it's certainly not ideal conditions right now. So that might have contributed to it.
Well, you look at how strong the cars are. You notice that I didn't see any A-arm bent or anything on that car, and it hit it pretty hard.
I was pretty lucky that way.
Well, fortunately, when you brush the wall here, if the car is in any good shape at all, it brushes the wall and you don't move too much around, but you could move something around microscopically, and that could have an amazing change on the race car itself.
No question. When a tenth of an inch makes a huge difference on a chassis setting, anytime you touch that wall, you got to get back in. You got to get it fixed. You got to look at it.
All right. Well, Mike, we want to take you back to the very first run of the day. It was, of course, Mike Groff, the IRL points leader. And we head out as you come off of the fourth turn and start your qualification run. What do you do on that lap leading up to this point?
Well, basically, you know, we pretty much knew what we had here speed-wise, and you know, unfortunately, we didn't run super quick. But you know, we just wanted to get this thing in the field. But you know, there we are, just going through. I think it's 2 there, and you know, we're just trying to run the car as free as we could, and just get this qualifying run out of the way, basically.
Chassis-wise, you know, were you able to run flat for most of the run?
Actually, we had a little bit of a problem right at the beginning. We lowered the car, and we actually bottomed out a little bit on the first couple laps with the fuller fuel load. But as the run went on, we were definitely okay that way. But not a lot of lifting on this run.
When the car did bottom, what did it do? What was your feeling?
Actually, understeered the car quite a bit. You know, he dropped down on the skid and basically got on the skid and understeered up to the wall.
You can see when you do have an understeer, sometimes you have to use up more of the racetrack. That's You're right. Dropping underneath that white line of the apex. Yeah.
Your first lap at 208.068. Was that where you wanted to be there, or again, just anything would have been okay?
Well, you know, we definitely want to get this thing in the field, and it's certainly not the kind of speed that we had wanted to run, but we hadn't been a lot quicker in practice, and you know, that's the bad part. The good part is I think we've got a good, reliable engine for race day. This engine here that we qualify with had 400 miles on it, so that's a good indication. It's certainly not the kind of engine you want to qualify with, but we got some better stuff coming for this day.
So the Jonathan Byrd Bryant car, lap 2 of its qualification run. Roberto Guerrero earlier in the week was most notable in saying that there seemed to be some bumps in a couple of the corners.
Now, there definitely is. You know, with those, you can see in each corner they repaved each corner. They didn't pave the entire track, just the corners. And there's a little bit of a transition right there. You can see it as I go into turn 3 there. Just a little bit of a transition on the change in pavement. So it does upset the car a little bit.
And of course, at this point, you know that no matter what happens, assuming you finish this run as you start the last lap of the run, you are going to be the pole sitter for the moment, the provisional pole sitter, but you're well aware of everybody else lined up behind you. Who are you watching for the pole for today?
Well, really, I'd have to say Ari's been strong all month here, and I think that he's going to certainly be the strong contender. Tony Stewart ran real strong this morning, so, you know, hard to say. We certainly weren't tied up in that battle, but hopefully we'll get him on that part next year.
So now working on the final lap of a 4-lap qualification run and averaging up near 209 miles an hour. Mike Groff trying to get into this field, and this was right after the track opened at 11 o'clock this morning local time. Checkered flag always has to be released.
No question. You know, we put the car in the field. That's exactly what we wanted to do. And now we can actually spend next week learning a little bit more about the car, because we don't know a lot about this chassis, and we're going to definitely take the time to do that.
How close do you think any of the chassis are, yours or anyone else, in terms of being developed? Are you 75% there, 90% there?
It's really hard to say. You know, I'd say based on the time that we've actually tested, I'd have to say we're 20% there. We really haven't spent a lot of time with the car, but I think that this next week's really going to help us out a lot.
All right. Well, Mike, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations on making it into the field. Gary Gerald's down with Robbie Groff now.
Well, Robbie, I know this is a big disappointment. Tell us what happened.
Well, yeah, it's disappointing. I mean, it's not a huge disappointment because I'm real confident we're going to get back in, you know, I'm sure today. And what happened was, I think the wind's affecting our car a little more than it has in the past, and an understeer really kind of snuck up on me. It kind of grew exponentially in that one lap between the lap before the one I hit the wall. And I'm just fortunate that, it wasn't worse. I mean, which could very easily happen here. So I'm fortunate for that. But Alpha Laval, Team Losi, McCormick team's going to be back, and we're going to get back in the line today.
Crew has already taken the car, Paul, back to Gasoline Alley. There is a minor suspension problem on the right front. They correct that. They'll be back on the track before too long.
Not any serious damage for Robbie Groff. Here's the way they are lined up at the moment. 5 have qualified. Ward, Giafone, Lynn St. James on the outside of the front row. And then Miller and Mike Groff. So Jack Miller is in, so is Mike Groff. Qualifying for the moment suspended while we go back to practice for a time being, assuming that no one presents at the front of the line. But here is the lineup of those who have yet to qualify for the 81st running of the Indy 500.
ABC Tonight. President Randy Quaid wants them all. But all the president's women, Daryl Hannah, Sean Young, Jennifer Tilly, and Sally Kellerman, have had it.
What's your hurry, big boy?
With being had.
Take off your clothes. They just don't make presidents like they used to.
An all-new gun. Viewer discretion advised. ABC Tonight.
Floating over the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is one of America's most enduring corporate symbols, the Goodyear blimp. Today, it's the Spirit of Akron, giving us these beautiful shots from high in that crystal clear blue sky over a chilly Indianapolis Motor Speedway on this, the first day of time trials, the run for the pole for the 81st Indy 500. And don't forget, it's not just the coverage today here on ABC Sports. We will have coverage tomorrow as well, starting at 1:30, 12:30 Central and Pacific. The Indy 500 time trials day 2. And those guys will line up behind everyone who qualifies today at Indianapolis. Now, so far, the month of May, some of the speeds, Arie Luyendyk has been the quickest. He has not yet qualified. Tony Stewart, second quick. Interesting battle there within the two different tire manufacturing camps. Robbie Buell was out. You see his quickest is at 2:16, and Robbie Buell called off that run. As you look down, the rest who have run here at Indianapolis during the week of practice that leads up to the first weekend of qualifying. So let's go now down the pit area once again. One of the great stories here this month of May, Steve Kinzer. Jack Arute.
And Paul, you know, pole position day means different things to different people. For this man, it means the end of a journey that began back in 1981. It's the first time you came to Indianapolis, but this is your first legitimate shot at making the Indy 500 field.
Yeah, it is. We'll just, you know, we didn't get out till yesterday, and we've got a full day out. Well, actually, we got out a little bit the day before that to shake a car down, but we went through all the rookie things yesterday, and we just want to get out and run a little bit and try to get up to speed. It's pretty tough. I've been going back and forth to the sprint car races, and next week we don't have a whole lot of racing going on, so we can, you know, we can sort of take it easy and put our thoughts on this. So that's what we're doing right now. We're going to, you know, we just don't have a whole lot of stuff right here. We want to take our time and creep up on this thing. And not only that, it shows us what kind of speeds we got to come up to, too.
Yeah, you and your crew, Chief Owen Snyder, decided to pull out of line and to take advantage of maybe the track going to green for some practice. What are you both going to look for besides just laps out on the field? Are you going to try some setups?
Yes, well, you know, I mean, he's going to throw some setups at me and see what I feel comfortable with, and at the same time let me get comfortable in the car. So, and that's what we got to do right now. And we're going to, you know, just try to keep everything on sort of the safe zone, we hope. And then, you know, we'll wait and see where we're at in the middle of next week, and hope we get some good weather next week, and, you know, hope we don't have to do nothing drastic.
To the uninitiated, you know, you're touring around in the world of outlaws on dirt. What does it feel like to make the transition over to the ultimate racetrack, the 2.5-mile Indianapolis Motor Speedway? What kind of driving style adjustments do you have to make?
Well, you got to make a lot of driving style adjustments. It's nothing compared to, I mean, I could be off 30 days and get back in my sprint car. I've done it so long and pick it right back up. But, I mean, you just don't bring anybody here, and it's never said in these things, and give them one day out on the track and say, go qualify. And, you know, even most of the rookies here has been running the Indy cars quite a bit and did a lot of testing. So, I mean, this all come about real late, and it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough on us, but I think with all next week and a little weather, we'll be in pretty good shape.
Paul, one thing, he didn't want to give up his regular job, though. He went over to Terre Haute last night, finished fourth.
I'll tell you what, Steve Kinzer is the racer's racer, no question about that. Here is the provisional pole sitter, one half of First Plus Team Cheever, Jeff Ward. And Jeff, really, since you come from one of the other disciplines, coming from motocross and supercross racing, where is there a greater fear factor? 40 feet in the air on a bike, or heading into turn one on a qualifying?
Definitely qualifying turn one. Like Kendra was saying, I'd raced motocross for 25 years, so I'm used to every situation that, you know, presents itself. But turn one on the first qualifying lap is definitely a bigger thrill and bigger rush than I've ever had before. It was a good learning experience.
Well, let's go back and look at that right now as we want to take a look at your qualification run.
Well, going down here in turn one, getting the green, I've been taking it flat in practice all day, and I came in here flat and realized that I picked up a push pretty good, and you see how close I came to the wall, and I had to put a lot of input into it. And same with turn two, so the next time coming back into turn one, I had to, you know, definitely lift off, because I knew the input I put into the steering wasn't going to, I had none left for the flat throttle next time through. And it was real different this morning. All the turns were completely the same. We're flat all the way around, and in this session here, I realized after the first lap that every turn was different. So it was, you really had to keep your head on your shoulders here. And right now I'm coming into turn one just knowing I have to breathe the throttle a little bit, because it just won't make the corner with the temperatures that the track came up to.
But your first lap at 2:15.6, is that something they radioed to you immediately, or do you wait till you see the next time, or do you not want to know?
No, the First Plus Cheever team, I told them, you know, I just wanted to run my laps and then just worry about it when I come in. I don't want to get out there, and if I would have heard 2:15, I might have got anxious and pushed myself into, you know, turn one again, saying I got to do that same thing again and get caught out. So I just run whatever the car can do, and that's all I can do.
The start of the season for you was a little up and down. Here you're now partnered with Eddie Cheever, teammate to him. This is a great opportunity for you. How'd it come about?
Well, I did run down in Orlando, and I think I turned some heads with the qualifying and the race I ran down there. And I knew Eddie and the team were trying to put a second car together for Indy, and I approached them at Phoenix, and things just went real well. I wanted to be with a top team in Indianapolis. I didn't want to come here and run and struggle. And I knew with their team that we have a good chance to win the Indy 500.
So the qualification run continues. You're still keeping the speed up despite the push.
Well, and what's really sad from a driver's standpoint is it looks like he's just driving around the racetrack. What the TV doesn't do for us drivers is represent how close you are to that ragged edge. And also how close you are to hurting yourself every time you try to go through that.
Yeah, I just saw something on there on turn 3. There was a duck sitting on 3 feet out from the wall when I came by.
I wonder what that was.
It was a big duck sitting there, and that caught my attention a little bit, and which was kind of funny. But it's right now I just knew, with the 1 lap left, I knew what the car would take through 1, and I wasn't going to pick up any more speed, and I wasn't going to chance trying to make the speed come when it's not there. But it felt like a good run, and I was just happy to come around and turn 4 and not see a yellow flag like I did in '95, and real gratifying to be in the race. And now our goal is to move on to the focus on the race, and we haven't got much laps in, and our motto is first place for first plus. So we got a lot of work ahead of us, and I know more and more I run, I'll get more comfortable.
And they radioed you at the end, good job, and it very definitely was. But now you get to join the long list of drivers from the past who have had to sit through a qualifying day wondering if you are going to stay on the pole. You think there's a chance of it?
Well, I'd certainly love to have that and feel I definitely want it, but there's a lot of fast guys out there, and it's real. In practice, we put up some good numbers, and they put up some good numbers, but I tell you, 4 in a row is tough. Those guys are out there putting 1 up, and they're down 217, then putting up another one, but I hope to be up there in the first couple rows. We'll be extremely excited, and if it was the pole, then you couldn't dream of it anymore.
Well, thus far, it's been a terrific day for Jeff Ward. Now, out on the track, they have gone back to regular practice. Everyone that wanted to present has presented. That means that line is totally gone now, so it's 6 o'clock will be the cutoff. We'll return with more of the Indy 500 time trials after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
The 1997 Indianapolis 500 time trials continue.
The skyline of downtown Indianapolis, a mere 6 miles from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, just down the White River. Here at Indianapolis, we are qualifying today, though they're practicing at the moment. We'll have qualifying tomorrow, and then coverage from Rio, Brazil, as André Ribeiro is looking to defend his championship with kart in the Rio 400. Let's go to Jack Arute.
Well, Larry Lyondike is getting ready to take advantage of this practice session. Ari, the wind and the combination of weather out here, how much faster can you go than the time you posted this morning?
I hope about 3 to 4 miles an hour, but coming out of turn 1, the wind is quite strong and it pushes the car out towards the wall. So we want to work a little bit around that area. Turn 1 and 2, the car is not as good because of the wind. 3 and 4 is not a problem. So also going down the straightaway here, you're going into turn 1 a lot quicker than you are in turn 3 because of the difference of the direction of the wind.
When would you make the decision to go for a run for the pole? About what time today?
I think pretty soon. I don't think it's going to warm up much more, and I don't think the wind's going to die down much more. It might even get more. So I think pretty soon. If I'm happy here after a few runs, I'll go out.
Well, that's the word.
Well, Ari Lyondike has been the favorite throughout the month to be the pole sitter here. He's the track record holder. As a matter of fact, he has such a record at the Speedway set last year with remember the faster configuration of cars. They've changed everything since then. That record probably will stand for a long time. This is my dentist. Well, used to be my dentist. He's a race car driver right now, Jack Miller, and it seems like you're going to fit right into that particular role. You've been trying to do this for years. You finally qualified into the Indianapolis 500, a dream come true.
Absolutely. Born and raised here in Indianapolis and get a race here now. I couldn't be happier.
Well, let's take a look at the Crest car, as you were the 3rd car out for the day in qualifying. And let's see you as you come off of turn 4, ready to start that run. This had to be a very emotional time for you, but is that something you could set aside?
I was looking to see if there was a smile on my face there, but yeah, I mean, we had very limited running time here, and I knew that we wanted to get it in the field today and then work on speed next week, kind of like Mike Roth was saying earlier. But as soon as I did the first lap, I knew that things were going well.
Down the backstretch, the car is set up exactly the way you wanted, or was there something you would have hoped for that you didn't have?
Actually, I think I had too much grip there. You know, on the third lap, I had a little bit of, I'm getting ahead of myself, but I had a little problem. I turned in too early, but the car was perfect.
2075. You can hear on the radio the guys trying to indicate where you're at. You got faster with every lap. Tell us a little bit about that.
I think it had to do with my confidence and my experience. Like I said, we just finished up the rookie test yesterday, and we didn't have a lot of running time. We ran a little bit this morning. I was a little intimidated by the cold temperatures. You know, I saw some accidents happen yesterday, and I didn't want to throw it in the fence, you know, before the qualifying run. But after the first lap, I just treated this as another testing session, and I kind of calmed my nerves down a little bit. Like I said, I think we had the car too planted, but we'll free it up this week. Right here, I think this is my third lap. This is the problem. That I went into turn one, turned a little bit too early. I was a little frustrated with myself. But you know, right here, and I had to get out of the throttle. You can tell there a little bit. And then I decided, okay, concentrate, don't make another mistake, and I went flat this corner and all the way around on the next lap.
Now, we heard your crew telling you 209.7, your actual speed 209.3. Is that because they're timing you in the corner?
They were timing me down out of turn 4. Jeff and Joe went down there. So, you know, and they're going off the stopwatch at that point. You know how accurate that is. If I had the stopwatch, it would have been a little bit quicker, I think. But you know how that goes. That was a beautiful sight to see one more lap. And I think I went flat all the way around this last lap. So.
And no moment on this run where you felt apprehensive. The car plants the whole way, and off you go.
Yeah, you know, I decided this is all or nothing, and you know, if I make a mistake, I make a mistake. You know, we'll fix the car, but you know, you've got to give it all you got, and you can tell there I wasn't even using up all the track. The car was working that well, so that gives me a little bit more hope next week that we can free it up a little bit and get a few more miles an hour out of it. You know, the Nissan, obviously we're down on horsepower compared to the Oldsmobile, but the reliability I think is going to definitely be there on race day.
So Jack Miller completes the dream, coming off of the last turn, completing his 10 miles. They say, good job, buddy. There is no question it was a great job.
Well, you can tell here, you can see the smile on my face there.
There's some emotion when you qualify for your first 500, no question.
I think, in fact, you waved all the way around the track.
Oh, yeah, you know, that's a lot of people out there, and it's a lot different running out here yesterday with nobody in the stands out there on the outside and going around. You know, Johnny Rutherford told me it was going to be a lot different when you see the people up there, and it was, and I could feel their happiness and was trying to share mine with them.
Is the pressure gone now?
Yes, it is. You know, now I want to come back and try and win this race, and we've got some work to cut out for us this week, but I'm feeling very, very comfortable, and it's by far the most comfortable and most fun I've ever had in a race car.
So Jack, no, yeah. The question is, they were talking to my ear, saying, don't I have a little work that you could do right now, maybe a root canal or something like that?
Yeah, you know, a lot of people have been trying to distract me and pull out some teeth, but I've got some big,
no,
huge pliers.
fine. You're doing very well right where you are. We don't need your help at all. So Dr. Jack is in with a great sponsor in Crest. Let's go to Jack Arute.
Well, Paul, as you look at Buzz Calkins, who was the winner of the first Walt Disney World race and the first IRL race, you can see all the padding that's been instituted into these new cars to keep Buzz's head and all the drivers' heads fairly immobile. But, Buzz, the question I've got for you is, what is the difference this year, now that you're not a rookie here at the Indianapolis 500?
What is the difference in these cars? Really, I think these cars are a little heavier, a little bulkier than what they were last year. The tendencies and the characteristics are pretty similar, and you're making the same sort of changes, but you still have a little learning curve to figure out where the car seems to work best. The other difference is in the engine. With this being a normally aspirated engine, the power comes on a little different around here. And so with that, it's just getting used to where it comes on and how it comes on, where the power band is, and how to stay in that. But other than that, they're pretty similar.
Well, Buzz is talking about the fact that we don't have a turbocharger anymore. You see this hole here, guys? Well, that's actually where the air has to go into the induction, into the engine. Well, but look at what they've done now. Now we have wings on the helmets. You have to get your trim just right. Why? So that the air right over the head not only keeps Buzz Calkins' head stable, but gets the air in here in the best possible way. That will build horsepower. Gary?
We're looking at one of the familiar colors of the Menard racing team, car number 3. This year, Robbie Buell finds himself with an opportunity to be driving as a teammate to Tony Stewart for John Menard, Larry Curry. And Robbie, I know you went out, you tried a qualifying run. Great numbers, we thought, at a 215-mile-per-hour average. Were you shocked or surprised when they waved it off?
No, I was waiting for the yellow. We knew there's a lot more in the car. I don't think those are high enough numbers to keep us on the front row. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with the weather, and we'll wait for John Menard and Larry Curry to kind of figure out what our strategy will be like from here.
Do you feel that you've got an opportunity to be a pole sitter?
I think so. You never know what's going to happen, but there's a lot of depth to Team Menard, and I think it's a real possibility. I'll be happy with the front row, but we'll do everything we can to stick it on the pole.
A big story. A week ago on Sunday, you announced you were going to Goodyear tires after nearly 3,000 miles of testing for Firestone here. Then 5 days later, you switched back to Firestone. Have you found a comfort zone?
Yeah, I think, all the testing that we did here, Gary, was on the Firestone tires, and that's what our setups were based on. That's what we were comfortable with, and we just need to get back with those comfortable settings because there was only a couple days before today when we made that transition back, and we're definitely more comfortable in the cars right now.
And we look forward to that second shot at the pole a little bit later.
Me too.
And right behind us, the defending champion of the Indy 500 in the purple number 91, Buddy Lazier, getting ready to go out for some practice, and it's very serious for them, Paul.
Well, and they have been practicing on the track as well. There, of course, is Buddy Lazier getting ready to strap in that 91 Delta Fawcett car. The practice session has gone to yellow. It went yellow because Steve Kinzer just barely brushed the wall. You saw him coming in there a moment ago. He was able to continue on into the pits, but they have taken the practice session that had begun a few moments ago and reduced it now to a yellow flag, brought everybody in. Practice should continue. If someone wants to present at the line, they can go qualifying.
Go where you wanna go. Find the road you've never taken.
This is the tire that changed driving forever. The all-season Goodyear Aqua Tread with the advanced deep groove Aqua Channel that sweeps water away for serious traction in the wet, especially in braking. Goodyear Aqua Tread.
Serious freedom. Goodyear, Goodyear.
Coaches, team, media, all eyes are looking at me.
We asked some of the NFL's hottest rookies to try Degree.
Body heat activated.
As your body heat rises, Degree releases extra protection when you need it most.
As I work harder, Degree works harder.
Degree, for an extra degree of protection.
What do you get when you cross a high-quality conventional motor oil with an advanced formula synthetic? A revolutionary oil that protects better than regular oils, yet costs less than full synthetics. DuraBlend from Valvoline. Valvoline's the #1 choice of top mechanics. Recently, an independent group of brewmasters and beer experts conducted a tasting of just about every major beer in the country. For 4 months, they sampled regular and ice beers for character, flavor, and overall quality. And in the end, the judges named one beer the best tasting beer in America, Old Milwaukee. So when you want the best tasting beer, now you know where to turn. Old Milwaukee.
The Johnny Petraglia Open. Nothing but strikes.
Next on ABC.
One of the most shocking bank robberies in history. We held our breath.
We have 5 positions qualified thus far, a row and a half. Jeff Ward, provisional pole, Alfonso Giafoni, Lynn St. James, and then Dr. Jack Miller and Mike Groff. It's a great day for the rookies. 3 of them have already qualified. Now, we've gone yellow as a result of a brush of the wall. Steve Kinzer involved in that situation. The officials said that he did, but there may be some question, so let's watch Kinzer, Tom Sneva, as he comes off the corner.
Well, we just talked to him, and again, he's just out there trying to get some laps in. He hasn't had much time on the racetrack. But again, that wind that's out there must be catching these guys off. You can see he's missed the groove. He's cranked the wheels to the left, and this is going to get his attention.
I'll tell you what, that's an almost, I think.
That's about as close as you're going to get. There actually is, and people don't believe you a lot of time, there's a little cushion of air there that sometimes will absorb that last little impact and keep you away from that wall.
And thank goodness, huh? Yeah. Let's go down the pit road once again. Jack Arute.
Well, typical A.J. Foyt. He's getting impatient. We've been waiting as you were looking at that, and he says, is this interview going to be today or tomorrow? But, A.J., yesterday, a very scary moment for your driver, Scott Sharp, and for you, because you were very concerned. Update us on Scott's condition.
Well, actually, it looked like he did have a contusion. The brain did show a little bleeding last night, and they're going to take another CAT scan in the morning. Right now, he's out of the hospital, but he wasn't supposed to be out. But I think that's some of the A.J. in him. You know, he just don't like the hospital, but he's resting, and we're going to look at the CAT scan tomorrow and see where we're at. We are building another G-Force car, brand new car for him, and hope we don't go through any more. We already went through 2 of them, but it's just one of them things that happen in racing. Scotty feels bad about it, but I'm just glad he's no worse than he is.
Your Conseco car had a legitimate shot at the pole position until that happened.
Well, that's quite true. The Conseco car, you know, we were second fast time, and we weren't even really trying. And then yesterday we was just out shaking the new car down. It was just one of them misfortune things. Weather was very bad, and, you know, Firestone and Goodyear tires are both they're thermostatic. And Scotty's always eager, and we just put new tires on. They weren't warm, and that's actually what happened to him yesterday. It's just one of them misfortune things, but that's reading Scotty's what he is. He wants to run fast, and he likes to do it quick.
Well, let's not forget Davey Hamilton. You brought him out here this afternoon. Can he become a contender for the pole? Can you take some of the setups maybe you had in Scott's car, transfer them over to Davey?
Well, actually, Davey's car, that's exactly right. I was transferred to Davey. Davey ran 2:16 yesterday. And we're going to go out and shake down in a minute and try to qualify. We didn't get no practice this morning because the time schedule got all messed up. We thought we had 20 minutes. We got out here, they said 4 minutes. So typical USAC, they change every 5 minutes.
Typical A.J. If you have to ask him a question, he'll tell you the truth. Paul?
No question about that. There was a report earlier in the week that A.J. wasn't in as good a health as he could be, and the good news is, obviously, he's in great health right now. There's Buddy Lazier's car.
Well, it's good to hear that Scott's going to be all right. I can see A.J.'s concern about when the interview is going to be at his age. Today or tomorrow might make a difference, but A.J.'s still in the rare form that we know A.J.
So the practice continues at Indianapolis. If a qualifier wants to present, he can do that at any time. The line has already been run. You know, a year ago, the Indy Racing League started work on a new chassis for this year. The result represents a big change at the Speedway. Here's Gary Gerald.
With the new rules for the IRL for 1997, there are only 2 chassis manufacturers. You have the Dallara here that's made in Italy, and you have the G-Force that's made in England. Now, there are significant changes for both of these chassis from what we saw a year ago here at Indianapolis. Most notably, the air induction boxes that you see on both cars right behind the cockpit and the driver's head. And also the lack of the familiar pop-off valve that used to protrude through the bodywork right here. Because keep in mind, the engines this year are naturally aspirated. They're no longer turbocharged. So how do you tell the difference between a Dallara and a G-Force? Well, there are several subtle differences, but there's one way that you can tell, usually even on television. And that relates to the area right in front of the rear wheels. Over here on the Dallara, you'll see this little aerodynamic kick-up, flip-up wing. Where on the G-Force, you notice behind the side pods and in front of the rear wheels, it is absolutely clean. Now, the handling characteristics have changed slightly for 1997 because they've taken away downforce, about 15%. They've also slowed these cars down by 15 to 20 miles per hour. But to a person, the drivers will tell you that both of these chassis are more forgiving than the cars they drove a year ago. What does that mean? It basically means now that the driver's influence on the performance of the car is more significant this year than at any time in recent years.
And the teams seem fairly satisfied with the chassis after such a short development time. Now at Indianapolis, practice at the moment. Somebody could qualify if they want to, and that gives us an opportunity to take another look at how things have lined up in terms of those who are still to qualify here. Pretty big names: Lazier, Lyondike, Stewart, Eddie Cheever, and Scott Goodyear, all pole capable. Soul Man's Dan Aykroyd, Jamie Lee Curtis star in the network premiere of My Girl, 2 on Saturday night at the movies. Then Randy Quaid, Sean Young, Sally Kellerman, and Daryl Hannah star in a brand new episode of the critically acclaimed Gun. At Indianapolis right now, practice continues, and the focus is on Ari Lyondike. He went out of the pits with the intent of running a full practice of a qualifying run. He's just coming up to speed on that now, and if that is true, he is at 211 miles an hour for the first lap, and I would think, Tom Sneva, that that's not nearly what he would want to see.
No, we're at a time of the day that probably isn't ideal for qualifying. He'll run a little bit quicker than that, obviously, but when he'll decide to put it in line, we'll just have to wait and see. And if he can run 2 or 3 laps at something that he's happy with, then he'll throw it in line, but I don't think they're there yet.
Here are the top 10 speeds thus far today as we look down the chart. That's as a result of the practice that we have run here. This is, of course, not qualifying numbers for anyone, but as a result of the practice both before the qualifying day opened at 11 o'clock local time this morning and in the practice that they have had in the past few minutes, because no one had presented to the line. Now, Sam Schmidt apparently has presented his car ready for a tech inspection. We'll see if, in fact, that means a qualification run here shortly. Alfonso Giafoni, driving for GM of Brazil, as one of the other rookies that has made it into the 500 field. Quite a thrill?
Oh, yes. I'm pleased to be here. It's the first time around this track. I came here last year the first time, and I just couldn't believe the size of the place. Now knowing that I'm taking part of the show is just unbelievable.
Your background includes the Indy Lights series and a lot of racing in Brazil?
Yeah, I was 1991 South American Formula 3 champion. Then I raced in South American Formula 3 again 92. Didn't race at all 93 and 94. Came back to do Indy Lights in 95. And then didn't run in 96, just the Vegas race, IRL race. Is
the Indy 500 something that you had in mind as a young driver? Is this a place you wanted to end up, or did you want to see Formula One?
No, I think every driver's dream is Formula One, especially in Brazil at the time when I was young. But as the times went by and I could see, I saw much more possibility to be racing over here. The first time I came to U.S. to see the racing here was in 92, in the middle of 92. I was doing my last season in Formula 3, and I thought I would have a chance to run in 93. At the time, I was looking to Atlantics at the time. But then I couldn't put money together and just gave up racing for a while, and then came back in 95.
So you're one of those that have taken advantage of the chance being offered by the IRL?
Of course. No, I would say that if it wasn't by the IRL, I wouldn't be here today. That's for sure.
Well, you're very definitely here. Let's take a look at your qualifying run and see how you made it into the 500 field. On this, the first day, we're listening to your radio transmissions as well. The run starts. Turn 1 looms ahead.
The car started very well. The handling was very, very good. Unfortunately, just coming out of 4, the car started to pick up a little bit of push and was getting worse and worse. What I could do, I swooped the anti-roll bars to adjust it, and this was it. The car got stabilized at 211.6, if I'm not wrong, for the last 2 laps, and this was it.
Could you catch the car with your adjustments in the cockpit? Could you decrease the understeer that the car was developing?
Well, yes, of course, because what we did, we stiffened the rear end of the car, and we softened the front end, so that made a little bit better grip on the front end of the car. So it helped, but not enough. I was helping that it could be a little bit more consistent there. But I'm very happy again. It's the first time this team, the General Motors of Brazil Chitwood team, we are here. We got very experienced people working for us, and I'm very happy I'm making the show. I didn't want to wave this off. They talked to me by the race, said, no, let's stick with this one because it's going to start a lot of problems against it. Let's finish and this is it.
It's an obvious question. Driving for the Chitwoods, a famous name in the stunt driving world.
Thrill show.
Really, and this is a little bit of a thrill show here. But the obvious question is, have they asked you to go drive in one of the stunt shows here during the summer sometime?
No, but I already asked Tim, Joey's brother, that he is doing most of the stunts right now. I want to learn how to drive in two wheels. He's going to teach me.
Well, your best practice time really came yesterday at 2:15.162. Your first lap was at 2:15.848, and then you dropped way off to 2:12.7.
Yeah, as I said, we thought it was going to be a good run. When I saw 2:15.8 on the dash, I said, oh, it's good. But then, unfortunately, it starts to pick up the push, and there's nothing you can do but lift a little bit.
And on the dash, you do choose miles an hour as opposed to revs as your primary display?
No, we got when we were running out there, we got a lot of information. And one of the things we have is the actual speed that you're doing, so you keep your references coming out of the corners, and also you get the average speed. Instead of lap time, you can put an average speed, so you know what sort of speeds you're doing.
You know, in Tom's day, they would just tape over instruments. He didn't have all that information.
And I can tell you, it makes a lot easier the rookie's life when you're going through the rookie orientation. Knowing what sort of speeds, it's much easier to keep a consistent run.
Well, it's got to be a lot easier as a rookie from that standpoint, but knowing at all times how fast you're going, I'm not sure a driver wants to know that at all points.
Yeah, I'll tell you something. When I was here last year, I went to everybody was saying, you have to go outside corner 2. You have to go outside corner 2. It's just amazing. I went there and I said, no, this is not for me. I'm not. It's not worth it. I'm not going to do this. And there I am today. It was coming out of 2 at 212 mile an hour average, coming out of 2, and said, here I am. Yeah. How can this be? I said I was not going to do this.
Well, Alfonso Giafone, for the moment, you're qualified in at second quick. So that's a pretty good run for you. Congratulations on that. Now the long wait to make sure that you stay up in the front of the field.
Yeah, I'm not really concerned about the starting position, because I think it's a hell of a long race and a lot of things happens here.
You must have been talking to some of the old-timers.
Sure.
Let's go down to Jackaroo.
Well, Paul, the search for speed continues in Ari Leyendijk's pit. Now, you see that the crew is working on the windscreen in front of the cockpit. Now, believe it or not, you can change the handling characteristics of these cars by changing the height and the angle of attack. That's precisely what Ari Leyendijk's crew has done. They are going to now tow the car back to the pits to get some fuel, and then they will probably come back and try some continuous runs. Now, remember, Ari told us he doesn't think that the temperature is going to get much cooler, and it should be very shortly before we see Ari Leyendijk try to make an attempt to make it into the Indianapolis 500. Paul?
So Ari Leyendijk, as they strap him into the cockpit, and the speeds of the day thus far, Ari Leyendijk up in second place behind Tony Stewart, 2:19. Boy, there's a big bridge that he will have to overcome if Ari Leyendijk wants to sit on the pole, and Tony Stewart, with those kind of times, may be on the pole once again.
Let's be honest. We give
as an extra added feature today, ABC Sports is providing up-to-the-minute live scoring and timing from right here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on America Online, keyword ABC Sports. Let's go to Jackaroo.
Well, Paul, the last time we saw this man, it was in Victory Lane, around his way to Victory Lane in the Phoenix 200. Albuquerque, New Mexico's Jim Guthrie has got a brand new paint scheme and a new sponsor for his quest in the second Indy 500 career start. But they have not, Team Blueprint has not had the best of weeks. Last night in the final practice session, underneath this cowling, the one engine that they owned went sour. So what did the crew do? Well, just like what we saw at Phoenix. They went back to the garage area, took out all of their tools, and went to work on the engine. Replaced a timing chain and a bent valve. Guthrie's been back out here practicing, but Gary Gerald, he's had still a litany of small problems. Radiator leaks, you name it, trying to get the engine to work properly. But Guthrie still has a big smile on his face.
And boy, that crew really paid their dues. They worked all night long, and his teammates' cars rolling by us as we look at Steve Kinzer and Owen Schneider in earnest conversation. Kinzer, after brushing up against the wall or minimal contact, making some adjustments and coming out. I want to show you, however, but in the fit right behind him, Nothing here, absolutely vacant. And one of the guys who could be a contender for the pole is expected to be here, and that's Robbie Gordon. But they've had an adventure of their own. They had a motor problem, and they got an engine at 6 o'clock this morning for this man, Felix Sabatas. Team Sabco is here at Indianapolis and is enjoying the activity at the Speedway. Robbie Gordon missed the warm-up this morning. They brought the car out, got a little clutch problem they're addressing right now. He's expected to be out here, and keep in mind, he's a guy who's run nearly 216 miles per hour. Paul?
Well, we're back in our garage studio, back in the garage area at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Robbie Buell, we've already talked with him a little bit, but what I'd like to know is if you didn't think that run and your team didn't think that run was fast enough, who are you looking at? Who's particularly strong out here?
Well, obviously, you know, with what Ari's done all week, he's been posting the numbers, and he just went out and did it about a half hour ago. So I'd say, I mean, we're keeping an eye on him. We'll probably watch Robbie Gordon as well and just kind of gauge where that is. You know, my run, I went out there and we weren't seeing the numbers we wanted to see. I think we really want to see 215 and above, but when we dropped into that 214 bracket, that was kind of our cutoff line. But we'll really see kind of what takes place in the next 2 hours, and we'll roll back out there.
Robbie, you weren't seeing the numbers you wanted. What was the chassis doing? What did that feel like?
Well, the car's been excellent. I mean, you know, the operation at Team Menard, the depth there, the car has been comfortable the last 3 days. That hasn't been an issue at all. What we're trying to do is just keep freeing the car up and adding speed. And this morning we, you know, had some speed, and that wasn't flat around this place. So I'm like, okay, we're ready to go. Unfortunately, I think with the temperature that came up from when we went out this morning to my qualifying run, it just kind of sucked the car more down to the track and just bogged it down in the middle portion of the corner. That's all I can really guess right now.
Yeah, because a lot of the drivers have been complaining the wind is getting underneath them in turn one, and then they're developing a push and having to roll out of the throttle.
Yeah, no, that wasn't an issue at all. The car, balance-wise, really has been quite good. It doesn't seem as though we're scrubbing a lot of speed. Why, you know, we lost 1.5 miles. I mean, that's part of qualifying in pole day at Indianapolis.
It's part of the mystery of Indianapolis, and that's why we come to qualify.
Alfonso Giafoni moments ago said he didn't really care where he qualified as long as it was up near the front, that it's a very long race. You guys are not operating on that theory.
Well, sure. Well, I think the theory we're operating on is we know we can run faster than we did in that last qualifying run. And I would be very happy to be on the front row. Sure, we'll do whatever we can to make a run for the pole, but the front row, that'd be what we're looking for, really.
So you got to go do the whole thing again. I'm sure that helped your nerves.
Well, actually, you know, I have such confidence in the whole team and the crew that it really is not that big of a deal. I shouldn't say it that way, not that big of a deal, because it is the biggest race in the world. But I got a lot of confidence in the crew behind me. And the decisions they're making. If we wave this run off and we get to that third run, though, then I think that's going to be a little marginal.
Robbie Buell driving for John Menard in the Quaker State car still has to go out and give it a shot once again today. Now, we're down in the garages at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and then off to the right is the pit area and the track itself. And at the moment, on that track, they are practicing. And when we come back, we'll talk a little bit about the engines here at Indianapolis this year. We'll return with more after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
The 1997 Indianapolis 500 time trials continue.
Straightaway with the numbers of the 5 that have qualified thus far. Of course, you're looking down from the Goodyear blimp, floating so lazily over the speedway. It's the Spirit of Akron continuing to help us with coverage of the Indianapolis 500. Thanks for being up there, gang. Now, let's take a look at those cars that well, what we really want to say is, don't forget, the Indianapolis 500 is what this all leads up to. On May 25th, we'll have live coverage, as well as live coverage here throughout the afternoon. Both now and later on Wide World of Sports, we'll keep you up to date on everything going on. Those that have qualified, the 5 numbers that are up on the pole thus far: Jeff Ward, provisional pole sitter. You just met Alfonso Giafoni. Lynn St. James is back into the Indy 500. In the second row, rookie Jack Miller and the IRL points leader, Mike Groff. Those are the ones that have qualified thus far. We're practicing on the track right now. It's been astonishing that in just over a year, come from a plain piece of white paper to brand new chassis and 2 brand new engines. Jackaroo.
For the first time in modern Indy 500 history, all race teams are required to choose between one of 2 engine manufacturers producing a normally aspirated, non-turbocharged 4-liter engine package. They can choose between the Oldsmobile or the Nissan. But what makes the package so interesting is it must be production-based. Now, what does that mean? Well, basically, the engine must be similar to the one that you might find under the hood of your car. Now, it could be in the case of Nissan out of the Infiniti Q45 or out of the Oldsmobile Aurora. Now, each team can pick their own engine builder. They receive a kit from the manufacturer and begin the development work to make a package best suited for their particular needs. Now, there have been some development problems, which is typical of any engine program. Specifically, down in the engine oiling systems, bearings have also been a problem, but the fixes have taken place and the work is ongoing. Now, what are the differences between these 2 racing engines? Well, if you take a look at the Oldsmobile Aurora application, its concentration has been on a very compact package, producing good horsepower. They feel they'll be strong in qualifying. Now, for Infiniti, they determined that first and foremost they wanted to concentrate on reliability. So what they have produced is what they think is a very reliable package. So far, that has proven true because the current IRL point leader is Infiniti powered. They feel their strength will come in the race itself.
Well, one of the teams who's really struggled in terms of reliability and has had a minimal amount of time on the track in Indianapolis during the month of May is Eddie Cheever. They did a lot of testing here, but then they encountered motor problems. And at the start of practice this week, Cheever had to stay on the sidelines. Jeff Ward was able to get out in and get a couple of partial days around the weather, but Cheever did not get on the track himself until yesterday. And then this morning, more motor problems. They've had to change an engine. Eddie Cheever in car 51 has now gone out on the track. He's trying to find a comfort zone. It's been a big struggle for them, but the team tells me they're still confident that they'll have an opportunity to qualify him and join his young teammate Jeff Ward in the field before this day is complete. Paul?
Still no qualifier up at the line. The fastest in the practice thus far today at 219 is Tony Stewart, and he is one of those still to qualify. R. Leyendyke has been at 216.9. Also to qualify, Buzz Polk and Scott Goodyear, and Robbie Gordon will be back.
97 Indianapolis 500 time trials. Brought to you by Valvoline Durabland, the #1 selling semi-synthetic motor oil. True Value, official hardware store of IRL and garages everywhere. The all-new Regal GS, official car of the supercharged family. And Goodyear, #1 in tires.
Tomorrow night on ABC, it's a Mother's Day premiere double feature. First, Third Rock's Joseph Gordon-Levitt, Danny Glover, Christopher Lloyd, and Tony Danza star in the network premiere of Angels in the Outfield. And then the world premiere miniseries event, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, starring Michael Caine, Mia Sara, and Patrick Dempsey. That's all tonight on ABC. You're looking down on the golf course here, the Brickyard Crossing, they call it. Tom, you've been around here.
Well, for a long time. They've just redesigned this golf course. Pete Dye did a tremendous job. It's not open on the weekends of qualifying of the race, obviously, but I'm surprised they do allow duffers like myself to play on that golf course when the track's open for practice. And by the position of some of these holes, it's pretty easy to slice one or hook one onto the racetrack. And I'm really surprised that they do that. And there hasn't ever been an incident on the racetrack.
You're looking really closest in at the back stretch, over on the front stretch at the start-finish line. There's tradition for you. The yard of brick, that's the start-finish line. And that row of brick has existed right since the track opened for the 500-mile race in 1911. One of the guys we've been keeping track of, but we've not heard that much from, Tony Stewart, 219 flat as his fast time thus far. Jack?
Well, Paul, he's been mired back here in Gasoline Alley, and you haven't even gone out to take advantage of practice. What are you waiting for?
Waiting for Big Daddy, Larry Curry, to give us the word. We're just relaxing right now. We've been watching the stock car race and watching other guys practice and just trying to relax. You know, this is a big, tense day, and you know, you spend all the month of April testing, getting ready for today, and everything all this week has been leading up to today. So I'm just trying to find ways to relax right now.
Earlier today, during the last practice session, you finally, it looked as if, caught up in the learning curve. We documented through ESPN the change from Firestone to Goodyear, back to Firestone, trying to get back comfortable in the car, and then you tagged a 219. How did that feel to you?
Oh, it felt great. I was wanting to run another one, and they called me in, so... you know, we finally feel like we've got a handle on this thing, and you know, if the weather will cooperate with us, and we'll just play the big chess game at the end of the day, like everyone else is going to do. So we'll just wait and see what happens.
When you tested with the Goodyears and you finally went back to the Firestones, I think maybe the comment that you made in the cockpit after the first run, "Hey guys, we got our race car back," says a lot about how important comfort inside the car is to the driver. How do you see it?
Oh, very much so, and exactly. If you're not comfortable, then you're not comfortable making changes to try to make the car go faster. You're trying to make the car stable, and we didn't need to spend 4 days doing that. We needed all 4 of these days to try to make the car fast instead of stable. It needs to be stable to begin with anyway.
Never ceases to amaze me, whether it's an Indy car or now your stock car deal with Joe Gibbs or a midget, you just love to get behind the wheel of a race car.
Well, I'm supposed to run a midget tonight if we ever get qualified. I was hoping we'd all just bust off our laps at 2 o'clock and be done with it, but... you know, I'm a race driver. I want to drive race cars, and staying around doesn't satisfy me.
Well, listen, you said you're waiting for Larry Curry to tell you. Let's see if we can get Larry's attention. Let's go right over there and got to ask Larry when he thinks that maybe you'll get a chance to go for the pole position here. Hey, Larry, your driver wants to know, when are you going to let him go out and maybe go for the pole?
Well, I was just over there talking with John Menard, and I think we may go out and let him practice a little bit in 2T. We had a few problems with 2T this morning, and he never really got a clear lap, so I think we're going to go out and try that one out a little bit and see how good it is, and that'll give us a read on where we think the racetrack is right now.
Well, he really wants to string this out as far as he can for you, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's been through this game before. I'm the little impatient punk kid, I guess, in this deal, but he's got the wisdom. He's been through this. This isn't his first rodeo, so... I guess I just want to get it over with. You get in a situation where I'm used to just showing up, practice, qualify, and go race, and to sit here all day and just play the chess game. He's a lot better at that than I am.
Well, he's a professional race car driver, but I heard a great comment about Tony Stewart. They said, you know, when you look at this guy, as much as he likes to race, as much fun as he likes to have, he's just a 10-year-old with credit cards.
I knew it wouldn't be long before you got that line out, Jackaroo. Tony Stewart, though, very definitely a bid for the pole, 219.085, his fastest time thus far during the month of May. And Kenny Breck sits in his car, ready to go out, practice it a little bit more, and that's what they're doing right now, is waiting for practice, not to qualify. Go inside the Indy 500 with daily updates. Continuing on Monday, May 12th, the latest from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as the drivers focus their attention on the most famous race in the world, the Indy 500, and that's on the Deuce on ESPN2. Well, we were listening to that interview with Tony Stewart and Larry Curry, and it really pays to have a veteran in that garage area that knows all the ins and outs here.
Well, it's definitely a big factor for Tony. It isn't Larry's first rodeo, but the bad news is it's Tony that's got to strap on the spurs and try to hang on to that thing for 4 laps, and that's why he wants to get it over with. But, you know, it's his second year here. He's young. A couple more years, you'll see a guy like him have a lot more input when he's going to go out and qualify a couple years from now.
All of this time here seems like it's an awful lot of time to practice and qualify and race, but when you come here, you suddenly find out, boom, the whole thing's over. And if you don't know where that car needs to be at exactly the right time, get it fueled, you've got a very serious problem. Let's send you back out to the pit area once again. Gary Gerald.
Green light is flashed on, Paul. Engines are firing, cars going back on track. What would Indianapolis be without a driver by name of Unser? Well, we're wondering if there's going to be an Unser in the field this year. Johnny Unser is here. And Johnny, I understand you've been sitting on the fence waiting for some good news, and maybe the good news has just arrived. Tell us what's going on.
Well, right now it looks like if everything goes well with the Hemmelgarn team, Ron Hemmelgarn has given me the opportunity to come into the Buddy's backup car, the Infinity-powered car, probably starting on Monday. But it's all really still a little bit contingent on how things go today.
Well, that has to be a giant relief in itself, particularly considering how hard you worked last year as a rookie at this place, got a spot in the starting lineup, and then on the opening lap had a mechanical problem that forced you out. That had to be just heartbreaking.
Yeah, it was an incredibly disappointing moment, you know, and when I walked in here this year, this place just is so important. I've been here every day wearing out my tennis shoes, you know, talking to who I can talk to and seeing what we can put together. And the Homeyer Tool Company has come on board with a little bit of help, sponsorship for us. And Ron Hemmelgarn has offered me the opportunity. And to be with the team that won the 500 last year, to me, you know, is a heck of a deal.
Well, I think that smile tells us an awful lot about your emotions. And, hey, we wish you nothing but great success this next week. Get in that car, go fast, pal.
All right, we'll do it. Thank you.
Paul?
Well, Gary, if he can do it, he will be the 61st start for the Unser family at the Indianapolis 500. We'll return with more of the time trials after this message and a word from our ABC station.
The 1997 Indianapolis 500 time trials continue.
To that qualifying line. Thus far at 219 miles an hour, Tony Stewart is the fastest of those unqualified, followed by Ari Luyendyk at 218.5. Let's go down to the pit area. Gary Gerald.
Take a look at the car of Eddie Cheever that has just now rolled down off of the pad here that they use for technical inspection. The crew, we chronicled their motor problems that they were having earlier, is now hooking the car up and pulling it out of the line, because just in front of the car would be the area that you roll into if you were ready to qualify. That's not the case at the moment. But each of these cars comes down through this technical area, and as they come in here, they go onto this extensive pad that is designed to hydraulically lift and operate and measure critical points on the car, weigh the car, and then at the same time, there are a variety of officials who use various templates in all kinds of different forms, and they take some of these and they take some of these and they fit them to key areas underneath the car, around the bodywork, at the exit of the tunnels, and they make sure that the car is precise right to a thousandth of an inch. And we mentioned when we came on the air earlier today that there was difficulty with several of the teams with the rear wings that were off just fractionally, a few thousandths of an inch. They make the changes. This is the spot that you have to go through and get everything cleared. Once you get the approval of these gentlemen here, they whistle you straight down to the head of the line if you elect, and you go out to qualify. As of now, everybody's content to practice, but Cheever just ran 2:13 plus. They say we're finding the comfort zone. However, we don't think we're going to qualify until probably between 4 and 5 o'clock today. Jack?
Well, Gary, one of the great things about the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is from Gasoline Alley out to Pit Road is a long alleyway. And the crowd, the fans, just flock drivers. They walk back and forth, as they did with Lynn St. James. But let me show you some of the creative ways that people secure autographs. If you're sitting up here on the high side, like these two young guys are, they just drop down, and this is probably one of the great traditions of Indy. Drop down your autograph, paper, and your pen, and get a famous guy. You want my autograph? The guy said no. You want my autograph? Oh, well, we found one here. How about that? And that's all you do, just like this. CJ. Just a piece of Indy tradition, guys.
Thank goodness you were able to spell it, Jack. And for the kids in the Tower Terrace at the Speedway. Now, remember, when they have practice sessions like this, you can follow all of the drivers, and especially your driver, with live scoring and timing on ABC Sports on America Online. The keyword, ABC Sports. The electronics today is absolutely amazing. The electronics told us today that Jeff Ward is the provisional pole sitter. Yeah, Alfonso Giappone, the center of the front row. Lynn St. James, the outside. And then Jack Miller and Mike Groff in row 2. Those 5 are the only who have qualified thus far.
Let's be honest.
Designated as one of America's national landmarks, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum keeps alive the history of the Indianapolis 500. Come visit with us and find out why the 500 is the greatest spectacle in racing.
at Carolina Lanes in North Brunswick, New Jersey. The 5 finalists are warm.
Green light is on. They could qualify if they wanted to. At the moment, everyone seems more than satisfied just to practice. And we'll keep track of what's going on out there as well. But for the moment, it's pretty quiet. Tom Sneva, let's go back and take a look at some of the situations that developed this week. It began on Wednesday, and that's Scott Sharp in the Conseco car.
What is Scott, again, just trying to get some laps, but entering the corner, we've had some engine problems throughout this month, and here we see one. Motor goes away. They say it's a wrist pin. When that happens, it slows the motor down, locks the rear wheels. When the rear wheels locks, he's going for a ride, and fortunately, it just grazes the wall. And no injury this time, except to the race car.
And they were able to get the car back and in shape fairly quickly. And then on Thursday, it was the guy who's the favorite right now, Arie Luyendyk.
Actually, Arie was just warming up the car. He wasn't at speed, and I think this surprised him. The car jumped sideways, again, related to the cold tire situation. He almost caught that car, but you don't want to turn right at Indianapolis, and he did, because it's a natural instinct. And when he tried to catch it, it started tank slapping on him and just went around. Fortunately, just grazed the wall. They were able to fix the car before his heart rate got to the level he wanted to go back out.
We were not as fortunate yesterday. John Paul Jr. was the first serious accident.
Well, this is nasty. Again, related to the weather. It does a 360, as you can see here, but look at the angle. Almost head-on into the wall, and that's what causes the damage. A lot of times you can get away with an accident if you get at some kind of angle to the wall other than 90 degrees. Anything less than 90, your chances go up. But this car hit awful hard, and John Paul received some injuries.
Broken right leg and a broken left heel. John Paul Jr.'s incident yesterday coming off of turn 4 at Indianapolis. And then late in the day, with about 45 minutes to go in the practice, Scott Sharp once again.
Again, cold tires. They're in a hurry trying to get up to speed. He just doesn't have enough heat in the tires at this point. Again, turn 4, a 360, and then it slaps the wall, driver right side. And now what happens, it pins the throttle wide open. You know, you can see here the left rear, the right rear's driving. Looks like a John Force burnout at this point. But fortunately, we're in a development year, and when the throttle stick, it probably let the motor go away before it caused any serious damage. I mean, if this was 2 or 3 years ago on a developed motor, they could still be chasing this thing around the racetrack trying to slow it down. But fortunately, Scott received a minor concussion?
Well, they originally reported out as a minor concussion, but we got an update from A.J. Foyt just a little while ago, who, by the way, was just over that wall instantly when the car finally rolled to a stop, and right there at Scotty's aid as the rest of the A.J. Foyt team. He said that they saw something overnight. After letting him out of the hospital, now they were trying to chase Scott down and get him back in the hospital and make one more test.
Well, the rumor was that he might have been knocked out at this point. Some people are saying he wasn't knocked out till Foyt got to the car. This is the second car that they've gone through the month of May.
So those are the incidents thus far. Now, back with coverage as it goes on the speedway. Let's go to Jack Arute.
And I'm with Fred Treadway, who calls the shots and is the owner, not only for Arie Luyendyk, but for Scott Goodyear. Your impressions of the new rules and engine package and chassis package as a car owner?
I'm just really excited about it. I'm really proud of all the manufacturers. I think they've done a great job considering the amount of time they had. And I think we're going to have a great racing series as a result of it.
Now, the big question is, can your team sit on the pole at 220? And then, you know, today, Stewart posted a real good time, and you guys have not been able to get back up to that 220 speed.
We're going to get up there before the day's over. You know, if Tony would go right now, and then we'd have a benchmark to shoot for. But I think it's a chess game right now. They're waiting for us, and we're waiting for them.
And who makes the first move, Fred? How long do you run that string out before one of you blinks?
Well, I just seen Larry Curry coming down, so hopefully he'll blink first, you know.
Do you participate in those shots, or do you kind of leave it to maybe your crew chief and your engineer?
I mostly leave it to the crew chief and the engineer, but I am involved in it. And I basically say, yeah, okay, we're going to do what you said.
Well, I don't want to give you the bad news, but I guess I'd better. Larry Curry told us just a couple of moments ago that they were taking the T car out to shake it down.
Well, it's good for the fans, you know. I'm just excited about it, and I'll see you at 6:02 regardless of who gets it.
Your move, folks.
And hopefully at 6:02, in Fred's mind, he will be the guy that has the pole position. But John Menard, the owner of this car, Tony Stewart's car, has an entirely different idea. And of course, this all leads up to May 25th and our coverage of the 81st running of the great Indianapolis 500-mile race. So the waiting game seems to be on. Don't forget, we're going to have coverage all throughout the day, including on Wide World of Sports. We'll be back in just a moment.
This Indy 500 Historical brought to you by Miller Lite. The 1985 Indy 500 displayed one of the most exciting incidents in 500 history. On lap 120, Danny Sullivan and Mario Andretti battled for the lead. When Sullivan dove inside Andretti to move ahead, he lost control of his Miller American race car and spun, narrowly missing both the wall and Andretti. Sullivan regained control of his car and went on to spin and win the 1985 Indianapolis 500.
Introducing the 1997 Miller Lite stock car. Sure beats other sedans. The new Miller Lite Indy car. No radio, no heat, but hey, look at that handling. And if it's acceleration you're after, take a look at the Miller Lite Top Fuel Dragster. It leaves everything else at the light. Every Miller Lite car comes with our 16-second roadside assistance plan. We say, shoot, shop, and compare.
Finally, you can drive what you've always dreamed about, the Aurora V8. If this engine can power the Indy race cars, imagine how you'll feel on a test drive. Isn't it time you drove your dream car? For a limited time, you can lease the Aurora for just $3.99 a month. See your Oldsmobile retailer.
It's just 55 cents as part of a My Size meal. Buy any size fries, any size drink. Get a 55-cent Big Mac.
Large fries, small drink?
55-cent Big Mac.
Large fries, large drink.
55-cent Big Mac. Whatever size is right for you, one Big Mac is just 55 cents.
That's the Big Mac, my size meal.
This sesame seed is bigger than my head. This is my McDonald's.
You think about your car a lot. You have grease under your fingernails. You can name all the pro drivers and the cars they drive. You have all the car stuff a guy could want, and you know where to go if you don't. True Value, official hardware store of NASCAR, IROC, and garages everywhere. So hey, come into True Value and get Turtle Wax for only $2.77 or Master Mechanic Motor Oil for just 89 cents a quart.
The 1997 Indianapolis 500 Time Trials, brought to you by Goodyear, #1 in tires. Valvoline Durablen, the #1 selling semi-synthetic motor oil. Oldsmobile and your authorized Aurora retailers. And Miller Lite, who reminds you that anything can happen at Miller Time.
Well, we're back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, that ancient 2.5-mile oval on the pole day, the first day of time trials, and the waiting game very definitely underway, Gary.
We heard from Fred Treadway with Ari Lyondike and Scott Goodyear just a few moments ago, and now you see the Menard colors, and Robbie Buell, of course, we've heard from him earlier. He had a wave-off on a 215-mile-per-hour qualifying attempt. Here's John Menard, the man who pays the bills, who... I'm curious, how much do your nerves come into play on a day like this? Because it looks like we're in a chess game right now.
Well, it really is a chess game. You know, everybody's waiting for the other guy to make a little move and see what's happening. And really nobody knows exactly how fast I think their own teams can go, nor what the other guy can do. So everybody liked the other guy to commit first. And I think that's what's going on right now. We're going to just do a little experimenting and see how fast we can go right now. And based on that, we'll decide what to do next.
Now, Tony Stewart is warming the engine down to our left and getting ready to go out. We heard from Larry Curry a short time ago. Now, do you make the decision as to when it's time to qualify? Does Larry make the decision, or is it done by committee? How do you approach it?
Well, it's pretty much a discussion, and I think we more or less have a game plan in mind, and we're going to follow the game plan here. And the decision's kind of already made in one way, but things have to play out. You know, you just have to wait and see what happens. And if this happens, we're going to do that. And if that happens, we're going to do this. And it's just a big chess game, like you said.
You don't want to share any of that game plan, do you?
Well, not right now, other than we intend to get the pole if there's any way possible.
Now, Lyondike just went out there a short time ago and threw a 2:18.5 up there. Does that scare you?
Well, that's a very significant time, especially now when the track temperature is up. And, you know, so we want to see what's going on with the track right now, and that's one of the reasons we're going out.
So the big wait continues, gentlemen.
John Menard, the owner of the cars, driven by both Tony Stewart and by Robbie Buell. And they've just turned the green light on once again. And the track is open, as they say on the public address here, for practice and or qualifying. For the moment, it is only practice, Jackaroo.
Well, Paul, Arie Luyendyk is back out. They went under the front cowling and adjusted the front suspension by changing the spring rate, where it actually fits on the shock absorbers. Now they're ready to send Luyendyk out. Arie, how bad is the wind and how is it affecting you?
It's hitting us pretty bad in turn one, so that's what we're working on right now.
You saw the adjustments that he made. We'll have to wait and see. He's going to fire it up right now. They've given the signal. And he'll be going back out to see if this works. Now, actually, he's going to talk to Tim Waldrop, his engineer, for a couple of seconds. That's what's so fascinating about this right now, guys. When you know you don't have the pressure to qualify and you're playing this little mind game, Tom Sneva, you can react to this. They like to go back and forth, try little nuances, little small changes, see how it affects the performance of the car. In the meantime, keep the competition wondering, are they going to go in this gate and go for one for real?
Well, this is fun to watch, Jack, no question, the little changes. But really the difference we have this year is these guys have time. There's an open practice time during a qualifying day. With not that many cars there this year, ready to go this first weekend, it gives the teams more time to play with things and make these adjustments to try to gain some speed and play this game of chess.
Jack?
Yeah, what I want to say is the other problem, though, Tom, is you make these little changes, you go back and forth. If you're looking seriously for the pole, you can't run a full fuel load. So you can only do this a couple of times where we have to make the long haul back behind Gasoline Alley to get filled up again. So it gets a little frustrating. You got to make sure you mind your P's and Q's. Don't waste a lot of laps either.
Well, last time Arie was out, it was at 217 miles an hour, not near his quick of the day, which is 218.5. The fastest of the day thus far still remains in the hands of Tony Stewart at 219, but of course not on a qualification run. Jeff Ward is still the provisional pole sitter at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We wait for more time trials. Watching a slowing Arie Luyendyk. It came out, was up at 212 miles an hour, but then, Tom, he got awful close to that wall, if not against it.
Well, they've made some adjustments, and they're trying to run fast in tough conditions. And you can see here he's missed the groove. He's out. He's in trouble right now. He's probably got one eye shut because he thinks he's going to make contact. And actually, he might have white-walled that right rear just a little bit. But he'll be coming back in to rest up for a minute.
Looks like that cushion of air worked for him, that cushion that you talked about a little bit earlier. Now, at Indianapolis, we don't have a qualifier yet. A lot of guys remain to go up for the pole. Jeff Ward currently sits provisionally on it. We're going to keep track of everything here this afternoon for you throughout the afternoon and on Wide World of Sports. And when we see the runs ready to go, we'll be back with you. Tom Sneva, my question is, why aren't some of the guys who aren't running for the pole, why aren't they out there?
You know, I really can't answer that question. If a driver had his druthers, he'd rather just get in line, take your chances, and go. But, you know, this is big money, and they're all waiting to the end. But why some of these guys that really don't have a shot for the pole? That's a tough one, and we're going to have to wait and see if we can understand why later. 5
cars have qualified thus far. Jeff Ward, Alfonso Giafoni, Lynn St. James. Provisionally, that is the front row. Ward and Giafoni are rookies. And then on the inside of the second row, another rookie, Jack Miller. And the IRL points leader, Mike Groff, who visited with us earlier. Now, he sits in the center of the second row, but all of this can change between now and the final gun at 6 o'clock local time here at Indianapolis. We said it might be like an old-time qualifying here. It seems to be turning out that way. The waiting game underway, and everyone holding off to see who's going to jump first. Coming up next, it's the Pro Bowling Tour here on ABC Sports, and we remind you once again, we will keep track of what's going on. If something happens, we'll get back to you. I'm Paul Page for Tom Sneva, Jack LaRoute, and Gary Gerald. Stay with us on ABC Sports.
been waiting for.
Seems so simple. Just start the motor, step on it, and go straight in the line. But there's all these little intricate things, and I oversteered, so the thing got a little loose on me, and so I had to let off on it, which I didn't really like. At the end of the run, if you do it right and you stay in it, meaning stay on the on the throttle, you'll go 130 miles an hour. I think doing everything in sequence is the most difficult part, and then managing to stay relaxed and calm and not oversteer.
The best professional surfer I've ever had at my driving school, without question.
The only professional.
Is that a way out or what?
You've ever had? Yeah, exactly. I like that. I like that.
You did fine. You did fine. A lot of the focus, concentration, the potential risks involved in your sport and automobile racing are very similar. The psychological part of focus, concentration, don't screw up. Make a commitment to do it, but do it safely. I think you already brought a lot of that stuff in.
It takes an incredible amount of focus and practice to be competitive at this. The car and the ride is, awesome.
We'll be back with more extreme action right after this.
The following is a special presentation of ABC Sports.
Yesterday at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, it was day one of qualifying. The run for the pole, and it was a waiting game. The two favorites in the battle holding off until late in the day, waiting for track temperatures to come up and the speeds to follow them. Arie Luyendyk was able to once again sit on the pole. And then Tony Stewart made the run, trying to take it away from Arie Luyendyk. It was a valiant effort, but he came up 0.02 of a second short in overall speed. So Tony Stewart will start in the middle of the front row. Arie Luyendyk once again with the pole position. As he watched Tony Stewart take that run and realized he was the pole sitter, it was a good reaction. The end of a good day for Arie Luyendyk. His face appears on the Borg-Warner Trophy for his 1990 win. He is in the studio with us, and in just a few minutes we'll be talking with Arie Luyendyk as we cover qualifications day number 2. Back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the second of 4 days of time trials for the 81st running of the Indianapolis 500, that ancient 2.5-mile oval. Calm and quiet at the moment, though there has been some activity already today. Let's look at how they line up to this point with the 21 qualifications yesterday at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Of course, I think the whole world now realizes that Arie Luyendyk is on the pole at 218 miles an hour, a new record for a normally aspirated engine here. Tony Stewart in the center of the row. Vincenzo Suspiria, rookie, will start on the outside. In the second row, Robbie Buell, Scott Goodyear, and the winner at Phoenix, Jim Guthrie. In row number 3, Jeff Ward, Davey Hamilton, Eliseo Salazar. The fourth row now consists Buddy Lazier, the defending champion, Eddie Cheever, and Robbie Gordon. In row number 5, Stefan Gregoire, now a veteran, Alfonso Giafoni, a rookie, along with rookie Kenny Brack. And in the sixth row, Lynn St. James, Buzz Calkins, and Jack Miller. In the seventh row, Alessandro Zampedri, a study of courage after that last lap wreck last year at Indianapolis, Mike Groff, and Roberto Guerrero. And qualifying today, the first of the second day qualifiers is Steve Kinzer. Now, how do they qualify at the Indianapolis 500-mile race? It's a unique system. The first day already gone by is the day that you make the run for the pole. Anyone who qualified yesterday lines up in the front rows of the field. Now, those who qualify today will line up behind the first day qualifying. The same for next Saturday, the third day, and the final day next Sunday. So there are segments in which it is possible, and it has occurred in previous years, that there is the very real possibility that someone faster could be in the back of that 500-mile race field. So that's the way they qualify here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And, of course, we will have the coverage throughout the day as to exactly what will be happening at Indianapolis, though we expect it to be a very quiet day. There has been some action already. Steve Kinser, the 14-time World of Outlaw champion, out on the track, beginning his qualification run, and Tom Sneva expected a great deal out of him.
Well, Steve has been here before, but it's been, what, 13, 14 years, I think.
1981.
Yeah, it's been a long time. He's won a lot of dirt races since 1981, and a great race driver, and out first time, second day qualifier. It's actually a little windier today, Paul, I think, than it was yesterday, so it's probably going to be a little tougher for these guys.
Steve Kinser, the car powered by Aurora Firestone tires, the one-call car, and Steve Kinser makes it into the Indy 500-mile race. Terrific run, and much to the joy of all of those who follow Steve Kinser and his tremendous accomplishments as a sprint car driver in the world of outlaws. That first lap at 210 actually was very, very good, considering he'd only really been practicing down around 206 miles an hour.
Well, he hasn't had much time on the racetrack. They pretty much got here towards the end of the week. Didn't have much time yesterday, so getting up to speed real quick.
Kinser with tremendous big oval experience as well. Remember, he made a foray into NASCAR for a while. Won an IROC race at Talladega back in '94. And this run, despite the gusting winds, looks very steady.
Well, it looks steady, but you can see in some of the debris in that short chute, and just on the exit of that corner, you see the thing wiggle a little bit. So, you know, it's not like it's on a string. He's gassing it.
Tom already suggested the last time he tried to qualify here, back in 1981, incidentally in the Penske chassis that Rick Mears won in 1979 in that very same car. Didn't make it into the field. Now, a lot of fans were saying, wouldn't it be great to see him coming off the corner all crossed up in that typical Kinser style? We almost saw that a couple of times. He got the back end out there.
Well, he's used to driving it that way, but at 200 miles an hour, it's not something that's causing his heartbeat to stay calm, that's for sure.
So completing his third lap at 211 miles an hour. Now working that fourth and final lap. A lot of tension in these runs at Indianapolis, Tom.
Well, there is, and really the TV doesn't do it justice to these drivers. You don't realize how close they are to hurt themselves in every corner, and you just don't get that feel by watching them drive around. You'll see the car wiggle every once in a while, but qualifying at Indy is something special.
So running now for the checkered flag, and Steve Kinser qualifies into the field.
Hell of a job, man. You're strong, 210.
No question about that. Strong run, 210 miles an hour. And there's his position on the pole, on the pylon, number 44, 22nd position, Jackaroo.
Steve Kinser, did you ever think you'd see that number posted up on that pole?
Well, I didn't ever think I would be standing here, to be honest with you, but it's a pleasure to be here.
What about the run? How do you compare the wind to the little bit of running you had yesterday?
Well, we didn't run much yesterday. Actually, our plans was to settle in. We didn't have enough time. We went through our rookie thing Friday or whenever, or Thursday or Friday. We've had about 2 days on the track, and we got out here this morning, and we got some speed up, and we thought rather than sitting out here running the motor and running it, and which we'll probably do a little bit of, but not a lot, but we just go ahead and take an attempt at it. And we went out there, and actually wish we'd have started a little bit earlier. Our fastest lap was in a 2:12s on one of our warm-up laps, and we dropped off after that. But we got a pretty good run in.
Compare the speed sensation in your normal discipline, the World of Outlaws, to the speed sensation coming down these 5/8 of a mile straightaways.
Well, it's so much difference. It's hard to compare. Believe it or not, that qualifying run right there felt about as pretty well as comfortable as I've been since when I first laps we made out here, about 140 mile an hour warming up with some of the toughest ones I made. But we have learned a lot, and Owen Snyder's done a real good job, and Jeff Sinden and Joe Kennedy and the owners of this thing, and I'm just happy. There's a lot of people I can thank. It's just a pleasure to be here. I guess I better thank the IRL for giving me this opportunity also.
The great part about the story, too, is a local businessman, Matt Hagens, was the guy that went out and bought the motor and said, look, let's go get somebody that represents short tracks to compete in this car. And that's how the deal came together.
Oh, Matt's been, not only has he hit the motor, he's been flying me back and forth, and he got to eat dust all night at Granite City with us, so he's going to fly me back to Evansville tonight where we got to race a race. So I've kept him pretty busy. He's helped us with the motors and done a little flying for me.
Well, congratulations to you, Steve. It's good to see you.
Oh, thank you.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's what the IRL stands for. Let's tell you, Paul, about what today stands for. Out here on pit road, we saw Steve Kinzer qualify. We really don't expect that many more cars to come down the long chute and attempt qualifications. And why is that? Well, when you look at the board, 22 spots have already been filled. By our count, we should only have possibly Robbie Groff, who's already been out once, had a small engine malfunction. They've cured that. We expect him momentarily. And probably Greg Ray, a rookie. But after that, it could be quiet out here on pit road. But Gary Gerald, it will not be quiet back in Gasoline Alley.
Jack, you're absolutely right. One of the things, the beauties of the month of May at Indianapolis is the fact that when you get through the first day of qualifying, and now with Kinzer in, we have 22 qualifiers, the speculation starts, and the chase for the extra seats begins. Let's take you inside one of A.J. Foyt's garages. Davey Hamilton has the power team number 14 safely in the field with a terrific qualifying job yesterday. Scott Sharp, of course, as you saw, had an accident 2 days ago. He's recovering very nicely. A.J. has purchased a brand new G-Force chassis, and on the other side of the wall over there, AJ and company are working, and as a matter of fact, you can see the boss man in the white shirt with his back to us talking with members of the crew. They're assembling now a new G-Force for Scott Sharp. But will there be a third driver for AJ Foyt? Nothing's been announced officially. There'd been speculation that John Andretti might find a seat. We understand, however, the likelihood is John Andretti is not being able to work things out with his Winston Cup owner, Cale Yarborough. So instead, that's opened a door, speculation-wise, for Billy Boat. Wink, wink, because they're not saying anything officially. I think before the day is over, you're going to see Billy Boat in an A.J. Foyt car on the racetrack, and if all goes smoothly, they may even attempt to qualify it before the day is over. Interesting speculation. And a lot of other drivers, Joe Gosick, names like Mark Dismore, Jack Hewitt, there's Paul Durant, several others out here looking for the opportunity. Tice Carlson. That's the speculation that begins to feed on itself now that we have 22 qualifiers in the field. Paul?
Scott Harrington, one of those looking as well. Now, one of those anomalies occurs today, and if you'd been following on America Online, where you can get live scoring and timing on ABC Sports on America Online, you just hit the keyword ABC Sports, you would have found out that Steve Kinzer was the 16th fastest in the field, but because he qualified today, he will start in the 22nd qualifying position. Well, when we come back, we'll be talking with the pole sitter, Ari Lyondike, at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and we'll take a look at his run.
By Chevrolet trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. And Valvoline Durblend, the #1 selling semi-synthetic motor oil.
All of us that are working here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway today want to make absolutely sure that we have said, along with the rest of the world, Happy Mother's Day to all of the moms out there. A lot of us are working today and don't have the opportunity to do that. I hope we were all smart enough to get on the phone, send flowers and everything. So we're now in our studio back in the garage area at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Of course, Ari Lyondike, who is now officially the pole sitter after a bit of a wait yesterday. Tom Sneeve is with us. Ari drives for Fred Treadway, who snuck into the back of the studio but is apparently too shy for us to get over to this area. Let's look at your qualification run yesterday, Ari, and you kind of talk us through it. Let us know exactly what you were thinking everywhere, because you had some amusing moments. Amusing now, not then. This is the start of the run.
Well, there were a lot of thoughts. I can't share all of them, but obviously it was very windy yesterday as well, and it really affected the car in turn 1 and 2. But as you can see, I try to stay above the white line because I don't really like running that low. The first lap was a 2:18.6, and it felt pretty good, and I pushed it a little bit harder on the second lap. And when I pushed it harder, I gave it a little bit more throttle in 1. Then I started pushing out a little bit too much, and the same happened in turn 2 on that second run, and then I actually slowed down. And that kind of gave me an indication where I had to be as far as entering the turn with what kind of speed and what amount of throttle. And then I backed off just a notch and tried to drive it as smooth as I could after that. You know, use up all the road at the exit of the turns to free up the car. And it was my call to accept the run or not. And I knew the last lap was another lap above 2:18, and that was my goal, to be above 2:18.
Now, you had been faster, 220.2 miles an hour during the practice earlier in the week on Wednesday. Did you think you were going to replicate that in any form yesterday?
I didn't think so. During the day, the winds were quite strong, stronger than when I ran that 220. And I had run a 2:19.5 in practice yesterday, but that was really hanging it out. And, you know, with qualifying, you do hang it out, but you also want to complete the run and be consistent in the 4 laps. So that's what I was looking for yesterday.
You talked about turns 1 and 2 being a little bit more difficult. Maybe you can explain to us why turn 1, for instance, yesterday was probably the toughest corner.
It was the first day that the wind was behind us going down the front straight, so then you enter the turn with a higher speed, and as you enter the turn, like right around here, you'll catch the wind. Well, this is turn 3, but you'll catch the wind. It blows across the track as you come out of turn 1. And that's where you catch the wind on the front end of the car, and it pushes you out towards the wall. That's why it was more difficult. And then going down the back straight, the car is slower, which made turn 3 pretty easy to go flat out.
We noticed on our telemetry stuff, it was, probably 8-9 miles an hour slower down the back straightaway than you were in the front straightaway, and pretty much everybody was in that same category.
That's right. And it also made it hard to gear the car, because on the front straight we were almost close to hitting the rev limiter. On the back straight you were almost like ready to get out of the car and push it down the straightaway. That's the kind of feeling it gave you, because it just wouldn't accelerate against that heavy wind.
You mentioned that you, after the first couple times through turn 1, it gave you a little bit of better feel of when to get out of the throttle and how much throttle you could use through turn 1.
That's right. It's really, you know, you have to test it out, and then when you tested it out, like the second lap, I went in there harder as I did in the first lap, but it was too hard. So I had to back it down a notch and then be consistent from there on.
Very consistent, though, 2:18 all the way. But now the waiting started. Did you think that that was a solid run, or were you really worried about Stewart?
No, I was really worried about Stewart, because Team Menard, you know, obviously with their experience and their ability to pull out a fast one, because they did sit on the pole in the previous 2 races we've had in Phoenix and Orlando. So I was very nervous awaiting his run, and also Robbie Buell's run, because those 2 guys had been running good, and Robbie Gordon as well. So, you know, when I had that 2:18, I knew it was a good run, but I wasn't positive, and I wasn't, you know, confident it was going to hold up.
You actually picked a time in the day that I thought maybe was a little bit early to go. Maybe you can explain to us why. Usually in the past you wait till later till things cool down, but you guys were actually seeming to wait for a higher temperature.
That's right.
Can you maybe explain why that is?
Well, these cars are different than last year's cars, and we figured out that the tire temperature is critical. We needed to get the tire temperature up, and when we ran our 220 this week, that was when the track temperature was at around 109, 108 degrees. And we kept an eye on the track temperature yesterday, and when it was 107, we knew we were at that area where we were when we ran our 220 lap, and that's why we took that time of day. And I had been practicing quite a bit yesterday as well, and we kept making changes to compensate for the wind, and really couldn't get it totally right. So I figured, well, if we can't get it totally right, then I don't think anybody else can really get it totally right. At least I was hoping so. And so I decided to be the one to start qualifying again, because after a while you just don't want to sit around and wait too much longer. And I didn't want it to cool down either.
Well, I think it turned out to be a plus for you guys because I think you ended up putting a little pressure on the Menard team and forced their hand a little bit at that point.
Right, yeah. You look at each other, and they look at you, and you look at them, and how much longer do you want to look?
There was a lot of staring going on. Now, Tony Stewart was also invited to be here this morning, but as you may have heard yesterday, he said he's going to Indianapolis Raceway Park and race his midget. Crashed early on. Got it all fixed, came back to win the feature, so apparently he's racked in or something this morning, decided not to be here. Let's say, Ari, that Stewart came out and outran you. Did you have another car ready to slide in line? Would that have been the game?
No, I mean, I had my one shot and that was it. We have another car, a backup car, which is not ready to run today, or maybe by the end of next week it will be ready to run. So we really had the one car, and that's the run we took. We knew we just had to take it.
Well, now, on this, the second day of qualifying, there are a lot of drivers walking through this garage area, helmet bag in hand, looking for an opportunity. Would that second car be available, you think, to someone else? And who might that be?
I don't believe it's going to be available for anybody else. It's a spare car that...
Sneeva's pretty hot.
Yeah.
I don't have a big enough checkbook, and I know Fred doesn't either, so... I'm trying to figure out how to hurt myself with these microphones instead of these steering wheels in my hand.
And he's doing a really terrific job. So, Ari Lyondike is the pole sitter the second time in his career for the 81st running of the Indianapolis 500. When we come back, we'll be talking with the defending champion at the Indy 500. Stay with us. Second day of time trials at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. As we suggested, it's a very quiet day. Billy Rowe was out trying to finish up his rookie test. At the moment, nobody is out on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That gives us a chance to talk with the defending champion of the Indianapolis 5. That sounds good, doesn't it? Oh. Buddy Lazier, defending champion, and what a story you were last year. I mean, you had all of the problems leading up. In fact, let's take just a moment and review that. When it all started, really, was at Phoenix. You were practicing for the race there, and then a plate came off of the end of the wing. Here's a shot of it. And that could have just been the end of any chance for Indianapolis.
Yeah, 99.6 Gs right here, and there's no cavities in the rear end of these cars, so when you have that kind of G-force, it transfers right through everything and into your back.
But less than a month later, here you are. How many fractures in your spine? What was the recovery that you were trying to go through?
It was just under 40 fractures, and the recovery was the hardest thing I've ever had to do in my life, and so many things had to go right just to get into the race, let alone win the race. So it was great.
Was there a point there in which you thought that Indianapolis just wasn't going to be in the cards for you in 1996?
Absolutely. I mean, several points, and it was really a carrot, and it was something for me to aim for, and you know, each day I'd get up and go through all the pain and the rigors of coming back from that type of an injury that so many race drivers, you know, have gone through. And that was the carrot, to try to get back to Indianapolis to qualify. And it was incredible that all the dominoes fell in just the right place, and we were able to come home with a victory.
Well, you made it into the field, then you led in the early part of the Indianapolis 500, and then in the closing stages of the race now, with about 8 laps to go, you're chasing Davy Jones.
Yeah, he's a great race driver. He was hurt in Orlando. It's wonderful to see him. We saw him last night, and he's going to be back within a couple of weeks or a couple of months anyway. And he's just a great gentleman. He's a great competitor, and it was for me, it was just the most awesome feeling to be able to go by Davy. I did not know that pass was for the lead. I knew I had to get. I was in a hurry. I thought there was maybe another car in front of him I had to run down, but there was a weird sort of exciting feeling that it was spine tingling. That came over me when I made the pass. I think it was the fans and the excitement. A race driver can really feel when the fans are behind you.
Then we went yellow in the closing stages of the race, and with just 2 laps to go, as you were coming down the straightaway under yellow, you put your hand up in the air. What was that all about?
Well, it was just to get, actually, I have to say to my sponsors, I was waving to them, because they all thought I was waving to them in the stands, but actually it was to get circulation through the body with the fractures, and then actually with the damage that's been done to my body. That's something I'll be doing for the rest of my career, to get circulation under the yellows and to keep the blood flow. It worked really well.
You had to lock down. You had to run for the checkered flag. You have a special seat in the car just to hold you upright. Could you believe in those final moments as you were running for the checkered and for winner's circle that this was really in hand?
Yeah, we just had a great race car. I think we'll have a great race car again this year. We had a great race car, knew it was in hand. When you've got that type of a race car and you have the sort of communication ability and the ability to set up the race car that I do with my guys, same guys that we have last year from this we have this year, you know it. You know you got a good shot at it when you have that type of race car under you.
A lot of personal conflicts here as we watched you climb out of the car, grimace on your face, happiness, and yet tremendous pain at that point.
Well, tremendous pain. You've been in a battle for, like last year was 3 hours and 20 minutes, so your mind is still set on attack mode, and then to come into victory circle, and it's overwhelming, and you know that feeling. There's nothing in the world that could possibly prepare you for it, and I'm sure even if we were able to pull one out this year, nothing would be able to even prepare me for the second one. I mean, it's just an incredible feeling.
Now, in terms of your recovery, it's really not over yet at the end of the race. You had a lot of work done throughout the remainder of the year and last fall.
Absolutely, and in fact, it's kind of an ongoing battle. You know, I have a whole new appreciation for race drivers and everybody around the world that lives in chronic pain. But I do have an advantage of having some wonderful people working with me, and it's going to be a couple of years before I'm completely pain-free. One thing in particular that's great about my injury and my new seat in the race car is that I'm not in pain while I'm in the race car. I'm at 100% as a race driver, so that's one of the nicest places for me to be is in the race car.
It's amazing how, Paul, and I think Buddy's hitting on it perfectly, is when you're at speed under the green, there's so much adrenaline flow and concentration that even if you do have some of these things, you can't focus on it. And it's under the yellows, like you say, that you have to take time, and all these things start to bother you.
Absolutely, and you know, in a race car, if you're a good race driver, I think, and you have a good car, you become one with your car. And your car's fast and it's hooked up, and so it kind of allows you to have a lot of other sensors out because you're sensing all of the race cars as opposed to sensing the pain. And auto racing is certainly a sport of focus, and you know, these drivers are athletes, but they're more than just physical athletes, but they're also you know, wonderful mentally prepared and in control of themselves mentally. So we're able to shut out distractions, things like pain.
You saw a shot of Ari Leyendyk on the Borg Warner Trophy a little while ago, and we're going to try and show that to you again, because while you were sitting here watching Ari, there's the Borg Warner Trophy, and there is Ari Leyendyk. Now, you say that there's something in that, a difference between then and today that makes a difference in his speed?
I've said it a few times, I'll say it again. He's faster since he's got a haircut. I mean, way quicker. So I think that's his speed secret, and I'm going to the barber this afternoon. I'm going to get it even shorter.
Going for the aerodynamic deal.
I think it's really faster since he tints it that darker color nowadays.
Let's bring us up to today and talk about your week, because it's been an incredible week for you, a switch of engines, a lot going on. Run through that for us, will you?
Well, we've just, you know, we ran the motor that we started off with, and we got the most we possibly could get out of it. One thing particularly nice about the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is the fact that at each section of the racetrack there are splits. So you can get split times not only for your own car, but for other people's cars. And we were just, unfortunately, way off on straightaway speed. We needed to make a change. The race car that we're going to race and the race car that we qualified, we really only had about 20 laps in. First day in the race car. We warmed it up on Thursday afternoon, and then Friday afternoon, and the first day in the race car was Saturday morning. We had a 30-minute practice. It was really crucial to get a good 30 minutes in, and unfortunately, when the qualifying line broke, we weren't ready to go. We had made a lot of changes. I actually had to use a qualifying attempt and use the warm-up laps to feel where the balance of the race car was in. Came in, made a quick change, and then we qualified. So we're looking forward to this next week. We're going to have a great race car, and I don't believe that our qualifying position reflects what kind of chance we have for this race.
All right, well, Buddy Lazier, you're at least in the field looking for another win at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, one of the great stories. Hollywood scriptwriter couldn't have matched that one up. Don't forget, there is more racing today here on ABC. The Rio 400 from Brazil, where Andre Ribeiro is the defending champion, and Mauricio Guzman has the pole for the start of the Rio 400.
We'll have Scott Sharp on Wednesday, again running at a fast lap, but has a motor problem. The rear tires lock up. When that happens, it throws the car into a spin, he's into the wall, and actually hit pretty hard.
And then, interestingly enough, good news was he was not injured as a result of this crash, but interestingly enough, on Thursday,
our pole sitter, we didn't know it then, got in trouble.
Well, he did. He wasn't up to speed, and he actually almost caught this thing. I think it caught him by surprise. This was a cold tire situation, which ended up impacting a lot of the other drivers before the weekend.
He did everything he could to save it. Then on Friday, two nasty situations. John Paul Jr. the first.
Yeah, that thing hit nose first at almost a 90-degree impact, about 87 Gs, which is the most reported impact, or highest reported impact on a frontal impact. Scott Sharp, Friday afternoon, this thing hits hard. The throttle sticks. It looks like a John Force burnout right here, and fortunately it's a development year for motors, or they'd probably still be chasing this thing around the racetrack.
And by the way, he was here yesterday. They did a test this morning. His dad says he'll be back at the track today. Yesterday, going out for a qualifying run.
Yeah, this is the pressure of qualifying. And Sam said he was hoping this was a dream because he really didn't want that to happen. The situation with Sam, you know, he hits the wall. He's got to go in the ambulance, and sometimes they ask him to take him to the airport because they don't want to go face the crew after a job like that.
This is Robbie Groff. We're back to the live action now. Robbie has one attempt against this car. He turned a lap at 208.2 miles an hour, and he is on the second lap of his warm-up, heading for a qualification attempt. He was out a little earlier. There was a misfire in the engine, and he decided not even to start on it, so it didn't count as a qualifying attempt. Because the green flag comes out, this is attempt number 2 for Robbie Groff to try to get it into the field for the 81st running of the Indianapolis 500.
Well, one of the added advantages of having 3 warm-up laps is you can get a feel for the race car, and they were able to notice that the motor had some kind of electrical problem. They didn't have to take the green flag and didn't waste an attempt for qualifying for the 500.
And we'll keep track of Robbie Groff's run throughout the track. What you're looking at is his speed as he goes on the 10-lap run, his average to the point on the track, noted on the top line there.
Yeah, the top line shows the position on the racetrack that they're getting the speed.
That's his radio that you were hearing there.
And again, down here, that's the speed he's at that particular position on the racetrack, and it's updated on every lap.
202.7 miles an hour. They've mandated that to the completion of the first lap at 202.156, the official first lap time. There it is. Now, 203 has been the established minimum, so now they're at a decision point.
Well, I don't think there's any decision to be made here. They need to get the thing in and tune it up a little bit.
So the second attempt on the car, and we'll watch what they're going to do here with the machine. You know, maybe they can believe that they're going to try and pick that speed up. 201.514 to this point in the run, looking for the second lap time, and it falls off even further at 201.505 for lap number 2 for Robbie Groff. There's the official time being generated by the United States Auto Club, timing and scoring section. So really, he probably should have waved off on the last one.
Well, yeah, the only thing that people might be wondering why he's staying out there, and the only thing they can be doing is to see what the chassis does as you run longer and longer, how the tires go away, and see what happens to the balance. But I'm a little surprised they've kept him out this long.
Robbie Groff continues to work on attempt number 2. White flag comes out, and there they wave it off. So finally they have done just that. 2 attempts are now set against this particular car, and once he's tried his third time, then that car is out of the run. Doesn't mean that he can't transfer over to another car. So Robbie Groff continues to struggle at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We go back a little bit earlier in the year. We're back full yellow, of course, and no indication of another qualifier here. This is Davy Jones at Walt Disney World Speedway in practice last January. A nasty slap against the wall. He was hospitalized, and hospitalized for some time. But now he is at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We're going to watch this again one more time, Tom.
Well, again, this looks like the rear wheels lock up. It lays down some rubber at the back of the car, and it gets in real hard. This was on the black box now. Some of the telemetry they have, over 100 G impact when he first hit the wall, and the second impact on the inside wall didn't do him any good either.
Well, right now, Davy Jones is here at the Speedway and with Jack Arute.
And these are the great interviews. You get an opportunity once in a while. Davy Jones, welcome back to Indy. And everybody wants to know, first of all, your physical condition. How is it?
My physical condition's doing great. I've been in a helo for 3 months, so, I've just been able to just work on my arms and my legs and get them in the best of shape, my cardiovascular. And now that I had the halo off, they give me this more or less just for support to be real cautious. But, I have all the movement in my neck, and, it's just over the next few weeks just building the strength back up in the neck. And it's unfortunately that I'm not out here competing this month, so this is about as close as I can get to the Borg Warner Trophy this year.
You came awfully close to it last year, too. Second place in the Indianapolis 500. Your memories of that run?
Well, of course, hindsight, if you can look back on something, there was a few things that happened during the race that if it would have changed, the outcome would have been different. But, that's what racing's all about. Is from when you take the green flag to the checkered, you have to have a perfect race. You got to make all your marks. It's not only just down to the driver, it's down to the crew. And, Buddy Lazier, his crew did an awesome job. He had a strong car right at the end where you need it. And, for me, finishing second like that, it was like a victory for the whole, Delco Electronics and the Gallus team. And we're hoping to come back to improve it just by 0.6 of a second this year.
Your wife, Mary Elizabeth, and yourself, what about the commitment to your return to racing? Is it something that you're unified about, and can we see it before the end of the year, or is the recovery touch and go?
Well, the best news that I think I've had through this whole process that everything is healed properly. And, in fact, the doctors from the latest, MRI, the CAT scan, they couldn't even tell that I had an injury. So, that gives you a lot of motivation. I've been positive through the whole thing. And the love and support from my wife, our goals are to get back into a car, as soon as I'm 100% fit. And, the support that I've had from Gallus Racing and Monsoon and our sponsors, Unidile and Futaba, they can't wait till I get back. So that gives me a lot of confidence. And, I think you should see Davy Jones back stronger than ever before the end of the year.
Paul, as we said, as we started, we don't like to have to do these interviews, but when they come out positive, like in the case of Davy Jones, it's a real enjoyment. Thanks, Davy.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
And it is good to see him back. Kenny Breck, by the way, replacing Davy in the car here. Davy led 46 laps last year. Don't forget, coming up at 5 o'clock, 4 Central and Pacific, we'll have women's pro beach volleyball. It'll be the Cybergenics Open right here on ABC Sports. Now, we continue to wait and watch at Indianapolis, hoping for another qualifier on the second day of time trials.
Go where you wanna go. Leave the boundaries far behind you.
Introducing the all-new Goodyear Eagle F1 with racing-inspired dual aqua channels that sweep water away for serious traction in the wet, especially in braking. The new ultra-high-performance Goodyear Eagle F1.
Serious freedom. Goodyear, Goodyear.
You think about your car a lot. You have grease under your fingernails. You can name all the pro drivers and the cars.
Best tasting beer in America, Old Milwaukee. So when you want the best tasting beer, now you know where to turn. Old Milwaukee.
Michael Andretti, Paul Tracy, and Scott Pruitt take on the boys from Brazil in the Rio 400, next on ABC.
One of the most shocking bank robberies in history. We held our breath to see who would live and who would die. Now, the actual survivors shared their horrifying experience.
I could have got myself killed.
An all-new I Survived a Disaster, ABC Monday.
You're looking down on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway from over turn 3 across to turn 1 on the far side, and you're looking down from the Goodyear blimp, the Spirit of Akron, providing us our aerial views today here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. When the cars aren't qualifying, well, one thing that you can do is head over inside turn 1 to the Indy Fan Fest right alongside the Hall of Fame Museum. Chance for the fans to try their hands at almost anything. If you're a small one, go for a Indy 500 pedal car. Or if you want to get really into the heavy simulations, take a look at the new ABC game. It's a new simulation and should be out shortly. Everybody seems to love it here. There is the look from the blimp down on Fan Fest. Now, let's send you over to Gary Gerald.
And still back in Gasoline Alley, you're looking at the car Sam Schmidt had a problem with. You saw the incident a few moments ago. This crew has worked all night long. They've had to repair the entire right side, corners on both ends, the side pods, the whole deal. Sam Schmidt, you're back here. I know it was a disappointment. Now, what are you hoping to accomplish before this day is over?
Well, we still could actually be the fastest car. We were up to 217 before this happened, and it was unfortunate, but the crew did a heck of a job to get it back on the road.
We're glad you're all right. Go get him. He thought he was going to be in the first 2 rows, Paul. Now he can start no better than 22nd. Tough deal.
Yeah, really tough deal yesterday for Sam. Now, if you want to keep track of Sam, or in fact anybody here at the Speedway, one way to do it is live updates for timing and scoring on America Online. Keyword ABC Sports. Type it in. You'll be live with the Speedway.
Back here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the track has just been reopened for practice. There are no cars out here on pit road getting ready to qualify, but earlier this week there was a story published out of an Indianapolis paper that the Indy Racing League officials were considering publishing new rules for 1998 and making the announcement this coming Friday. We sat down with Leo Mel and discussed the situation, and he explained to us that it wasn't publishing new rules, simply publishing on Friday, this coming Friday, the tech specifications for 1998. That led me to ask Leo, would it obsolete the 97 equipment?
One of the main objectives of the IRL is not only to reduce the initial cost of the chassis, but to make sure they don't go obsolete. We feel the 97 chassis will go on. People will buy 98 chassis. The teams with enough money will buy a 98 car, but we don't want to obsolete the 97 car. You'll be able to update the 97 car with a kit and keep it competitive with the 98 car. So that's one of the basic objectives, a way to save money in the IRL.
The other big question was what would happen to the controversial 25-8 rule, where the top 25 points getters in the Indy Racing League going into the Indy 500 would be guaranteed, providing they posted a minimum speed, starting spots in each Indy 500. While Leo Mel said they had not really made a decision about that, sources close to the Indy Racing League have told me that it is under consideration some sort of a modification. Will that announcement be forthcoming this Friday? Most likely not, because what's most important is convincing teams that are already on board that this is a viable way to go, that single Indy 500 only teams would not erode the position of regular teams within the league. But Paul, I kind of think that probably by 1998 we may see many more teams like Robbie Gordon's that are an Indy 500 only team in competition.
And, of course, a lot of discussion about that very announcement. 22 have qualified. Practice continues. We wait for a qualifier. Tonight on ABC, it's a Mother's Day premiere double feature. First at 7, 6 Central. Third Rock's Joseph Gordon-Levitt, Danny Glover, Christopher Lloyd, and Tony Danza star in the network premiere of Angels in the Outfield. And then the world premiere miniseries event 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, starring Michael Caine, Mia Sara, and Patrick Dempsey. That's all tonight on ABC. And while practice continues, we hope for more from Indianapolis. We'll be right back. Indianapolis, the course condition is yellow while they check for debris. Here's the way they'll line up. Thus far, Ari Lyondike, his second pole at Indy. Tony Stewart in the middle of the front row. Second straight front row start. And Vincenzo Sospiri, the fastest rookie in the field. In row 2, Robbie Buell, who ran 9th in last year's race. Scott Goodyear finished second here in 92. And Jim Guthrie, the winner at Phoenix. In the third row, Jeff Ward, Davey Hamilton, a sophomore in A.J. Foyt's car, and Eliseo Salazar. In the fourth row, Buddy Lazier, the defending Indianapolis 500 champion, Eddie Cheever in his 8th 500 for the 39-year-old veteran, and Robbie Gordon, who has a pair of fifth-place finishes here. In row 5, Stéphane Gregoire from France, Alfonso Giaffoni, the 29-year-old freshman from Brazil, and Kenny Breck, one of 5 rookies already qualified in this field. In the 6th row, Lynn St. James, her 6th consecutive Indy 500 start. Buzz Calkins, the first IRL winner, and he is in his 2nd Indy 500. And Dr. Jack Miller, the racing dentist from nearby Carmel, Indiana. In row 7, Alexandro Zampedri, literally in the throes of a tremendous year of courage, recovering from that wreck last year. Mike Groff, the IRL point leader in his 4th Indy 500, and Roberto Guerrero, who is qualified now for his 13th 500-mile race. Qualifying today, the 14-time World of Outlaw champion Steve Kinser. Now, don't forget, ESPN2 will have coverage all this next week of the practice leading up to the second weekend of qualifying. That's every day at Indianapolis on the Deuce. So, we have a second day of qualifying underway. In truth, I don't think we expect any other qualifiers today.
Well, I think we'll see a couple later, I would suspect. Probably the only thing we didn't talk about is Sperry on the outside of the front row, a rookie.
Remarkable achievement.
Well, fastest Goodyear, or only Goodyear in the front row. You know, with a Goodyear and a Delara, some people think that maybe they aren't quite as good as the G-Force with the Firestone combination, but a rookie putting it in the front row, showing how equal all this equipment is.
A very different qualifying weekend thus far, certainly yesterday. We really didn't expect them to wait until the end of the day and then that mind game start at the end of the first day of qualifying.
Well, I think a little bit of that was due to the new rule changes. The cars have less downforce, so they actually need more temperature to try to help the tires get to speed. And it makes it pretty interesting, and some guys had to shift gears because of it, but Lyondike, a seasoned veteran, was prepared for that situation.
If you were advising some of these teams, Tom, very quickly, would you have told them to go today if they could at all?
I think you got to get it in. Qualify next weekend, who knows?
Don't forget that coming up next, more racing kart, the Rio 400 from Brazil. Stay with us on ABC Sports.
To go today, he's unable to race this month. Today, his replacement driver, Johnny O'Connell, blows an engine, hits the wall hard. Now, his injuries are going to keep him from qualifying this weekend. He's expected to be okay, but a tough break for the second-year driver and a tough break for veteran A.J. Foyt, who owns that car. Now we're going to see who, in fact, is going to drive it. And we might see the likes of Andretti, Rahal, Unser, and Fittipaldi back at the Brickyard next year. Today's Speedway president, Tony George, decided to drop the qualifying rule that would allow 25 of 33 spots in the race to be filled by IRL drivers. That sent the boys packing anyway, so that silly rule is out the door. So we should see the big boys back at Indy again next year. Let's hope so.
Yeah, that one didn't quite work, did it?
It didn't work, and it's not been the same.
Big race, the Indianapolis 500. 8 drivers get into the race, including Billy Boat. Billy Boat, who took over for Scott Sharp's car, one of A.J. Foyt's drivers. He qualified at the fastest speed today, over 215 miles an hour. Other drivers to get in the race include Tice Carlson, Mark Dismore, rookie Sam Schmidt, Dennis Vitolo, and Fermin Velez. There are 2 spots left in the field. They'll try to fill those out tomorrow during the final day of qualifications. Tomorrow, also known as Bubble Day. Billy Boat was the guy who was the last.
We're going to start 35 cars in the Indianapolis 500 this year. We had 2 cars bumped out who had done 4-lap qualifying, and we must start the fastest 33 cars.
The roar is over after the 4th and final day of qualifying. But back in the garage area, they are still talking about what happened on and off the track. We're counting down now to the 81st running of the Indy 500.
For the first time since 1979, there will be a 12th row in the Indianapolis 500. Yes, 35 drivers will start. We'll see if we can elaborate on how the decision was made in a moment.
Behind this garage door, you'll find the battered remains of the race car Scott Harrington attempted to qualify yesterday here at Indianapolis. The good news, Scott's okay. What happened? He'll tell us next.
Well, welcome to our coverage of the countdown to the 81st running of the Indianapolis 500, our daily report. I'm Paul Page with Jan Beekes, and it's still reverberating off of the empty concrete grandstands here. That announcement that was made by Leo Mel about an hour after the final gun sounded on the 4th and final day of qualifying. The question that everyone will ask you here is, what do you think? Well, for my opinion,
I was reared on Indianapolis. This is my 38th year here. Its tradition flows in my veins. So I'm upset when they painted the starter stand white, for goodness sake. I'm a traditionalist, died and true. But there have been 35 cars, more than that, 40 that have started the Indianapolis 500. Did Leo Mel make a kind decision? He absolutely did. Was it a great decision? I think only time will tell.
Yeah, I think so, Paul. And you talk about it from a traditional standpoint. Obviously, I would tend to look at it from a driver's standpoint. Now, if they add cars or not from a driver's standpoint, it doesn't make a big difference. But yesterday, unfortunately, that decision and the timing thereof put a couple of drivers in a very dangerous position. You have to remember, when you go out to qualify for the Indy 500 as a driver, you take a huge risk. Think about Alessandro Zampedri, just recovering from the injuries of last year. He gets bumped from the field, gets into a backup car to try and get back in. If he had known that Leo Mel was going to say, we must start the fastest 33 cars, he would have never have climbed into that car. Remember, it was raining on his last lap. He was very fortunate. Then, of course, Scott Harrington. He took a car out, thought that he had to do over 210 miles an hour, but the fastest 33 cars would have meant that he only had to do a little over 206 to get in. Had someone told him, maybe he wouldn't have crashed. Thankfully, he's okay, but it still put him in the hospital.
But remember, too, with people like me, the journalists, the fans, we're emotionally invested. We're not physically nor financially invested like the drivers and the teams are. We're going to get some of those reactions. They certainly have far more to say, and one of those would be a combination of tradition and, of course, of involvement. Would be Johnny Rutherford. He's with Jerry Punch.
Well, Paul, we are with a three-time Indy 500 champion, Johnny Rutherford, who is the special events coordinator for the Indy Racing League. And, JR, if you can elaborate for us how and why the decision was made to expand the field to 35.
Well, it was really the only fair thing to do, Jerry. We had 33 fastest cars in the field, but there were cars that got bumped that had slower cars left in the field because of the 25 and 8 rule. Now, that didn't seem very fair, so I think Tony George and Leo Mel decided they needed to start the other two cars in all fairness so the fans could see the 33 fastest cars start the Indianapolis 500.
Now, there are people who are the naysayers out there who said, the tradition is 33 cars, but the tradition is 33 fastest cars will start the race. Had they not done that, people would say, well, gosh, there are 2 cars going home that are faster than 7 cars in the field. How fair is that?
Well, that was part of the 25 and 8 rule. In order to protect the people that were supporting the new Indy Racing League, they came up with the 25 and 8 rule. Well, it came around to this year, and we finally put it to the test and found out that it's not the thing to do. So they've rescinded the 25 and 8 rule from this time on. We've got the 33 fastest cars in the field, but we had to do it by putting 2 more cars in the starting field in an extra row.
So, Paul, instead of 33 cars, the fans will get a bonus 35 cars. So if you walk among the garages and talk to people, a lot of people think that it was a very courageous decision by Leo Mel.
Well, what about those who have actually qualified into the Indianapolis 500? They're invested as well. Let's see what they thought.
As an owner, I think it's probably a really good idea, especially if I was in that situation, and I almost was. As a driver, it's one of those, it's a rule, and when you say 33 cars, it's 33 cars, so I got mixed emotions like everybody else. I guess we're going to find out next Sunday how good or bad it was.
I haven't looked in the history books, but I believe that the 33 fastest cars have always started here. The 33 fastest cars are starting here on Sunday also. But they're due to all that confusion with that rule that I'm very glad they got rid of, they've added another 2.
I think it's one of those things that you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. And, it's a tough decision whichever way you do it. And, I wasn't sure what was going on with the decision-making process, but I'm sure they came up with a good reason why they had to do what they did, and so I support it for that.
So it will be talked about. No doubt it will be talked about for some time, but the fact remains there are 35 cars ready to start when the green flag flies on Sunday morning. Today's daily report from the Indy 500 is brought to you by Valvoline Durablend, the #1 selling synthetic motor oil. So So at Indianapolis for our daily report, it is quiet here on the straightaway. No action at all. They're getting ready to paint the names of those 35 qualified individuals and cars on the wall. And in the garage area, they're getting those cars ready for the race itself. One that they're probably not touching at all is the one that belonged to Scott Harrington. So, John, let's take a look and see exactly what happened right at the closing gun yesterday. Starting his 4-lap qualification run.
Now, as he crossed the start-finish line, he did 212 miles an hour on his warm-up lap. So he already knew that he had plenty of speed in the car. Remember, he's driving an A.J. Foyt Dallara that was set up on Goodyear tires. They had changed to Firestone because they had a contract, they meaning Stefan Johansson and Vern Schuppan, the owners, for Scott Harrington.
And that changed the ride height on the car somewhat.
Yes, it does. Obviously, the tire construction is different, but also the actual diameter of the tire somewhat. So he was in unfamiliar waters here, but he was flying on this first lap.
It was a magnificent lap at better than 214 miles an hour.
Now, right there, he would have seen on his dash that he did 214, and then maybe he should have backed down a bit a little. But, of course, hindsight is 20/20. Watch the back of the car. Turns in right there, the front grips, the back is gone, and wallops the wall right in front of the sweets. And we feared for his condition because it certainly looked, and we believe that at that stage he was unconscious.
Here it is, just as he's coming off of turn 1 across the south chute.
He just comes down to the line, and right there gets too much grip from the front tires. That whips out the rear. Of course, they made an adjustment just before he went out on the racetrack to try and take away the push. Unfortunately, you take too much push away, and you end up with the car being loose, and it put him in the wall.
Now, immediately, Scott Harrington was taken to Methodist Hospital of Indiana. As we look at the second angle, there it is. And this one tells us no more information than it already has. The angle was a little bit frightening. The car devastated. They took Scott Harrington to the hospital. They said he was awake, he was stable, and then today he was released from Methodist Hospital and out here at the track. I don't know how good he was looking. I never actually saw him, but one person that did was Mike King, and a little earlier in the day he strolled over the garage and said, "Scott, how are you?"
Scott, first and foremost, you're okay, and that's what counts. Recreate what happened for us yesterday.
I'd love to be able to recreate it, but I don't remember much about it, so there's not a lot I can tell you. You know, the car was super, and I think our first lap reflected that. But I think we probably had the car a little bit on the loose side for the conditions. You know, it was windy. I think if the wind hadn't been so bad, I think we would have been fine. But I think the wind was a little bit bad, and going to 2 was really blowing the car around a lot. I was trying to compensate a little bit for that, and I think it just kind of pinned the front of the car, and away we went. You know, I've seen the replay once, but you know, I don't remember much from the time of exiting that lap till waking up in the hospital. I don't really remember a lot about it, so there's not much I can tell you.
Well, so now, after that, we have the good news that he is okay. The bad news, the car is demolished. I'm sure A.J. is wondering exactly how the payments are going to come for his car. In fact, there was a suggestion here in our broadcast booth just a few moments ago. I bet he's wondering if they're going to pay down to 33 positions, or are they going to pay to 35. A.J. Foyt, boy, he lost a big one with that car. Now, let's get a further update from Jerry Punch.
You were asking about the cars. I did talk to Scott Harrington and talk to A.J. a little bit ago. Both A.J. and Scott were in there looking at the car. And apparently what happened, it was a swap. It was they brought the car that Harrington had, the G-Force car with the Infiniti engine in it, over to A.J.'s garage yesterday morning and said, look, we don't have enough time to get this car up to speed. Let's trade cars. You got a car that's been shaken down at 212. Let us take this Dallara with the Aurora in it and put Scott in it and try to get the car in the field. A.J. said, fine, no problem. You give me your car, you take my car, and after the race is over, I'll get my Aurora engine back, and we'll take this Infiniti out and give it back to you. That's what happened basically this morning. They were taking the Infiniti engine out of the G-Force that Harrington had before, the Stefan Johansson car, because that G-Force chassis does go to A.J. Foyt.
So no real complexity in that trade, and it's really Stefan Johansson and company that are going to suffer financially a little bit.
Yes, but you know, Paul, a lot of these guys actually insure these cars. Conseco, which we've seen so much on the A.J. Foyt machine, they actually insure many of the cars here. Now, It is a $25,000 deductible, but believe me, that was bigger than a $25,000 crash. So thankfully, you can actually buy insurance for one of these race cars at the Speedway, and for Stefan Johansson and company, that might be a big help.
Well, and here then are the rows and the way they line up for the 81st running. 35 cars, Lyondike, Stewart, Sosbury, the front row. In row 2, Buell, Scott Goodyear, Jim Guthrie. Row 3, Jeff Ward, Davey Hamilton, Eliseo Salazar. Buddy Lazier, Eddie Cheever, and Robbie Gordon make up the 4th row. The 5th row, Stefan Gregoire, Afonso Giafoni, and Kenny Brake. In the 6th row, Buzz Calkins, Jack Miller, Mike Groff. Row 7, Roberto Guerrero, Steve Kinzer, and Robbie Groff. In the 8th row is Billy Boat, Sam Schmidt, and Billy Rowe. Row 9, Mark Dismore, Tice Carlson, Marco Greco. Dennis Vitolo, Fermin Velez, Greg Ray make up the 10th row. The 11th row, Alessandro Zampedri, Claude Bourbonnais, and Paul Durant. Now the 12th row, Lynn St. James and Johnny Unser.
Earn thousands of dollars for comp.
3:30. It's the last day of practice before race day itself. And then we'll continue to bring you all the latest promos and information from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway this week on The Deuce on our Indy Live report, weekdays at 6:30. That's here on ESPN2. So at this track today in the garage area, it's fairly busy right now while they shift cars over to get them ready for Sunday. The drivers, well, they've been pretty thoroughly debriefed, and so this is really a day of leisure before the parties start. Golf was in order.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
I was It's good to be out here with all of our friends and not to talk about racing all day long and see who can cheat the most on the golf course.
Ball. You know, these golf tournaments are great. It gives you a chance to kind of take your mind off a race, and after 2.5, 3 weeks of the Speedway, you're ready for a little break. Oh, come on, that's not fair. Oh, man, I golf like I sing. We'll make it a good one.
Oh, not bad. This is nice. Yeah, this has been the first day where everyone can, I think, kind of wind down, because it has been a stressful couple weeks, and I don't think anybody's been thinking about much else except for what's been going on over at the racetrack. So yeah, this is a lot of fun. Wind down, take it easy for a day, and next couple days, and yeah, it's nice to get out here. I hope a better driver than a golfer, but we'll see. This goes ups and it has its ups and downs, and we'll just have to wait and see how it turns out.
We've been pretty busy. It's pretty nice to get out here and relax. And I got Lloyd here. He's gonna sort of show me the ropes around here, and we're gonna have a little fun today.
I'm keeping score for, let's see, Tony George, Joey Chitwood, Brian Barnhart, all the IRL guys. I guess I kind of got they said if they get a 5, make sure it's a 4. I don't know if that's brown nosing or what.
Would you really let Tice Carlson keep score for you? Nah, I don't think so. I'll bet. I didn't know he could add that high. No, he's a good guy. No doubt it was kept right.
You know what, Paul, though? I think the race driver of the 90s is a lot better golfer than in the past. These guys look pretty good to me this year.
Yeah, have you ever seen Sneva do this, for example? Actually, he's very good at it. He's got his own golf course, so he knows how to do it.
Yeah.
So that's what they do today. That's part of another tradition here at Indianapolis. Now it will start with a great deal of activity leading up to Carburation Day, the parade, and the race itself. Indicated that there are a number of different activities that take place during this lead up to the 81st running of the Indy 500 when the flag drops on Sunday morning about 11 o'clock, or more precisely right at 11 o'clock local time. They're never more than a few seconds off unless there's an extenuating circumstance. But drivers will do a great deal this week, a lot of different social functions, some charitable functions. One of those that has been working very, very hard in that charitable arena is also one of the nice guys. It's Robbie Buell. He has for several years been fully involved in a program called Racing for Kids. And he brought the program to Indy, as he does to every city in which he races.
My goals is to do the best I can at the racetrack, and that means, running up front and doing everything you can to win. Racing for Kids has just kind of allowed me to kind of create my own niche of, giving something back and something to be involved with. And to tie it in with what I love in racing and to be able to give something back with racing for kids, you can ask for a better combination. You see the wires there? They just go to a little microphone. Can you see that little microphone?
Yeah.
And that's just so we can talk to our crew guys.
Really?
That's all.
Ears there.
I wear earplugs.
Really?
When we have a bad day in the race car, you don't get that sponsorship deal put together, but you have everything else going for you, your health. It just puts it all in perspective when we realize how lucky we are and that we have a bad day on the racetrack. That doesn't mean anything, I'm going to sign it for my
Important program for you, and I know it's something that you plan to continue your involvement with.
Oh, absolutely. We started in 1990, and it's something I want to continue to do as long as I'm racing.
Tell me how you initially first got involved. What was it that drove you to get involved with Racing for Kids?
Well, actually, it was started by a doctor in Michigan who is a big race nut, and he said, how can I mix his love of health care and kids and racing? And we came up with Racing for Kids, and basically when we started going to the racetrack that year with the Indy Lights Series, we called the children's hospitals in those towns, and we started visiting the kids and handing out hats and hopefully making their day a little bit better. And everything just kind of snowballed from there. And the grand scheme, what Racing for Kids, what we're trying to do is just raise the awareness of the health care needs of children is kind of the grand scheme. But the most important part is visiting the kids.
In the piece we just saw, the pace car rides with the kids seemed to be a huge hit.
Yeah, that was something new. And thanks to Buddy here at the Speedway, he helped kind of hooking that all up and giving the kids a ride around. That was fun.
Now, with, of course, the Indy Racing League expanding to all the new venues, are you able to continue the program as far as expansion goes into the other towns? For example, we'll be in the Dallas-Fort Worth area here in just a few weeks.
Yeah, and we'll be at the Children's Hospital there, and we've actually been to that hospital before, probably 3 years ago. Even though we don't race down there, we went and made a Racing for Kids visit probably in '93 it was. So.
Well, it's a great program, and I know it means a lot to be involved with something like that and gives racing a little bit more of a defining value for you other than just getting into a car.
Yeah, and it's, to give something back with something you love. I mean, we love racing. I mean, that's in our blood, and to be able to kind of share that and share our love with these kids and kind of share our sport it's a great mix.
He's Robbie Buell, and he's Racing for Kids.
And you know what is always interesting to me is it's no surprise that Robbie is involved like that. But whenever Robbie says to a group of drivers, hey, let's go visit the kids at a hospital, they all instantly agree. And that's, I think, says volumes about the quality of people who race these cars. We also have a piece of unhappy information for you here today because Troy Ruttman, who was the youngest winner ever of the Indianapolis 500 at age 22, succumbed to cancer. He was 67 years old. Our sympathies go to his family and friends.
Buy a case of that. It was the car that will start on the pole this coming Sunday. This is Ari Leindyke's car, and of course, as you can see, the crew very busy now putting this race car back together, having it set for this Sunday's 81st Indianapolis 500.
And for the drivers this week, the final work being done on Ari Leindyke's car. Don't touch that dial. RPM tonight is coming up next. I'm Paul Page. So long from Indy.
Gentlemen, start your engine!
Charlotte, Talladega, and Pocono, and on professional big car road courses like Road America in Wisconsin and Mid-Ohio. Some karting events are actually held on indoor tracks, which are short, slick, and sometimes unpredictable. Talk to anyone involved in karting, and they'll be quick to tell you how many of today's professional racing champions in several types of race cars began their careers in karts. Al Unser Jr., the 1990 IndyCar Series champion. Scott Pruitt, who has not only raced Indy cars, but has had several championship seasons in Trans Am and GTO. And Stu Hainer, a versatile race driver who has competed successfully in several road racing series. There are other parallels to be drawn between karting and bigger
Continues to the 81st running of the Indianapolis 500. For some, it's a time to continue work. For others, a time of play. And there's still many stories to be told.
And we're now within 48 hours of the final practice session scheduled for Thursday morning. In the meantime, relatively quiet back in Gasoline Alley. We'll show you some of the crews behind the scenes at work, and we'll find out how they manage to amuse themselves and the few visitors who stroll through on a day like this.
It has been almost 48 hours since the call was made to expand the starting field from 33 to 35. In a moment, we'll meet the man who had to make that very difficult decision.
Coverage leading up to the Indianapolis 500 to run this Sunday. Of course, you will see coverage here throughout the remainder of the week on ESPN2 and live coverage on ABC Sports on Sunday. Welcome, I'm Paul Page, and this is a transitional time really at Indianapolis. Today, tomorrow, it's really a time for the cars to be made ready for the 500-mile race and for that ever-important Thursday practice day. It is a time also in which many ceremonies take place, many parties, many opportunities to socialize. We're going to touch on both of those in the next 30 minutes. But right now, let's go down to Dr. Jerry Punch.
Well, we told you a moment ago that we would have a visit from Leo Mell, who's the executive director of the Indy Racing League. And Leo, both ears are still in place. You're able to smile. I know a lot of people have talked to you the past couple of days, but a very courageous decision on Sunday afternoon. What entered into your decision to expand the field?
Well, we had an obligation to the owners, the guys that had come to the Indy Racing League to start this league. We had an obligation to them. We had an agreement with them that we would reserve spots for them. But we also had an obligation to tradition. The tradition of starting the fastest 33 cars. We ended up with 35. There are no perfect decisions, but I think in the long term, this was as fair as it could be.
You know, if you don't add 2 spots in the field, then people who are the traditionalists say, well, you're not starting the fastest 33 cars. You've got 7 cars in the field that are slower than 2 cars that potentially went home.
That was a tough call. You can't. If we would not have started those 2 additional cars, we would have had 7 cars that were slower than the guys that got bumped or the guy or the gal that got bumped.
You know, I heard some people locally say, well, they're reminding me a little bit of NASCAR. They're making decisions to take care of car owners and team members. But that's what Bill France did for many, many years. And look at what he's got. He's got more cars in the garage than anybody else, the highest TV ratings and standing room only at the racetracks because he took care of the players and people in the organization.
He took care of the players, the guys that started, and they started with very little, and they built it into the biggest, the most successful racing circuit in the world. And everybody generally gets treated fair. Now, some people are never, I felt very sorry for Scott Harrington. I was so pleased that he didn't get hurt. I just spoke to him 30 minutes ago. He's very upset, and I can understand that. And I hope he comes back, and I hope he gets a sponsor, and I hope he makes this race next year.
You know, the same rules are talking about expanding the field, letting Johnny Unser in the field and Lynn St. James. Those rules, because of their speeds, those rules will come back. They'll help a lot of different people over the years when you're able to take care of car owners and take care of drivers as far as building a league and building a series.
We have great drivers. We have great owners. You know, we're selling this thing slowly. Every race is getting better. The sponsors are going to come back because we settled all the controversy with CART, and I think we're on to something pretty big here.
Are you pleased, Leo, that the 25 and 8 rule now will be gone? You made an announcement on Friday that it was going to be gone. This was the last year.
I'm the most pleased person in the whole world.
Hey, Leo, thanks so much for coming on with us, and thank you for your courage and what you had to do on Sunday by giving the fans 2 more cars to watch come race day.
Thanks, Jerry.
Paul?
That was very nice at the end there, and Leo, like so many people, happy that will no longer be a problem.
Now, of course, that is something that's been discussed so often and may have been the line in the sand, so to speak, that did originally divide the 2 series. Now that that's gone, obviously it's pure speculation. It'll be interesting to see how it goes into the future. Now, I think from a driver's perspective, there's been so much talk about what happened in qualifying. You know, that happened on Sunday. Today is Tuesday. now is really the time where the drivers have to put it all behind them. Look, there is going to be 35 cars. That's the decision. It's done. Let's get ready for the race. Let's start to get focused and move on. I think most of the drivers are kind of thinking in that vein now.
Coming up, we're going to pay a visit back to Gasoline Alley, the garage area here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, see what some of those crews are up to. And that's tonight at 7:30 on ESPN. Well, back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, look how empty, how almost desolate it looks right now, and how that will change over the next few days when they go to the final practice session. Carb Day on Thursday usually draws a giant crowd and is one of the few times when you actually will see more than 33 or 35 cars on the track at one time, because they'll also tend to practice the alternates. Now, today was the fastest rookie luncheon. This is to honor the fastest rookie in the field. Of course, it's Vincenzo Sospiri, and it's brought by the American Dairy Association. It was my honor to host it and to give the awards to the fastest rookie in the field.
First of all, I would like to thank a lot my team for giving me this opportunity to be here, and special thanks to Dick Simon, which is my engineer, for helping me so much and making me receive this award. I'm very pleased to be here. I'm very pleased and proud to have this award, special award, and it means a lot to me, and it will be always with me in my career and in my trophy room. Thank you to all of you.
Vincenzo Sospiri is probably one of the finest people that we've worked with. He comes here with a determined...
Starting on the outside of the front row, it has been back in the early 80s since he's had a rolling start and then in a go-kart. And when I asked him, how many pit stops have you done? He said, none. Do my first one on Thursday.
Well, of course, remember, he's driving for Team Scandia, so therefore he has not had an opportunity to get a whole lot of practice after he put it on the front row, because they ran into engine problems. They blew some engines, got behind, and had to use those engines to get some of their other 5 drivers into the field. So Carburation Day is really going to be a day for Vincenzo Sospiri. Get out there, practice the pit stops. Now, of course, no rolling start, no pit stops, but this guy is phenomenally talented. Very, very talented. Comes from Formula One. I don't think, Paul, it's going to be any problem at all for him.
And now, if you weren't involved with the fastest rookie luncheon today, then maybe you were one of the gang that went over to Stefan Johansson's Go-Kart Center on the west side of Indianapolis, up on Lafayette Road, where they were putting on some special racing, and primarily to the benefit of Cara, the Championship Auto Racing Auxiliary. And some of the real heavyweights were out there. There's Mike Groff. Tony Stewart was slamming the throttle down. And they were having a pretty good time, and I think about everybody was enjoying it. I don't think they all agree on who may have been the fastest.
You can't throw the Indy cars around like you can in these go-karts, but, you know, the midgets and sprint cars, you do a lot of the same things with those that you do with these go-karts.
I'm a member of Cara, so it's, of course, an honor and a pleasure to be out here helping out Cara's charity. And like you said, yes, it is a lot of fun. Good to see a lot of other drivers out here, and, yeah, we have a great time doing it.
It's really a lot of fun. It's really neat that Cara put on this deal to, you know, help raise some money for a good cause, because I'll tell you that all the drivers here are having a blast.
Cara does a terrific job for the sport of motor racing, helping with the families and certainly helping with the charities as well. That's an indoor facility, by the way. Last year we had the most unusual thing. One of the drivers, Alex Zanardi, went out and lowered the track record at the place, something awful. And then about 3 days later, some guy just comes in off the street, says he's never driven a go-kart any time or any kind of racing vehicle any time in his life, and he lowers that time. And that one stood for the longest of times. That's the problem with this sport sometimes.
Yeah, that is true. Obviously, it's a bit of a unique experience when you're out there running with the go-karts. But I'll tell you what, even though these guys are driving here at the Speedway and they think, well, it's a nice, relaxing day, it is very hard to take the race car driver out of them. They get in a go-kart, and really, they do not want to make sure or do not want to be beat by anybody else, depending on whether their car is fast or slow. These guys are racers, and they want to win.
You know what? My friend Vika still has quite a bit of that competitive spirit in him as well. Now, don't forget, after the Indianapolis 500 is over, the IRL's racing season continues on. And just 2 weeks after the Indy 500, on Saturday night, June 7th, it will be the True Value 500K from Texas Motor Speedway. We'll have coverage on the Deuce.
Hi, Puddin'.
Well, we're just having a great time down here with the PDM racing team. They've got drivers Mark Dismore and Tice Carlson, of course, pinch hitting for the injured John Paul Jr., and they have a good time. I think they probably have as much fun as any team down here in Gasoline Alley, and on this kind of a quiet day, we found all types of different interests here. You got the serious interests, of course, of a race car. They just got themselves a fresh Aurora V8 engine, and Herb Porter's crew has got them all set and race ready. They'll be out for a handful of laps on final practice on Thursday. This car will come together, and then they'll go through it one more time and get ready for Sunday's competition. Same is going on in a neighboring garage for Mark Dismore. That takes care of the real serious business. But they've also got a lot of other interests that take place in this garage. Let's go up here. Jimmy Drynan, who's a member of the crew, got himself busted up running a USAC midget the other night, got his arm in a sling. He's got himself a what? Tell me what you're working on here.
It's just a gas-powered RC truck, that's all.
That's all, just a gas-powered RC truck. So he's making good use of his time. He's not working on the real deal. He's got himself a good time over here with a hobby. Come on over here, Brad. Randy Swan is an artist, and boy, I tell you, he's a fine artist. 1964, A.J. Watson's first rear engine car at the Speedway. And he's having all the members of the crew sign this so that they're showing off some artwork down here at the same time. I want to show you some garage humor. Let's go back over here by the refrigerator. They pasted up on the refrigerator. Keep in mind, Tice Carlson is 6'2", 220 pounds, one of the biggest drivers out here. This was in the 500 Extra, the Indianapolis Star, the other day. And look at the caption, the crew's, boy, now I can buy some food. It looked like he's being thankful for the fact that he's not only in the race, that he can load up. They call him T-Bone. They've got it here written on his collar. Chuck Buckman, one of the owners of this team, has got some great clip speakers in here. Chuck, step up there and turn on that CD. And this is what's fun out here when there's nobody around in the garage area, and all of a sudden they crank this thing up, and they've got a CD in here of all different types of sound effects, including air racing up at Stead Air Force Base in Reno. And very shortly, we're going to hear the P-51 Mustangs, the Bearcats, and all of that come roaring through there. Come on, Chuck, I'm counting on you. Where is it? Where are those planes? You can hear the thunder starting to build. They're off in the distance. They're circling a pylon. There goes the first one by. I want to show you one more toy out here if we can. We got the crew scrambling in all directions. They don't know what we're doing. Mike Ferguson's the fabricator on this car. Mike, come over here. Barstool racing. This is the real serious stuff. How fast will this creation go?
About 30, 35 miles an hour.
Can you make a quick circle for us here real fast? Oh, my. They get out in the parking lots of various establishments in the area, and they go have themselves a real good time. And he's hoping right now he doesn't get thrown out of Gasoline Alley. That's life behind the scenes on a slow day at Gasoline Alley. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
Well, we're one garage over, actually over here at A12 with Ken Anderson, who's the chief engineer for Sabco Racing, and Robbie Gordon's car. And, Ken, you guys are getting ready for race day by practicing pit stops.
Yeah, that's correct. We're doing competition pit stops right now.
Okay, now how are these stops different than what we're going to see on race day?
On race day, guys can be out there waiting for the car to come in with their tires out there, and they just change the tires and go. Then the Coors pit stop competition, you actually have to carry your tire over the wall, put it on, and then get back.
So these guys are practicing leaping over this makeshift wall, carrying the tires and putting them. They're going to change 4 tires, simulate a fuel stop, use the air jack. And last year, I think the winner was about a little over 14 seconds.
A little over 14 seconds, and that's from the time you cross like a line, stop the car, put the tires on, and leave the pit. So what we're just doing is at a stop right now, but so we can add a couple seconds to that, but try and get as fast as we can.
All right, let's get ready with a stopwatch. Let's turn the camera around, and we'll wait for Ken Anderson to cue the guys, see if they can beat the 14-second record from a year ago. And we'll have our camera back here, and anytime you're ready, Ken.
Ready, set, go.
All right, the clocks are on them. They're across the wall. Tires are off. Tires are on. Lug nuts are tight. Air jack down. Hey, 9.69 seconds. We might have a sleeper here for Thursday to win the Coors. Hey, you guys are sponsored by Coors. Coors Pit Stop Competition. Hey, Felix Sabato's had to love seeing that, guys.
You know what? I think, though, he's going to prefer to go with our graphic operator's clock because that got it at 9.3. And that was, the good Gary Gerald thing. That shows you some of the great spirit of everybody here at the Speedway. And it's one of those things that you truly don't get to share very often because you get so serious-minded, you know, and the sponsors might come around. But they do have a great time back in the garage area. And that's one of the great marks of what the racing fraternity is really all about. Do you know who was just absolutely deadly with a little radio-controlled car? back in his day at the Speedway?
No.
Rick Mears would hide in the garage, and he'd build them. That's, in fact, he built me one. And he and Bill Simpson of Simpson Safety, they'd hide in a garage, in the old garages, and run this little radio-controlled car down and bump it off of somebody's heel or something.
But I'll tell you what, Paul, the one that I really want to get my hands on is that bar stool. I mean, that was great. I think that might be something I could do in my spare time. That bar stool racing looks like a kick.
And you know what? We could cover it right here on the Deuce. Why not? Consider everything else we do. All right, when we come back, we've got a couple of updates for you on some medical conditions. This week on the Deuce on Indy Live Report, weekdays at 6:30 here on ESPN2. Well, back at Indianapolis, we are continuing to keep track of a couple of guys that have been involved in incidents here and alterations with the wall. The one I think we're most concerned about still is Johnny O'Connell. Remember, he had that crash against the Speedway wall, and here it is, Jan.
Well, he's coming down the front straightaway. He just run his fastest lap in this car. Comes down to turn number 1. Watch the smoke. We know now that it was an oil fitting that came out of the actual oil pump itself. Right here, it gets oil on the tires. Johnny is just a passenger at this stage. And then very heavy contact, nearly head-on. The flash fire, of course, is the oil that caught fire. His visor came up, also gave him some facial lacerations, but thankfully he wasn't seriously injured.
Caused some injuries to both of his feet, and then also the laceration that Jan referred to. We caught up with him at the Speedway today, and of course the question is, Johnny, when are you going to be back racing again?
You know, I should be back in sports car racing, Sears Point, I think the second week in July if everything goes well, and you know, I'm in relatively good spirits because I spoke to Pacific Racing. That's the team I was going to do Le Mans with. And they're like, hey, once you're healthy, give us a call. We'll bring you back over here and work on developing this car. So, you know, once I'm healthy, I've got work to do. So I'm pretty confident that, you know, that there are a lot of guys in the IRL that would like to run me. And, you know, you just hope that, you know, next time God gives me a really good opportunity, he doesn't, you know, he doesn't pull the rug out from under me, and that I get to show what I can do. I mean, the only thing that this accident has done is made me more hungry. So, you know, I go home, I miss my wife and my kids something awful, so this is a good chance for me to, you know, spend some time with them and then get my mind ready to go racing again.
But, you know, for a race driver, this is exactly the wrong time of year for you to have anything that takes even a few weeks out. It can be very depressing.
No, that's true. Obviously, Memorial Day weekend is the big weekend for racing across the world. And to sit at home and tune all those in and know that you had a great shot at running at the front like Johnny did, and for the great work he did in this chair as well. You know, I know it's tough for him to go home, but he wants to be with his family. And the good thing is he can go home and be with his family. It could have been a lot worse.
And, Johnny, you know that we want to see you back here just as soon as you can. What about some of the injuries throughout this month of May? Well, Jerry Punch, the doc, can give us a full update on everything that's happened.
Well, Paul, primarily people today were talking about the possibility of Scott Sharp maybe getting back in a race car, but as of yet there has been no clearance to put him back in the car. Of course, the accident that we're talking about on Friday before first qualifying, a pretty hard impact which involved some bruising, a contusion or bruising on the front of the brain, the frontal lobes of the brain up front with the impact. Fortunately, the injuries weren't any more severe, but those take time to heal, and as yet Scott has not been cleared and probably, unfortunately, won't be cleared to run the Indianapolis 500. Hopefully, he'll be able to heal and get back as early as Texas. Now, Sunday morning, there was a crew member injured here. Ken Dolak, who was a truck driver for Treadway Racing, had a nitrogen tank explode on pit road, and fortunately, he suffered only minor injuries, lacerations to his left fifth finger and some small facial lacerations and some temporary loss of hearing. But what could have been much more injurious to him, that explosion on pit road, only minimal injuries there. But that's really what we had to wrap up here, is the fact that you saw Johnny O'Connell a moment ago. He's able to smile and be even more fervent about wanting to be back here. Scott Sharp will not be able to race in the Indy 500. And, of course, the Treadway crew member is going to be okay. Paul?
All right, the latest update from Dr. Jerry Punch. Now, if you are a fan of motorcycles. Boy, take a look at some of the beauties that you'll see. In fact, all along the gasoline alley fence, there's some magnificent Harleys and other bikes sitting there. And about 6:30, 7 o'clock, they all roar off. Mechanics love their bikes. Now, if you are a fan of oval track racing, then the heritage of the IRL, you can get coverage. Golden Moments, Saturday, 3:30, 12:30 p.m. Pacific. That's on The Deuce.
Head for the track. It's Carburation Day at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Treadway Racing has 2 drivers in the top 5 getting ready to start this race on Sunday. Ari Leindyk's on the pole. Scott Goodyear starts in the middle of row 2. We'll talk to the pole sitter and ask him what he hopes to accomplish coming up.
It's Carburation Day, final practice day, final preparation day, final check for leaks day. We'll tell you what Team Menard is going to check for in just a moment.
Welcome you to Indianapolis, a special day, an historic day, and a rather badly misnamed day. Carburetors are part of the history of Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but they still call it Carb Day. We will, of course, have the Pit Stop Challenge brought to you by Coors a little later. I'm Dave Despain with Jan Beekes. What is, in a few words, the purpose of Carb Day?
Well, obviously, first of all, Dave, like you were talking about, that there is no carburetors on these cars, and for that matter, really, no carburetors in the cars that are parked around the grounds today. But today, really, the idea for the drivers and for the teams is to run their race engines, make sure there's no leaks, make sure that everything is okay, but put as few miles on those race engines as possible. Now, there are a couple of drivers that got into the field very late. They have not had a chance to run in traffic and never had a chance to run on a full tank of fuel. The car weighs about 250 more pounds. When it's full of fuel, it handles differently. So today, for some guys, it'll be the first time.
Larry Curry of Team Menard says, Doc, let's do this thing. We got to go to work. So, Doc, let's do this thing.
Well, let's ask him what they're going to do down here at Team Menard. Larry Curry, how long do you run and how far do you push it today?
Well, today we'll run the guys about 8 or 10 laps apiece. We brought the race cars back here last Sunday, and we've already done a bit of a shakedown run, and the guys were very happy. But because it's Carburation Day, there's a lot of race fans out there that want to see Tony Stewart in the Glidden Menard's car and Robbie Buell in the Quaker State Menard's car. And we're going to go out there and run 8 or 10 laps and just let the guys have one last feel for what they've got.
How important is this day to the drivers, to your young Tigers, Tony Stewart and Robbie Buell? I mean, getting them in the car today maybe is a little bit of a calming influence on them for what's going to happen on Sunday?
Yeah, I think it is, and it gives them a last-minute check to go over things like, are you sure you're comfortable without having any buffeting, when you get in behind somebody, and just little final things that, they got to go ride this thing for about 3 hours, so you got to make sure that they're comfortable in the car and they're happy with their surroundings, and that's what we're going to do today, just absolute little fine-tuning.
Got to ask you, is this the race that Team Menard will finally break through, that you'll do it? You've led so many laps but been shut out of victory lane.
The unique thing, Jerry, about this race for us is that years past we've come here and we've been the fast guys. And then you pick up the paper on race morning and you're 100 to 1 to win because they say that the V6 engine would never finish. And this year we've been quick and we're as reliable as anybody, and we certainly think that this could be our shot.
Sounds like a combination that could carry these guys to victory lane on Sunday. Dave?
There are, of course, a number of other competitors in the field who have, if not the same degree of confidence, at least a certain degree of confidence, and I would say Ari Leyendyk may be at the top of that list.
Yeah, I definitely think that's the case. Treadway Racing, both the two cars, very strong. Don't forget, today is also a day to practice pit stops. We have guys who've never made pit stops, drivers that have never done a race longer than 100 miles, so it should be pretty exciting.
And we have a very serious pit stop competition with big bucks on the line that you'll be seeing later in the telecast. We're glad you're here. It's Carb Day at Indy. We're going to take a commercial break. We'll come back and hear from the pole sitter and a lot more of the 35 drivers who make up the field for the 500.
We're
back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's Carb Day, and the Coors Pit Stop Challenge also coming up later this afternoon. The track has just opened officially, and it looks like Roberto Guerrero will be the first guy out here. He has struggled a bit this month and hopes that he's saving his best for Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah, you know, there is an advantage to going out first. You can get out there and you can scrub in those tires, get a feel for the track before there's any traffic, then come in, wait for the rest of the guys to roll out, and see the difference between your initial setup of running alone and your setup of running in traffic.
All in all, it's a fairly low-key day, unless, of course, you're trying to do both the Coca-Cola 600 and the Indy 500, in which case your life may be a bit more complicated. We refer, of course, to Robbie Gordon. Let's go to Doc and find out what's up with Robbie.
Well, this driver here has a lot on his mind this weekend, Robbie Gordon. Robbie, you just came back from Charlotte where you qualified last night or tried to qualify. Where did you finally end up in the overall rundown?
Well, we were really good going into qualifying. I don't know what happened in qualifying. We backed up a bit. I think we were 12th going into qualifying and ended up 27th. But, you know, it's one of those kind of deals. It's a fine line between the balance, you know, having a loose car or a pushing car. And we were a little bit loose in qualifying. Not a big deal. We're going to have to go to the back of the pack anyways because, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to make the drivers' meeting due to being in Indianapolis on Sunday morning racing. So it really doesn't matter to us. We're going to stand on that time. We think it's good enough.
So the second round qualifying being today, and you're here for Carburation Day. What are your plans here in Carburation? How much do you want to run?
I'm going to go at it a little different than everybody else. Everybody else says they want to put very few miles on the car. My experience in the past with a lot of race cars I've raced before is if it's not going to run 50 miles, how's it going to run 500? So normally that first 50-mile span is where the car has a problem.
Robbie, best of luck to you. Have a good one today.
Thank you.
Did that mean then that he's going to be a little more ambitious and run a few more miles?
Well, I think that's a great comment because I think that's probably, if you did the statistical information on that, most cars do tend to break or have mechanical problems in the first 50 miles. So maybe that will catch some of the other drivers and teams. Maybe that will catch on, I should say. And guys will run a little more today, which will be great for us and the fans.
This is Guerrero out, as you can see, on sticker tires and just coming off the warm-up lane. So we do not yet have a car at speed here at the Brickyard on what is traditionally kind of a low-key day.
And what he's doing right now, he is breaking in his new race engine, and he is also speeding up and slowing down gradually to break in generally a new ring and pinion in the drivetrain as well. So a lot of times you have new discs, brake discs, you have new gears in the gearbox. Like I said, the final drive is new, wheel bearings. I mean, this is a lot of cases a brand new car for people, and they want to just warm that up very gingerly.
And so effectively, short of perhaps changing the oil, this is the race car. They're not going to be changing parts unless something goes badly wrong today.
Yes, if something goes wrong, they will definitely be changing those parts. But the idea is that nothing hopefully will go wrong. And it's a really interesting balance. Robbie Gordon says you want to run more than 50 miles. But what if you ran 60 miles and then your car broke on the 490th mile in the 500-mile race? So, you know, which one do you choose? And we'll see who chooses what here today.
What if? It is that kind of a business. One guy for whom things have not gone particularly well this month of May, A.J. Foyt. The one guy in the Foyt camp who's had a pretty good month is Davey Hamilton. He'll start 8th in the race, and it's been kind of an uneventful month of May. Let's go back to Jerry Punch.
Back at A.J. Foyt's garage, 34-year-old Davey Hamilton gets prepared to start his second Indy 500. Davey, how different is this year than a year ago?
Well, it's a lot different for me, actually, and I have a lot more confidence going into this year. The first one as a rookie, you're nervous. You know, I had a lot of confidence last year I was going to do well, and you got there with 32 other guys and all that turbulent air. It's a definite challenge, and I think we're up to it this year. AJ has a great car for us. Power Team car's been running good all month, so we're looking forward to Sunday.
What do you do on Carburation Day? I mean, you're the senior member of this team, and so, of course, you're the guy that everyone's looking to for advice.
Yeah, we're just going to take it easy today. We talked to AJ earlier this morning, and just a matter of getting the gearboxes broken, making sure we have no leaks in the new race engines, and just shake the car down very few laps, bring it back in, check it all out, and just get ready for the race.
AJ has to have told you that maybe all the bad luck is over for the month. It's all good luck, good sailing, clear sailing from here on.
Clear sailing, yeah. We got all 3 cars in, and AJ's happy about that. We did have a tough month, and but the Power Team side's been hanging in there, and we've been running strong all month. So we know we have a good shot. We just need that little bit of luck to go along with us.
Hey, folks, this guy right here is one of the pre-race favorites. They think this guy will come in a hurry from the middle of row 3.
Finished 12th last year in his rookie start here at the Speedway. You're watching Mike Groff and the Jonathan Bird's Cafeteria, Visionaire and Bryant. G-Force car moving out. He'll start outside row 7 as you see there. And again, pretty much the same drill. Warm it up, shake it down, break it in, get it ready for race day, wait for the green.
Now, I talked about all the new equipment that goes onto these cars, and I mentioned the brakes. Now, in the case of the Indy Racing League, they are allowed to use carbon rotors or carbon brake discs. So therefore, because they last pretty much for a whole season, they do cost $6,000 for a set of them, but they last pretty much the whole season. So these guys, at least nowadays, don't have to worry. I said before, sometimes they have new brake rotors because some do have the cast iron. But in this case, I know Mike Groff has the carbon, and so for him, he doesn't have to break any new brakes in, which is pretty nice.
If you're looking for a favorite to pick for the 500, I've got 2 of them that might be good choices. Actually, I don't. Mike does.
Dave, you're exactly right. These 2 guys have to be considered favorites come Sunday morning. Scott Goodyear will start on the middle of row 2, and Arie Luyendyk, for the second time in his career, will start on the pole here at the Indianapolis 500. First off, what do you get out of today? How much will you run, and what do you expect to find out?
We're not going to run much today. I mean, the team has gotten the cars ready for race day last week already, and we tested quite a bit on Sunday, and then today is just merely a shakedown. Do a leak check on the engine because the team installed a new engine, and run in a few set of tires, and we probably won't even do more than 5 or 6 laps.
500 miles, a long ways to run, but I know to be out front early is more positive for the car, certainly, and better for the driver as well. You'll have clean air out there first couple of laps.
Well, it's always safe to start up front, and it's a good place to start. A lot better than in the middle of the field. So, you know, this race is going to be a race where you have to take care of the equipment. So, to get out there up front, and if it takes too much out of the equipment to lead the race, then we don't want to lead the race. We want to lead the race at the end of it. And so we're just going to use that strategy to save our equipment as much as we can and wait until the end. So today, for instance, we're not going to run much because we want to save the equipment for the race.
Well, Arie Luyendyk understands what that winning strategy is all about. Of course, he won this race in 1990. Scott Goodyear has the race, obviously, a concern. You've got a new baby at home, and you're sick to make matters worse.
Well, I don't know how we ended up doing this, but it's been about a week now, and we took the kids who were complaining of some problems, too, to the doctor the other day, and the whole house got strep throat with the exception of my wife and the new baby, but the 2 other boys and myself ended up getting it somehow or another. So it's been a long 4 or 5 days. We didn't run much on Sunday when we were here, but our key thing today is to go out there, much like Arie, and just to make sure everything's fine, the car's working well, and not put too many miles on it and get ready for race day.
Physically, how does strep throat affect you as a driver?
Well, I wondered about it a couple of days ago because it's I've never had this before, and it can really take a lot out of you. But, you know, we're on some medication right now. I feel a lot better today than yesterday, and I think with 3 or 4 days down the road, I think we'll be fine.
Is this the race that the Treadway Racing team kind of pulls out of what have been a bit of doldrums, those first 2 events? Phoenix was not kind to this team, and neither was Orlando.
Well, you know, at least we finished Orlando, from my point of view, and got some points because I missed those 2 other races last year. So we'll take 3rd place points home, and but Phoenix killed us from my point of view there again for the points championship, as I think it probably did with Arie. So you have to be there at the end in no important race, more so than here, basically, obviously.
Yeah, well, this team's been on a high this month, that's for sure. The Treadway Racing team, look for them to be very strong, that's for sure, come race day as Arie Luyendyk starts in the pole, and this man, Scott Goodyear, who certainly has had a chance to win this race not once but twice, and he wants to find victory lane in the worst kind of way come Sunday. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
Well, out on pit road, the driver, Kenny Breck, is a rookie, but the car owner is a veteran at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We're talking about Rick Gallows. And, Rick, you guys have been very successful at finding speed for the month of May.
Yeah, we finally found some speed the second week, and that was the last ingredient we felt like we needed to be competitive. I think we got great reliability with this, the Aurora Oldsmobile. Those guys have done a great job, and so we needed to find a little speed, and we got that the second week.
How do you guys play today? We're hearing differing philosophies. Some want to run just a few laps. Others want to run 50 or 60 miles to work on a little bit of endurance. So which way do you go?
No, we're just going to run about 20 laps, and that's what we've done here since we came here. We've got a plan, and we pretty much stick to our plan. So we'll go out and run about 40 miles and just see how the car feels and check for leaks and any problems, and then park it and get ready for the competition for the pit stop deal.
As we watch Kenny getting buckled in the car, what do you tell him about race day? You've been here so many times and are experienced. What have you been able to tell your driver he can expect when they drop the green flag?
I just want him to do everything Al did in 92. So that'd be good for me.
Which means win the race.
That's right.
All right, Rick Gallus able to keep a smile on his face, although the game faces are going on down here on pit road. Dave?
Kenny, of course, is Kenny Breck. He in the cockpit there, the rookie from Sweden who comes here to the Indy 500 with high hopes. Jan Beekes, I want to ask you about something Lyondike said there. If the pace is too strong, if we're using up the car, I won't try to lead it. But how do you know? I mean, with the whole point we've been talking about here since we came on the air is how many laps do you want to run? How long is the car going to live? So how does Arie Luyendyk know if the pace is too fast?
Well, I think they have a predetermined pace, Dave. In particular, they know they have worked out what they're looking for. Let's say they dial in a 210. They know they want to run that throughout the race. If someone's running 215, he'll let them go at least until the last 100 miles.
Alfonso Giaffoni, another rookie, preparing to move out onto the racetrack in car number 17. We're live from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It is Carb Day, and we'll be right back with more. Racing all day, live pay-per-view on Sunday, June the 15th. Costs you $15. Believe me, you will see a lot of hole shots in the course of that $15 worth of television. I recommend it highly. Here, as we said, they run in circles. Right now, the circulating is pretty leisurely. The guys that are out there basically are checking over the equipment for leaks and that sort of stuff. I don't think we'll see anybody trying to break speed records here today. There's really no point in that at this point.
Well, maybe not breaking speed records, but I think we will see some guys running fast. At the moment, Alfonso Giaffoni has the fastest lap at 127 miles an hour. So they're definitely just cruising around, breaking things in. Mark Dismore, they're scrubbing in some new tires. Now, this is also a day that if you have not had a chance to scrub your tires, you'll do so. It looks like Fermin Velez, red, white, and blue, is starting to at least pick up some speed.
Now, Velez was out and warmed the car up during one of our commercial breaks and did not get in a lot of laps, a lot of miles because of the engine shortage in the Scandia team. If you've not been following the goings-on at Indy and you kind of wait for the semifinal Carb Day and then the main event, the race itself, you may not be aware that there has been a significant shortage of parts and pieces and complete engines from both the Aurora and the Infinity stables. And so Velez has been sitting around kind of tapping his toe and wishing he had a motor. Doc, more on the engine situation.
Well, talking to a lot of engineers today, they're saying basically what they think is going to happen on race day is the speeds are going to average between 209 and 211 miles an hour. That will be race pace. I talked to Larry Curry earlier. I talked to a couple other engineers down the line, and they say if someone zips out there and starts being a rabbit and running laps at 214 or 215, you let them go because they'll come back to you pretty quickly, or probably back to the garage area is more likely pretty quickly. You got to pace yourself, run in the overdrive in gear number 6 and pace the day. 500 miles here at 211 miles an hour could be a long day anyway. If you don't play it easy early, you could end up in the garage.
And Jerry, you mentioned 6th gear. The traditional way that you run your car here is you run a 6th gear that maybe saves you 200 RPM, your 5th gear, another 200 RPM, and then one below that. 3 top gears that you can use depending on the speed of the race. And generally, you run the highest gear, the 6th gear, to save the engine, keep the engine turning maybe down around 9,500 RPM, and then as you need more speed, you can drop it into 5th or possibly even 4th. You see both the Team Cheever cars warming up together.
Cheever and Ward, teammates, of course. Let me stop you there and just go over the last part of that again. If I want to go fast, which gear do I want?
You want either 5th or 4th. The faster you go, the more you spin the engine. You can spin them up to 10,500 RPM. There's no way anybody's going to take a chance doing that until later on in the race.
Let's go to Jerry Punch.
Well, taking a look at the Sabco racing team, the Coors Light G-Force car, Robbie Gordon in the pits. They went out and ran a couple of laps and came in or checking for leaks. Now, what they were doing a moment ago is practicing for what you'll see later today, and that is the Coors pit stop competition. You know, it's unfortunate almost, but they take on the defending and 4-time champion of the IndyCar pit stop competition. That's Gallus Racing in the very first round. They are in heat number 4, and it is head-to-head competition. You know, the fastest time ever recorded in this competition was Danny Sullivan's group back in '85. They changed 4 tires and fueled the car in about 11.5 seconds. These guys here practiced yesterday in the garage. 4 tires, fuel, and leaving in 8.9 seconds, but they take on the world champs in the first round. We might see some more practice up here at Robbie Gordon's pit very shortly, but they're going to button it back up and head back on the racetrack and run some laps. You heard Robbie tell us they want to run 50 or 60 miles if they can during this carburation period. Let's check in with Mike King.
Well, Doc, can this guy make it 2 in a row? If he does, if he follows up the win at Phoenix with a win here at Indianapolis, he just might become the motorsports story of the century. Jim, you right now, though, are wearing the hat of team owner, and the problem is we're not going to see any of your cars out on Carb Day because you've got no engines for them.
Well, we're working on that right now. Hopefully one of the engines will be delivered here in about a half an hour. We'll make it for the pit stop competition for the Car 27.
How much of a setback is this? I know Mickey Nichols has had his hands full with you guys this month, and you'd love to be out there getting a few laps in with some other cars on the track.
Well, yeah, you know, Mickey took on a few other teams as well, and he's just working his tail end off up there. He's also sick, got a cold, and hasn't been sleeping much because he's been so busy. So he's doing his best, the best he can, and hopefully he'll have an engine here in a while, and we'll make that pit stop competition.
You know, maybe immune systems are running a little low. We were just talking to Scott Goodyear, and he has strep throat. Yeah, so we're hoping everybody's going to be okay. Now, what's the plan here for Sam Schmidt, Claude Bourbonnais, not being able to get out today? You obviously have a year under your belt here at the Speedway. Do you talk with them a lot about what to expect as far as turbulent conditions, as far as the flying start? Have there been a lot of team meetings?
There have been a few team meetings. The other day we had a rookie meeting, and Eddie Cheever and Johnny Rutherford and myself was invited. We talked to the rookies a little bit about the turbulence and stuff because they wanted me to share with them my experience from last year, and it is nothing that you could imagine. It is very, very turbulent. So basically we just told everybody to be mellow and maintain. Let's get through the first lap, and then we'll go racing.
You got a lot of people back here. Sponsors galore, just swarming over the Team Blueprint garage.
That's right. People from U.S. Industries and Jacuzzi are here today, so we're real happy to have them here.
Dave, there's nothing like winning a race. This guy, all of a sudden, he's the talk of Gasoline Alley, and he's looking for a great race from not only himself, but his two other drivers, Sam Schmidt and Claude Bourbonnais.
Well, I agree that it's great to be smiling on Carb Day, and it's great to win a race, but I wonder if Mickey Nichols has not lost a race here in the sense that they would very much want to have engines in those cars for Carb Day.
Yes, and I think that Jim Guthrie, although he looked very relaxed there, that's got to be the most frustrating thing for a driver and for a team owner, to have 3 cars never having started a race with engines. They're going to put fresh engines in there, having started them for the first time, and roll them out for the start of the Indy 500. I mean, that is amazing to me that they don't have any engines here in time for Carb Day, and I think that will put them at a big disadvantage. Certainly, it's going to make them very, very nervous.
Well, of course, this is a classic case of success killing you, because the reason they don't have engines, he alluded to it briefly, I think it's worth elaborating on. When Guthrie won the race at Phoenix with this whoever heard of Mickey Nichols engine builder, ran 750 miles with the motor, did the whole weekend, and won the race with one motor. All of a sudden, everybody wants a Mickey Nichols motor, including the Scandia team, and he's just building them up there just as fast as he can in the suburbs of Chicago. Not fast enough to get Guthrie some for Carb Day. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
Well, Dave, 26-year-old Buzz Calkins starts inside row 6, and Buzz getting ready to climb in his car. We called him up. Already put the helmet on. Buzz, how much do you want to run today?
Well, hopefully we're not going to run much. I don't think we want to run much more than 10 laps. I think we really just want to go back out, make sure we don't have any leaks, and make sure everything got put back together right. So, keep our fingers crossed and hope that won't be too much.
You look so much more relaxed this year than a year ago. Has it been an easier month for you?
Yeah, I think everything you approach is a little easier. You know what to expect, and it's not so much, anxiety really for the first time. But, yeah, we're relaxed. We're confident with where we are and how the car's been feeling and how our reliability's been. So, yeah, I think it's really more just a confidence.
Well, they're firing the car behind me. We'll let you go, but I want to show folks this strap here on your visor. That's the new Velcro adhesive that Simpson has put on the helmet to keep the visor down. That's got to be even more comfortable for you.
Yeah, it's one of the things. This is the first time that I've tried it, but yeah, I guess they've had some problems with the visors coming up on it and some accidents, and so they're trying to keep them strapped down a little tighter.
Well, Buzz, go climb in the race car. Good luck to you today. Buzz Calkins, IRL coach champion from 1996. And by the way, one of his best friends is University of Colorado head football coach Rick Neuheisel, who's supposed to be here today, and he'll be here throughout the weekend. He's going to be an honorary pit crew member. Hopefully last year when he comes in, his job, they said, well, we'll give him something to do where he wants to do anything all day. We'll tell him he's got to put fires out. Well, last year on Carburation Day, the first time he walked in the pits, there was a fire, and he had to grab a bucket of water, but he threw it in the wrong direction. This year they've got him trained, and he is again the fireman in the Calkins pit.
And Jerry, you're you're talking about that Velcro strap that you can see there on Buzz Calkins' helmet, that is not necessarily for comfort. Obviously, that is in reaction to a couple of drivers' visors coming open that we talked about earlier this week. In particular, I think Johnny O'Connell, they wanted to find a way that would stay closed in the event of an impact. So that's more of a safety improvement, I guess you'd say, as opposed to comfort. But it does make a driver more comfortable if you know your visor's not going to come open.
Well, I'm glad you clarified that, but if I'm Buzz Calkins, I'm not going to tell Doc, yeah, we put this thing on here so if I hit the wall head on, it'll keep my visor from flying up either. Am I right about that, Doc?
Well, you're exactly right, guys. And, and the first guy to comment on it was John Paul Jr. He said that when he hit the wall, that the first thing that opened up was his visor, and he got a face full of debris of carbon fiber and Kevlar. The nose cone was the monocoque was being ground away against the concrete wall. He said, you keep the visors down to keep the stuff out of your face, because JP got a laceration on his chin and a bunch of little small cuts on his face. We saw the same thing that John said with Johnny O'Connell. So now, Simpson says, okay, we'll go one step further and put the Velcro, wrap it underneath the front wing of the helmet, and that'll keep the visor down on impact. But guys, please, don't hit anything.
Watching the defending race champion Buddy Lazier at work, one thing you may notice that's different about this car from the times you've seen it in practice is that little yellow thing on top, which is the thing that gives you that picture. It's the onboard camera.
Now, of course, this is the first time we've seen these great shots throughout the month of May, and the reason being that there is a helicopter now that has to stay above the circuit that gives us these great shots. So we'll try and kind of listen into Buddy and watch him negotiate some of these corners.
Listen to the engine. This is a new sound at Indy.
Looks like he's coming in the pits. That's always the way. You cut to do a lap, and he says, well, I think I'll come on pit road.
That is the Aurora of the Aurora V8. They started the month with Infinity engines and made a change when they could not get the Infinities up to speed. So this is the Oldsmobile power plant for the defending race champion. The engine difficulties largely the reason that he'll be starting back in row 4, on the inside of row 4, rather than someplace closer to the front of the field.
Now that was 100 miles an hour that he came into the pits, just to give you an idea of the sensation of speed. That is the pit speed limit here at the Indy 500, and obviously with those people out on pit road, it looks faster than that, certainly. But on your approach, you feel like you're crawling after you've been doing over 200.
You will see onboard camera shots during our coverage today that you've not seen before. You won't see those artsy shots along pit road because the pits are hot today, and the cameras are all on the backside of the concrete. We'll be right back. Western Conference Finals, his team, Colorado Avalanche, versus everybody else's team, the Detroit Red Wings. I got to stop picking on these guys. 7:30 p.m. tonight, Eastern Time. You're happy with the way things are going in the hockey world?
Yeah, unfortunately, we're on the air so much I don't have a chance to keep on too well, but it should be fun.
Well, I, for one, think we got a better deal here when we're watching race cars. Here is the pit activity for the defending champion, Buddy Lazier. Nothing hurried at this point, although they will undoubtedly run a hot stop or two before the day is out, just to make sure that the crews are all dialed in, because it is an important part of the game, obviously, to be able to get your driver in and out of the pits. Easier to pass them in the pits than it is on the racetrack. We do have a yellow on the track, and no indication yet what that's about, but I assume it's your basic cleanup. We have no reports of incidents thus far. A beautiful day. Seems like the attitudes are good. I get the idea that the mood is pretty up-tempo as we head into the 81st running of this race.
I think so. I think, though, in particular, it was a big surprise to me to hear that Guthrie's team did not have the engines arrive in time, because they had been telling us prior to this that they really hoped that Carburation Day was a day that they'd have all three of their cars, Jim Guthrie, Sam Schmidt, and Claude Bourbonnais, out running a few laps and getting ready, because really they're the underdogs. They are the team, obviously, that was so successful at Phoenix, and now they're at a disadvantage. So you just have to hope that the engine bolts in, there's no leaks, you just start it up in the garage area, and obviously just go out cold and see what happens.
Well, again, the other side of that, of course, is Mickey Nico's track record. Nobody expected him to accomplish the things that they accomplished at Phoenix. I guess my concern would be that he's stretched himself too thin here. If they can't get the motors done by Carb Day, then the next question is, well, did they get them done as well for race day as they did at Phoenix? But I'll tell you what, until one of them breaks, I think you got to be a fan of this guy who, based on what he accomplished at Phoenix, that was pretty remarkable.
Now, we have a yellow light on, but yet you see cars on the racetrack. This is considered a running yellow. So as long as you don't get up to speed, you are allowed to cruise around the racetrack and bed in brakes, as we said before, final drives, whatever. You can't stand on it and do a full speed run, but at least you can go around and break your car in. Afonso Giafone to the left, and then the other car, I believe, Velez, coming there onto pit road.
Giafone got some knocks in some of the letters to the editor, the people who said, hey, you know, I thought the IRL's whole deal was bring in new American drivers, and here this ride opens up and it goes to the guy who's got the GM of Brazil sponsorship. And okay, there may be some credence in that, but remember that this 81st 500 field will include, for example, Tice Carlson, a journeyman midget racer from right here in Indianapolis, Billy Boat, the sensation of West Coast midget and sprint car racing, and Steve Kinzer, the 14-time all-time king of the Outlaws. So if your thing is dirt, I think we've made some progress this year. Let's go to Mike King.
Ron Himmelgarn, we were just here talking about the opportunity for Buddy Lazier to repeat and for you to repeat as a winning car owner. It's something that hasn't happened in a long time.
Well, it's been 26 years, and it was on Firestone tires. We're on Firestone tires, and we're pretty confident we can repeat this thing and be the first-time winner in 26 years.
Just taking an opportunity, it looks like, to do the systems check, to scrub in a few sets of tires. How's it going so far?
Everything's going real good. No problem with the car. Just making little changes here and there, you know, just getting it ready for the race. But this seems to be going very, very well. Everybody's pretty happy with the program. Buddy last week ran very fast laps all in his practice, so he's very confident in the car, and I really think this Delta Faucet car is going to be up front at the end, you know, and thanks to the sponsors, Montana and Xerox, Synergy and Delta Faucet, you know, they're the ones that's really made this possible and be able to get us an Oldsmobile engine in here, and, you know, we owe them a lot, and we're going to try to put this car back in the victory circle and be the first two-timer in 26 years.
Ron, the obvious emphasis has to be on this guy, Buddy Lazier, as the defending champion here, but you've got two other drivers that have tested very, very consistently. Of course, they got to qualify back in those 34th and 35th spots. It could be a long day for Lynn St. James and Johnny Unser, but those cars have been very consistent on this track.
Well, you know, Lynn, she can go out there at any time, run 209. It doesn't matter you have full fuel loads or light loads. She just goes out and cruises at 209 right away to about third lap by, right at 209. She is so confident in the car, and I really think she's going to do well. With Johnny, you know, when he got in the car, he only had a couple laps of practice, really, and he's getting comfortable in the car. That's Buddy's backup car. That car ran 2:14 out here that first day of practice on that Tuesday. So the car is very capable. Johnny's capable, and we look forward to those guys doing very, very well in the race. And again, it's just a good program. We have 3 cars in the race, and I think they're all going to do well.
Don't forget now, as Ron said, the Aurora will power the Buddy Lazier machine, the Infinity Indy, and both the Johnny Unser and the Lynn St. James car. Dave?
You see Tony, let this be the year I finish. Stewart moving around in the yellow car there just before the shot change. Let's elaborate a little bit on Himmelgarn's situation. There was all that talk about whether that defending champion's car was the exempt car or not, and it ended up being somewhat controversial.
It really did, because when Johnny Unser rolled out for his qualifying run, Ron Himmelgarn chose not to take the exemption, and right away the conspiracist said that, well, no, he knows they're going to start 35 cars. Well, there's a little more, we'll get back to that, because Robbie Gordon has got smoke. That's not oil smoke. That looks like something's on fire to me at the back of the car when it's that black.
This is a car that he had hoped to run, as he said earlier, a significant number of miles here today. And now there is definitely a problem, and you're right. That doesn't look like a blown engine.
It looks like maybe the headers caught something on. Yeah, sure enough, it's on fire. Yeah. That's the telltale sign.
That is not good. Get the extinguisher, guys. I'm going to go with water first, which would be better in terms of ingesting things into the engine, I would think.
So that could have been the actual under tray itself or the diaper that they are all required to use, which is an oil control device, is the politically correct term to use. But that black smoke you see, that's carbon fiber burning.
I believe Punch is close by. We'll get to him as quickly as we can. You down there, Doc?
Dave, we're down here, and they pour water on the car. Robbie, fortunately, has climbed out of the car. Robbie, what happened?
Same thing everybody's been worried about all month. First lap of speed, motor blew up.
So the motor let go, Robbie?
What's that?
The motor let go?
Yeah. We're fortunate enough we do have another spare race prep motor. Can't believe it.
Obviously, disappointment. Well, even beyond that, almost devastation. They were so prepared to have this car, as he told us at the beginning of the show, to run 50 or 60 miles. This race motor, totally different stuff inside this motor than what they've had for qualifying. They wanted this engine to run today and run 500 miles on Sunday, but obviously that is not the case. They're looking at the right side of the engine. That's exactly where we had a couple other engine problems this week with a small hole in the block, and apparently he had run about 135 miles an hour and was just coming up to speed on that lap as he just punched the throttle and came through the gearbox, and suddenly the engine goes away. Dave?
Well, there was fire, but it apparently was ignited by the blow-up of the motor, and that is the second major setback for Gordon, qualifying being the first when, again, they couldn't get the motor up to speed. It's been a tough month.
Yeah, and of course, when we saw the black smoke, we knew there was a fire, but like you say, Dave, obviously something started that fire, which we now know is a hole in the side of the engine. Now, just to finish the story that we had started about Ron Hemmelgarn, and why did he choose to take that exemption and leave it with Buddy Lazier? Well, remember, there's an owner's championship here, so he wanted his program number 91, which is Buddy Lazier's number, to stay with Buddy because he obviously feels that Buddy has a great chance of winning this race, and he wants to collect owner's points. So that's one thing that we may have missed in our original coverage, and maybe now shed some light on that. Now, on the engine situation, boy, if you pop it only going 138 miles an hour, boy, that's going to be tough. I hope the other one's better than that.
Robbie Gordon has had a tough month at Indianapolis. He who will try to run both the Indianapolis 500 and the Coca-Cola 600 come Sunday of Memorial Day weekend. We'll take a break and be right back.
Guess what you'll find in the leading car protectors? Water. Over 50% water. Black Magic contains no water, so quit getting soaked. Use Black Magic Professional Protectant for total protection. Now there's Black Magic for your car's paint. Introducing Black Magic Paint Protectant with Teflon. It shines and protects your car's finish from pollution and acid rain. So the only thing that sticks to your car is the shine. Black Magic Paint Protectant with Teflon.
Pepsi theft. It can happen anywhere, anytime. Don't let this happen to you. Fight back. Introducing the Pepsi Club. Now Pepsi moments don't have to become anxious moments. Not today. Thank you, Pepsi Club.
Lightweight, liquid cool, and easy to handle. Everything you'd expect from Pepsi. The official soft drink of NASCAR.
Hey, is that what I think it is?
Yeah, it's my new Wagner Power Painter.
Well, can you edge with it?
Yeah, you can edge like this, or adjust it to control the paint up close. And when I'm done, I'm going to switch nozzles and stain my deck. Do a lot of other jobs I've been meaning to do.
Well, does it clean up easy?
Yeah, it's quicker than you think.
Why am I painting this by hand?
Good question. Get a Wagner.
Hey, if Beekes likes the Avalanche, but he also likes the Colorado Rapids soccer team. They'll be playing New England in Major League Soccer action on ESPN2. That'll be Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. I recommend that you check it out. Robbie Gordon with a major setback here. If you've just joined us, it's Carburation Day at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Gordon had planned to go out and run about 50 miles today. Motor blew up at 135 miles an hour before he even got it warmed up.
Yeah, and I think that Jerry Punch alluded to this, that I think for Robbie Gordon, he told us earlier, he really wanted to run 50 miles, meaning that he wanted to get settled in. They wanted to scrub some tires, really wanted to find out what the car was going to do. So by him blowing the engine, obviously this is the best time to blow an engine, put a fresh one in for the race, but it really throws him off his game plan. And for a driver, if you're planning one thing and something else happens, obviously that throws you a bit for a loop.
Over the years, there has been a tremendous history of motorcycle racers making the transition to automobile racing and becoming big stars, and one of the latest to try to accomplish that is standing by with Mike King.
Certainly Jeff Ward is regarded as one of the best ever on two wheels. Now he's looking to earn that same reputation on four wheels. Jeff, is there enough traffic out there to get a feel for what it's going to be like on race day?
Not right now. It seems like everybody's kind of waiting a little bit. A lot of guys are just, warming up their motors. That's what we're doing, and then we'll go out and make a run, see how the balance of the car is by itself, and then try to hook up with 3 or 4 guys and get as much laps in behind traffic as we can.
Of course, you and Eddie have been out there together. Have you been able to run any together so far?
Not too much this month because we didn't have our motors quite all together the first week, and then we ran a mule car and shared it the whole other this week, so we didn't get to run together. But I've run with a few guys, and the cars felt pretty good, so I'm hoping to get out there and see how it feels with a lot more cars.
Your first Carb Day, how's it feel to be here, and how have the nerves been this week getting set for your first 500?
It's been really good. The First Plus Team Cheever Tabasco group has been great to me, and Eddie's been super. He's been around here a few times, so he's helped me out with all the don'ts of this place, and hopefully I've got them all memorized, and when the situation comes up, I can put it to good work.
Okay, Jeff, have a good rest of the day. We're going to get out of his way because we're getting ready to go green here. By the way, guys, this helmet gets my vote as #1 here on pit road today. Dave, back to you.
Well, now that's another guy that came from the motorcycle ranks. That's a Troy Lee Designs helmet, and Troy's doing some car hats now, but he got his start doing those wild and crazy paint jobs for the motocross guys. Wardy, by the way, at 2:14.5 and 7th qualifier, so he's in pretty good shape here.
Yeah, and you talk about the helmets. You're talking in particular about the helmet design, but also notice that he had his tearaways on. Now, that's what they put on for a 500-mile race so that when it gets dirty, you can actually take a thin film of plastic off the front of your visor. Now, why would you run that on Carb Day? Well, what they do is they stack them up 4 or 5 deep and make sure that they like what the vision is like at this time of day. He's obviously not going to peel those off today. He's not expecting to be running that long, but you want to always test everything exactly like you're going to have it at the beginning of the race. So today, you simulate race conditions, and Jeff Ward is going all out.
Not to put too fine a point on it, but when you're down to checking out those kind of details, you're in pretty good shape. Hey, Kinzer's in the 500. Let's go to the doctor.
Hey, talking about short track legends, how about this guy? 41-year-old Steve Kinzer starts in the middle of row 7. He's talking with Owen Snyder right now. That's his brother-in-law and also his crew chief. You remember Owen. He was the chief wrench when Al Unser Jr. won here in '92. He put this deal together for brother-in-law Steve Kinzer. And Steve hasn't been on the track yet. Steve, what are your goals today? What do you plan to try to do in carburation?
Well, we just went back through this car and things. We're just going to shake it down. Basically, it's, sort of the way we started, and make sure we have no leaks, go out, scrub, pin this thing down the ground, make a few laps, try to keep us the least amount of laps on the motor as we can, and get ready, hopefully have everything ready for Sunday.
You waited so long to get here. You had a shot almost in '81. Now you're here in 1997. What is the emotion like? What does it feel like to be in the Indy 500?
Well, it's been a real exciting last couple of weeks. It's sort of haven't thought much about running Indianapolis for quite some time, but as a kid growing up, always thought about it, and just want to thank everybody here and all the sponsors and everybody on this team for giving me this opportunity, and hope we can make the best out of it.
They're getting ready to go green. We'll back away and let Steve Kinzer finish the conversation with Owen Snyder. By the way, his schedule for the weekend looks like this, folks. Yeah, he's got that big win on Sunday, the Indy 500, but tonight and tomorrow night, he's in Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania for the World of Outlaw show. Then Saturday night and Sunday night, it's Hagerstown, Maryland. He said, oh, by the way, Doc, Sunday night, if I'm busy here with some pictures and celebration, I may have to miss that one in Hagerstown.
Well, I'll tell you what, you ask him about the emotion, the guy with ice water in his veins acts like it's just another night in Peebly, Missouri. But it is, of course, the 81st Indy 500, and that's why all these folks have come for Carb Day. And that's why Robbie Gordon is so bummed. He has blown the engine in his car and is not going to get the practice he wanted today. We'll be right back. Because that's like a New England thing. Duke versus Princeton at noon on Saturday on the Deuce, and then Syracuse, Maryland. Don't miss the championship game here on ESPN. That'll be Monday at 10:55 a.m. There you go, the complete rundown. I got through it before the names on the screen, but the preliminaries are Saturday at noon Eastern time. Let's show me race cars. Buddy Lazier working a little traffic here with that onboard camera.
Salazar. Right ahead of him, he ducks to the inside. Salazar still had the stickers on the tires, so he's not up to full speed.
Lazier's gone 2:03. You heard earlier conversations that the race pace might be in the neighborhood of 2:10 to 2:11. Quickest lap of the day. Just turned, by the way, by Alfonso Giappone at 2:09.922.
But he's starting on the inside of row 4, is really going to try and take advantage of running with some of these cars. You see that Eliseo actually has decided that now he wants to run with Buddy. So he let Buddy go past. The stickers are off his tires. So Salazar now is going to find out how his car performs behind the defending champion.
Important to remember that these cars are very much different than the cars that raced here last year and in all previous years. The rules formula has changed. The G-force and the Dallara with less downforce for the driver, and that means more driver input required to get it around in a hurry.
Now you can see there are a few bumps around the circuit by watching Buddy Lazier's hands as he worked his way through that portion of the racetrack. Of course, there's also patches on the racetrack. We're seeing a lot of cars on the racetrack now. This is the first time that we have seen this many cars on the racetrack at one time, I believe, and that's the idea of Carburation Day.
Just coming off the yellow now. The track is green once again, so the guys that are warming up or cooling off are down on the bottom of the racetrack.
Dennis Vitolo, he's just come out warming his car up while other guys are at full speed.
Those at full speed include Giffoni at 209. St. James has run a 209 here today. Buell at 209. Those are the three quickest laps of the day. And Salazar and Lazier in that last effort were at 206 and 205. So the speed's increasing up closer to race pace, which is what you really worry about on front.
Davey Hamilton on the right of your screen, Johnny Unser on the left. Davey Hamilton moves down and lets the teammate to Buddy Lazier go through. You can see it's a similar paint job, but you can tell the difference by the Dayglow Orange number 9. Of course, he was added as effectively a promoter's option, so to speak, so he starts in the last row, but we do have an Unser in the race.
It's interesting, the last time they added positions to the field, 1979, the year of the controversy and the split in which Kurt left the United States Auto Club to form its own deal. The drivers who went into the extra spot was also a second-generation driver, Vukovic Jr. Let's go to Jerry.
Well, Mike Groff getting pit stop practice here. They bolt 4 more tires on. Not only can they practice their pit stop, what they're actually doing is scuffing tires up here in the Jonathan Bird pit, trying to get the tires scuffed in. The final set of tires going on, they'll scuff these tires, then they'll come back in and go back out on the tires they hope to start the race on and try to turn some speeds. That's one of the reasons we're seeing some of the slower speeds, 135, 150 mile an hour laps, because a lot of these teams today are scuffing tires, going out, running a lap or two to get the tires heated up. They'll come in, take them off, let them sit and cure. A scuffed tire lasts a lot longer than a brand new or a sticker tire, and that's what's going on up here in the Jonathan Bird pits. In fact, while we're up here, Jonathan Bird standing by watching them talk to his driver. Let me talk to Jonathan. You guys not only have a great shot here at Indy, but you guys are currently leading the points overall in IRL.
Yes, we are real happy about that. We've finished in the top 6 in each of the races. We've completed every race, and we're really looking forward to a good finish here. The Nissan Infiniti Indy has been a very strong motor for us. It's given us real dependability, and we're very excited about the opportunity.
You guys have been unusually quiet the whole month of May. Basically, just taking it easy. Any thoughts about what the pace is going to be like on race day?
I'm really looking for the race to run somewhere in the 208 to 210 range as far as the actual racing speeds. We did all of our post-qualifying setup work in our backup car. We ran 210 to 212 and using that car to do our setup work. So we're very excited about what our prospects are for the race itself.
All right, that's Jonathan Bird. He owns the car that Mike Groff will start from outside of row 6.
And during that interview, you got a glimpse of Dennis Vitolo's car, which apparently stopped just short of the pits and needed a tow in. Big crowd is a tradition here. Carb Day, the weather's perfect. Bring the kids, go to the Speedway. Why aren't you in school? Motor Speedway, big crowd gathered along the paddock seats there for Carburation Day, and the Pit Stop Challenge still up and coming, but right now we have cars continuing to circulate. In fact, I think we've just gone back to green. This is Billy Rowe, local guy who dreamed of running in the Indy 500 for, I guess, 20 years. Did some Atlantic racing, finally got the opportunity to get out there this year. We mentioned that Dennis Vitolo's car had stopped on course. Let's find out why from Dr. Punch.
Well, we're down in his pit with Greg Beck, who is the crew chief and car owner. Greg, what happened to Dennis?
That was a planned thing. We went out and we only put 4 or 5 gallons of fuel in it. Went out and ran him out of fuel. Now we're going back to fill the car up and make sure of how much fuel we can actually pick up for the race.
So basically the tank is 35 gallons. You go back and see how much it'll take it so you know by subtracting how much you picked up.
Exactly, and that helps us in our race strategy, obviously, to be able to know exactly how far we can go on a fuel stop, exactly how much we can pick up in order to get to the next fuel stop. You know, it opens up our window quite a bit if we can pick every bit up.
All right, some fuel strategizing going on down here in the Dennis Patolo pit by owner Greg Beck. Okay?
Again, those are the kinds of little details that can win you the 500, so it's important to get all that dialed in today. You don't have time on Memorial Day weekend.
Now, the only problem was that they ran Dennis Patolo out of fuel before he got up to speed. You don't really care how much fuel it picks up when you're running around slow. You want to find out how much fuel can you pick up when you're running the kind of speed that Tony Stewart is running right now, because that's when the fuel tends to work its way to the outside of the fuel cell.
The Rushville Rocket has run 2:19 this month. He's in the middle of the front row. He missed the pole. Let's go to Mike King.
Well, you see they're bolting on the cowling on to Eliseo Salazar's car. Jim Guthrie's team may be missing those NACs, but you got all 5 of your guys out and running. Andy, how's this car day going for Team Canyon?
I hired 3 engine builders, one from England, to come over and do this. So I had 3 of my guys in the shop in the last week to put those NAC engines together. That's why we have engines.
You know, you are one of the guys that you may have 3, 4, 5 good bets to win this race come Sunday. Certainly Eliseo Salazar, who has a 4th and a 6th in 2 years, and Vincenzo Sospiri has just knocked everybody's hats off.
Well, and don't forget Fermin Velez. He's going to be coming strong from the back. But all 3 of those guys, Dan Patriot, you know, is a great sentimental favorite as well. And don't count out Marco Greco.
You made an interesting comment to me. I asked you if you had all 5 cars out. You said, yeah, and I could hear every one of them.
Yeah, I'm trying to multitask this morning. It's pretty tough.
So Andy Evans, with all 5 of his Team Shandy entries out, we'll let you get back to work. Good luck on race day. Back upstairs.
The computer reference at Natural. He's Bill Gates' stockbroker. The opportunity to hire engine builders from all over the world follows from that because they've got all the money that it takes to do this kind of thing. And he, by the way, was selected this month by Racer Magazine as one of the 13 most influential men in motorsports, not on the strength of having a big team in Indianapolis, but the fact that he is now running professional sports car racing in America.
We've just gone yellow. So these guys will be making their way to pit road, or they'll just continue slowly around and continue the break-in process. Obviously, for this particular car, that's where you, in Boat's case, you're just trying to break the thing in.
Team A.J. Foyt here with Billy Boat number 11 and Paul Durant in number 1 getting out on the racetrack for the first time today. We're going to take a commercial break and come back with more. It's Carburation Day. Indianapolis, the paddock seats are full Sunday. The biggest crowd in the world of sports will gather at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Whatever your racing politics, the Indy 500 is still the biggest race in the world.
Work to be done now, work to be done later. Team Cheever, of course, getting the car set to go back out on this carb day, but a little later, hey, round 1 of the pit stop competition, Team Cheever versus Treadway Racing. It will be Eddie Cheever and Ari Lyondike.
Well, yellow fever strikes Carburation Day. Yes, a rash of yellow lights are producing some frustration down here in the pits. We'll explain why drivers like Roberto Guerrero would like to see more green flag action in just a moment.
We're back at Indy as we bring you all of the activity here of Carb Day on ESPN, and we welcome you to the show. I'm Dave Despain along with Jan Beekes, and we are under another of those yellows right now. Depending on what your agenda for the day is, those yellows can get pretty irritating.
Yeah, it can. I think in the case of Roberto Guerrero, he wants to get out there and run consecutive laps because that's how you find out how your car obviously is going to run over a long duration during the race. But interesting, right now the top 3 cars are all Dalaras. Now, the top 2 qualifiers are in G-Force, so I don't know if that means in race trim the Dallara is the car to have or not, but at least that's an early indication with speeds right now around 209.
Well, Roberto Guerrero might say, hey, the reason I'm not fast is because I can't get out on the racetrack. Doc, what's going on down there?
Well, that's exactly it, Dave. Let's talk to Alan Pagan, who's sitting here sort of chewing his teeth and his lips. And, Alan, you guys want to run some laps.
What if we just want to run a few, Jerry, but we get a yellow every time we go out?
Now, a lot of guys are concerned about the engine reliability. They want to run a lot of laps today. Is reliability a problem or concern for you?
Well, we hope it's not a problem, at least for our car. We're not really worried about the rest of them. But we think we're going to be there all day long on race day.
Sunday is when experience is really at a premium, when it's so important. You've got one of the most experienced drivers in the field. That has to make you very confident.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Roberto does such a good job here, particularly in Indianapolis, and that's why myself and Pennzoil both have so much confidence in him.
Well, you can hear the emotion already in Alan Pagan's voice. His voice is almost gone. That's what begins to happen here on Carburation Day. The game faces go on, the emotion begins to build, and by Sunday morning, for some of the crew members and owners, it's even hard to talk.
Well, of course, we jam 2 weeks of racing into 4 weeks here in Indianapolis. That's one of the intrigues of this place. So by the time you get to Carburation Day, the butterflies are the size of B-52s, and come race day, you are more than ready for this thing to get green and get going. Tony Stewart certainly feels that way. He's had trouble finishing IRL races. Maybe he'll finally win one. We'll be right back.
Meet Hank. He loves the matte shine of no-touch original tire care.
Anyway, with very fast cars, the yellow one is Tony Stewart's machine. Narrowly edged for the pole by Ari Lyondike, and now focusing, first of all, on getting things dialed in here today, but looking ahead to Sunday, I think focused on finishing the race.
Right now, he's trying to see how his car works as he goes by Fermin Velez, one of the Scandia cars. We talked to Andy Evans earlier, obviously, with 5 cars in the race. They've got the race stacked, I guess you would say, in their favor. But right now, Tony Stewart trying to simulate somewhat of a race pace, and now he's going to come to the pit and simulate, obviously, what 100 miles an hour is down pit road.
Again, the kind of details that you check out on Carb Day. If you've just joined us, we've seen guys out there getting a view through their tear-off face shields, scrubbing in tires, running the cars dry on fuel to check pickup and make sure that they're getting all the fuel out of that 35-gallon tank. And now Tony, having checked out his pit road speed, comes to the attention of Larry Curry and the crew. The tarp goes over the wing so that nobody else can see what you've adjusted your setup to, although I'm not sure at this juncture that makes a whole lot of difference. And we focus our attention on the number 11 car, A.J. Foyt, driven by Billy Boat, who finally gets a shot at the 500 after crashing while trying to qualify here a year ago.
And this is a Dallara chassis. A.J. Foyt obviously had the choice of both chassis. Now, currently, Paul Duran is the fastest A.J. Foyt car out there, and he is driving a G-Force. So, you know, they obviously are going to be interested to see which chassis seems to be dialed in quicker. Still at the top of the charts, there are 3 Dallaras. So, I don't know if you can tell too much on overall speed in Carburation Day, because, Dave, it really just depends. Some guys want to run fast, and some are just basically breaking in the car.
Conseco is the sponsor on the car. Conseco insures many of the cars in this field, and A.J. has been their best customer this month of May. Of course, Scott Sharp, co-champion last year of the division, totaled 2 of A.J.'s cars, one when the motor locked up and another when he got caught out on cold tires. He will not drive the Indy 500. He's in great shape, but he's got a little contusion on the brain that has frustrated him a great deal. If he's walking around just feeling 100%, wishing he could get back in, the doctors say, nah, a little too early.
Yeah, obviously he will be here as a spectator, and looking at the speed chart here, now the top 4 cars are Dallara, because Alessandro Zampedri has just gone the quickest at a 211.8, and as I say that, Scott Goodyear makes a liar out of me and puts a G-Force at the top at 212.9.
Goodyear, who will start from the middle of the second row in position number 5.
Marco Greco comes to a stop. He's been very vocal about his problems. They're looking underneath the car. I hope they're just checking and that he doesn't also have an engine-related problem. But the fact that they are ready, that may just be standard practice, that you're ready with the extinguishers.
Marco is one of the oft-criticized buy-a-ride guys. He's got enough money to be able to afford to rent an Indy car, and he was a little frustrated that the Indy car he rented this year didn't have enough engines to get it out on the racetrack and get what he felt were his requisite number of laps. Nonetheless, Greco was able to qualify in 27th spot at 210.3 miles per hour. Now he's significantly slower than that. He has stopped on the apron, on the entrance road, out onto the racetrack. Meanwhile, over at is this Fan Fest? Nope, this youngster brought his cars right to his seat. We'll be back with more.
So, You bought this used car, and right away you knew.
Celebration Day, typically they do not open the outside grandstands, but as you can see lower right on your screen, there are folks along the front straightaway here, and the paddock seats are all full. Fastest driver on the racetrack today, Scott Goodyear. He of the two near misses here at the Brickyard. Alessandro Zampedri has run 2:11 today, which is faster than he qualified. Giaffoni at 2:09. You see the rest of the list. Lynn St. James, one of the two additional starters added to the tail end of the field in a somewhat controversial decision here last Sunday. Any surprises in that list?
Well, I think originally we saw Zampedri, Giaffoni, Salazar, and St. James. They were at the top of the charts. They all have Delaris. Scott Goodyear, of course, has a G-Force. So now we'll see if maybe when people get up to speed, like Tony Stewart, we'll see how the G-Force works for him.
Some folks are changing helmets. Some are changing cars. Tony Stewart was having a buffeting problem with the helmet, something that had not cropped up during all of the practice run here this month of May. So they made some adjustments to the helmet on that stop and are sending him back out. If you just joined us, Robbie Gordon, who will run the 81st Indy 500, then head for Charlotte and the Coca-Cola 600, planned to run 50 miles today during Carburation Day. Instead, blew the engine before he got it over 135. So he's out there in the T-car now, the spare car, trying to salvage what he can from this Carburation Day, but I would think that may not be a lot.
And you saw when we were looking at the long shot, the car that was just ahead here of Robbie Buell, that was Eddie Cheever, and he was using all of the racetrack. I mean, he was really standing on it, so we'll watch him to see how fast he comes up to speed. A lot of these drivers getting frustrated that there were so much yellow, or is so much yellow during this particular Carburation Day. Now they're getting fired up, starting to spin the tires, go back out on the racetrack, and some of these guys are really starting to go for it.
The yellows have come from a variety of sources. Cars braking. We mentioned the blown engine on Gordon. Marco Greco's car stalled on the access road to the racetrack. But now we are green, and we've got some pretty good speeds being recorded here. Let's go to Don.
Well, they're still trying to decipher what happened to Brazilian Marco Greco's car, Dave. He had actually been on the racetrack for about 2.5 laps. And he said suddenly the car just shut off, just quit. We first thought they may be trying a fuel stop to see how much fuel they could pick up. We've seen other teams do that today already, but that was not the case. Apparently, we were told there may have been a fuel pressure problem. They brought the car back to pit road. That's Gilbert Lang there on the right side of the screen in the light blue shirt, talking to Dick Simon, who's talking also to the Aurora engineers, who came over, plugged in the laptop computer, and they've been downloading the computer there on the side part of the car. They have tried to refire the car. They just fired it a moment ago, but the car will not sustain itself. Apparently, they shake their heads, and the car shuts off once again a couple of times, and they're still trying to decipher what happened to Marco Greco's car. They may try to send him back out. They are looking at something in the area of electronics and possibly doing something to change the fuel mixture. But now the car shuts off again, and they may keep him here in the pits, or either go back to the garage area and take a longer look.
Meanwhile, on the racetrack, Ari Lyondike, the pole sitter for the 500 in the red, white, and blue, leading a freight train down through the short chute.
Behind him, you have Fermin Velez. Behind him, Johnny Unser. Ari Lyondike looks like he might be slowing coming into the pits, but man, we've had a whole bunch of cars on the racetrack at one time, and for just about every driver out here, this is a new experience for us in the booth to see so many cars running at once. It's pretty exciting stuff.
Cheever got to 2:09 in the course of his laps, indicating that he was using all of the road on a pretty good run. This is Johnny Unser, who will officially be the 35th starter in the race. He was added to the field along with Lynn St. James in order to maintain the Indianapolis tradition that they start the 33 fastest cars. There were two additional cars with guaranteed starting spots who were in the field ahead of these two cars, which were among the 33 fastest. So after the end of qualifying, in a somewhat controversial decision, the IRL announced that they would add 2 positions to the field, thus ensuring that the 33 fastest are part of the race. That exemption business goes away next year, and so let the record show that they did not violate that tradition. The 33 fastest have started the Indy 500 throughout this period of exemptions.
You see that Kenny Breck has run over 212 miles an hour. That is the second fastest time of the day. just below Scott Goodyear. So we talked to Rick Gallus earlier. He said he was excited about speed, and Kenny Breck is showing it.
Tony Stewart has had every imaginable kind of problem in these IRL races. They've prevented him from winning one thus far. Today, his problem is that his head's bouncing around. Let's go to Mike King.
Well, you're right, Dave. And, of course, I don't know how it feels to be traveling down a back straight at 220 miles an hour. The wind hitting you full force, but he does. And Tony Stewart has had some problems. He changed out of this helmet that we have right here. Simpson had a couple of guys over here, including Bill Simpson himself over here, trying to figure out what the problem was. They had changed the wicker that runs here. And Don can tell us more about how it works when you're actually sitting in the car. But the front of this here, the leading edge here, is getting some lift off of the helmet. Now, one thing that Bill Simpson said that they did was they changed the headrest area in the car. And it is different now than it was when they were testing. And so they're not exactly sure if that has upset perhaps the aerodynamics of the helmet. But right now, Tony is wearing another helmet. They've just finished putting on the visor here. They hope that they've made the changes necessary to make it more comfortable. We'll have to wait and see. But one thing's for sure, on the scanner, Tony Stewart has not been particularly happy with his comfortability in the cockpit, and they hope they've solved the problem.
And Mike, of course, to further explain that front of the helmet versus the top, the lip on the front, you might as well just think of that like a front wing, and the wicker bill that goes over the top is kind of like a rear wing. So you really have to balance the front and the back of the helmet, almost like you do a race car. Now, if they have, in fact, changed the headrest area, that does make a big difference of the airflow over the car and into the airbox. So obviously they may want to go back to what they had before.
And, Mike, I have nothing urgent about this, but I'd just be curious to know the extent to which this is a fine-tune, a tweak, or the extent to which it's a problem that has cropped up that they haven't had all month long. Meanwhile, the action is on the racetrack, as we've seen the Treadway team out there doing business, Ari Leyendijk and now Scott Goodyear.
Now, this is Vincenzo Sospiri, and you may say, well, no. Vincenzo's running a red car. Well, they've repainted this. It now has the Old Navy colors. So on the outside of the front row, you now have a car that's identical to Fermin Velez's. So this will be tough during the race to tell all these red, white, and blue cars apart. But this is Vincenzo Sospiri.
Let's go to Doc.
Well, you mentioned Kenny Breck was second quickest overall thus far today at 2:12.741. That must have made him happy. He's out of the car. Kenny, you were smiling when you climbed out of the car. Pretty pleased?
Yeah, I feel pretty pleased. You know, times doesn't mean that much today, though. But the car feels good, and I'm happy to go into the race with this car. It's the Monster and Gallus team have done a tremendous job, you know, and it's good. It's very good.
What did you want to find out about the car today? I mean, did you want to be on the racetrack for your own comfort level, or did you want to just make sure the speed was still there from what you had found last week?
Yeah, we just want to check so that it works the same in different kind of conditions, and the car seems to be very stable, and I think we go into the race with, I go into the race with lots of confidence, and, you know I have the Gallus family, the Gallus team, and Unidal, Monsoon, and the sponsors behind me, so I'm feeling very happy.
Well, now you switch gears and go into the pit stop competition. These guys have a pretty good reputation over the years.
Yeah. I hope I don't screw things up for the team, you know.
All right, that's Kenny Breck. He is out of the car, turning laps at over 212 miles an hour. And by the way, guys, we talked about Marco Greco a moment ago. Apparently, from what Dick Simon just told me, Greco thought the engine was seizing up in the car, backed up roughly out of the throttle. That's what caused the car to shut off. They have refired the car, and apparently they're going to send him back out. He said, we'd rather have the engine let go today in carburation day than have to guess about the motor and wait and let it happen on Sunday.
All right, thank you very much, Doc. Kenny Breck preparing for the pit stop competition, as you heard. One thing, he made the reference to conditions. I think everybody hopes the conditions on Sunday might be something close to what they are today. They're not bad.
No, if we had these kind of conditions, it would be absolutely perfect for race day, but unfortunately that is not the forecast at the moment. We know things can change here in Indianapolis. Now, Kenny Breck said he hopes that he does not screw it up for the team in the pit stop competition. Remember, the driver is not going to win that. The crew is, but if the driver stalls it, they're out of it.
We'll elaborate on the pit stop rules when we bring you that competition after the track goes yellow for good here at the end of carburation day. In other words, we got it all. Stay with us. Greg Ray has just cut the fastest lap of the day at 2:14. That's getting up into qualifying range. I want to take a ride right now. We go on board with Tony Stewart for a lap of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Just listen to the engine RPM. Looks like he's going to do it to us again. I think he's slowing and going to bring it onto pit road. Well, you can tell when he was going through turn number 1, you can kind of hear the engine straining as he goes through, and that is how you can tell how much scrub that you have in the corners. That's what they try and minimize.
This is a tech check for ABC, which will, of course, have the race on Sunday, our sister operation over there, and so they're making sure that the onboard cameras and everything are working in anticipation of their big day. Tony will be headed down to pit road here for some further attention and see if they've got that helmet problem resolved. I think that's the biggest thing on their minds right now.
Yeah, that's true. They're trying to obviously make sure they get that fixed. We saw Scott Goodyear kind of coasting slowly onto pit road, so he may have also done one of those fuel checks to make sure that they do pick up everything that's in the fuel cell itself. So I don't think he has a problem other than, you know, the thing that you do already plan ahead for on carburation day.
There you see the note. You saw the tail end of the fastest lap of the day. Before Tony came to the pits, he ran a 2:15.5. We've pretty well documented, I think, all the bad luck that he's had during the course of his IRL career. Let's go down trackside to Jerry Pony.
Well, Indianapolis, Indiana midget racer Tice Carlson goes from second alternate a year ago to the middle of row 9 here in 1997. Tice, it's got to feel awfully good to finally get in this race you've been wanting to be a part of for so long.
Yeah, it does. I've had a lot of time to run laps in my head, and car felt really good today. We went out there, we scuffed in a bunch of tires, we practiced pit stops. We know the car will run well in traffic, and we're happy with our carburation day.
You got your own fan club back here. I heard them chanting, Tice is nice, Tice is nice. Yesterday, a lot of youngsters able to sit in your race car on Community Day. That was a huge hit here in the garage.
Yeah, it was, and we're real happy to be a part of it. You know, I've been coming through here for a long time, and just for a family to have the opportunity to bring their kids out here and let them sit in the race car, it might make them want to be, you know, IndyCar drivers or whatever kind of race car driver they want to be in the future.
All right, that's Tice Carlson, starts in the middle of row 9 alongside teammate Mark Dismore. Dave?
All right, we've seen a lot of Tice on the Thunder series here on ESPN. It's nice to see him get his shot at the Speedway. There would be Cheever and Ward, I believe. Check that.
That's both the Cheever cars.
Yeah, there you go. And I wonder if this isn't a little drafting drill here to get the opportunity for Jeff Ward to benefit from the experience of Eddie Cheever running in traffic.
They'll need to get just a little bit closer than that if they really want to get a feel for it. They seem to have taken the strategy. You can see that there's not as many cars on the track at the moment, so they may be going the Robbie Gordon direction, feeling that they run one maybe 50 or 60 miles out here as opposed to just, 15 or 20 like other people have chosen to do.
Ward alluded earlier to the fact that Eddie Cheever had been coaching him a great deal. Like everybody else, they've been conservative in their use of power plants here, and have done a lot of paperwork in place of track work for Ward. I think we can get more on Tony Stewart's situation. Let's go to Mike King.
Well, Dave, as you said, he just ripped off the fastest lap of the day, 215. Took a little while to get there. How's the helmet situation now?
Well, my head's still dizzy. I feel like it's been bruised. For some reason, when we brought the car out and brought the race car back out on Sunday to do a leak down test, we had a lot of problems with buffeting, and then today we came right back out with the same helmet and had the same problem, and we hadn't changed anything. So other than put the cameras on the cars, we thought that might be it. We tried taking the cameras off. We've tried everything. We've changed wicker bills. We've changed more wicker bills on my helmet than we have on the race car all month. So we finally think we've got it calmed down. At least I could see that last run where I could run hard.
Now, you changed helmets, and they changed the headrest in the car. Could that have been the problem, the headrest?
Well, I think what we've had is problems where we've had gaps by my helmet to where it's letting the air get in there, and when the air packs up in there, it makes your head move around quite a bit. So we think that's part of the problem. That was the big thing that helped just now.
Well, obviously, you got a little more comfortable running a 215. Car feels good?
It doesn't feel too bad. I mean, I think we can make it better, but, we don't need to run 216 or 217 today, and we really don't need to run 215 in a race either. So we'll just put it back and save it for race day now.
Tony Stewart hopes to have that helmet situation worked out. Dave, back to you.
Well, I guess that answered the question of whether this was a tweak or a genuine problem. He was not very happy with the way his hat was fitting today.
No, that's true. Obviously, if you have that kind of buffeting, you're not as comfortable in the car, and he wants to be much more comfortable than that so that he can run, obviously, comfortably, because in the race, there'll be that much more turbulence because all the cars are out running together. But he also said that he has changed more wicker bills on his helmet than he has on the race car. Remember, when you start the race, you can't do anything to your helmet. You can change those wickers on the car, but not on the helmet. So for him, he's got to hope that thing is cured.
He also made the reference to the camera. We're under yellow, by the way, for Cheever's car, which now we see has stopped on course, and the radio traffic indicated that he had run out of power moments before we saw him circulating with Jeff Ward, his teammate. So apparently something has broken there. We're going to take a break and come back with more. It's Carburation Day at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Speedway, Rushville, Indiana's Tony Stewart is the fastest guy today at 2:15.5. But the guy on the racetrack right now is right behind him. Look at Greg Ray.
Greg Ray is a guy that has come from the Indy Lights Series and says he has never run a race longer than 100 miles. So he's hoping to get out here today, kind of take a few longer runs, see what the car will do. And, he did very few laps and did a 2:14.8. So, we'll see now that he's out there somewhat on his own if he'll try and still crank off some fast ones.
He was a big story in qualifying because he was on a lap at something approaching this same speed, 214 miles an hour, and everybody was going, wow, can you believe this Ray kid? And ran out of gas. So he came back and qualified at 2:13.7. It did make a huge difference in his starting position because he ends up 30th on the grid. He'd have been up there in the front 3 rows.
Yeah, but at first it looked like he was going to lose the $25,000 that you get for being the fastest on any qualifying day. But it turned out he was the fastest on the final day of qualifying, so that 1 gallon of methanol didn't in fact cost him as much as they thought it might.
We saw Greg completing his lap there, pulling back into the pits. Let's go to Dr. Jerry Punch, who's down trackside.
Well, Dave, there are 13 rookies in this field for Sunday. One of those is 40-year-old Billy Rowe, who's been about a dozen years the USAC mechanic. And Billy, got to ask you, you've been around the garage area a long time. What's the best piece of advice the drivers have given you about running this race on Sunday?
Well, like I say, take it easy at the start. Try not to lead the first lap, and you got to be around at the end to finish this. And if you're going to win it, you got to take care of your equipment, take care of your tires, and we're going to treat it like an endurance race.
So basically, it's not a 500 miles for you guys. I heard you guys talking about the 24 hours of Indiana. Is it basically going to be a take your time, take it easy, and just run all day?
Yeah, I think so. We're going to have to set the car up as the race goes. I haven't got to run a lot in traffic, so we've got to feel that out, see how the car feels in traffic. Antonio's an endurance racer, and we're going to go with his strategy, treating it like an endurance race, work on the car through the race, and have a good race car at the end.
You're talking about your car owner, Antonio Ferrari. We're talking about some guys that are seeing some buffeting with their helmets up and down pit road in the car. As a former crew chief and now as a driver, are you having that problem at all with your helmet?
I had a little bit of it, and then it seemed to went away. You just hold your head a certain way, and it goes away. And but I don't seem to have much of a problem of it.
All right, best of luck to you on Sunday.
Thank you very much.
That's Billy Rowe. He will start outside of row 8, driving for Antonio Ferrari.
Well, I certainly hope he doesn't try to lead the first lap from row 8. That could be an exciting thing to watch if he does. This is Sospiri, who could lead the race on lap 1. He'll start outside the front row, but I think Billy makes a key point, and that is that this race can certainly be lost on the first lap, but it cannot be won on the first lap.
That is true. That is one of the quotes that is well used in drivers' meetings. Believe me, that is something they remind you of. If we look today, there's been 32 cars on the track, 631 laps. You say 32 cars, there's 35 in the race. Well, in case you tuned in late, the 3 cars of Blueprint Racing did not get their engines in time, so they are the only cars today that did not show and run in Carburation Day.
Rowe and Ray are among the rookies in the field, if you like alliteration. 1911, of course, was the first race, so everybody was a rookie. Here are the other rookies who have won the Indianapolis 500. Most recently, Graham Hill starting the rear engine revolution. We'll be right back.
You'll find her wherever there's a morning and a road. Distance champion Deanna Sodoma, training and competing all over the world. On the strength of her own determination. And on the wings of Northwest Airlines, who can take you from wherever you call home to wherever on earth you chase your dreams.
Northwest has a network that will take me any place I need to go.
Some people just know how to fly.
Hey, is that what I think it is? Yeah, it's my new Wagner Power Painter. Well, can you edge with it? Yeah, you can edge like this, or adjust it to control the paint up close. And when I'm done, I'm going to switch nozzles and stain my deck. Do a lot of other jobs I've been meaning to do.
Well, does it clean up easy?
Yeah, it's quicker than you think.
Why am I painting this by hand?
Good question. Get a Wagner.
Every split fire is born to do battle and win.
I've got 3 vehicles that I've got it in.
Motorcycles are performance. Split fire spark plugs are performance. Really delivered the power that I was looking for.
Super. Just great.
Definitely just a lot better plug.
All the difference in the world.
You put the plugs in, if it doesn't meet your expectations, you get your money back.
During our 40 million split fire celebration, you'll get guaranteed split fire performance, and you'll save $1 on every plug. Hurry, it's a limited time only event.
Seems like a long time ago that folks sat here in the rain on opening day for the 81st Indianapolis 500. Now we're down to the final couple minutes of practice.
Yes, with only about 2 minutes remaining, we'll have to see if anybody takes advantage. And yes, Vincenzo Sospiri decides to roll out onto the racetrack. A couple minutes left. Obviously, he wants to put some fine-tuning. He's been running about 2:08. We'll see if maybe he stands on it here for the final couple minutes.
Well, there's nothing to be gained, of course, by topping the speed chart for today. In fact, for Tony Stewart, the fastest man today at 2:15.5, it was a day of some difficulty. They discovered a helmet buffeting problem that had not been there before. They hope they have that solved. Meanwhile, the second fastest guy today has been Greg Ray, the rookie, at 2:14.8. He's with Mike King.
You know, Dave, it seems like a long time ago since we sat here in the rain, because it has been a long time. But for this guy, the month has been flying, quite literally. Greg, you haven't done many slow laps around here. It seems like every time you go out there, you're able to rip off some quick ones. Today, over 214 miles an hour. How's it feel?
The car feels good. I mean, we were just out there trying to cruise around and break in a few sets of tires and get ready for the race. And, you know, we've had very limited laps here, but so we're just trying to make the most of it. And, you know, we're just trying to be there at the end of the race.
Did you have much of an opportunity to run in traffic to see how the car handles the turbulent air?
Yeah, I ran in some traffic a few times, probably not as much as I would like. We tried a few different wing configurations and a few different stagger combinations to get a feel for it, and we're ready to throw the dice and go racing.
Tell us about your lucky watch. Your son gave you this, and it's his birthday today. Let's turn it around there so everybody can see it. Not typically the watch you see on a driver's wrist.
No, in fact, I never wear watches when I drive, and unfortunately somebody stole a watch that I had for 10 years, and I had replaced it. My son wanted to know why I didn't have a new watch, and I told him it was very special to me, and he put his hand on his cheek and said, and came back about 5 minutes later and said, well, Daddy, this watch is very special to me, too, and you can wear it all month of May for good luck.
And his name is?
Winston Gregory.
And today is his what birthday?
Today is his 4th birthday.
Good deal. Let's pop it down here real quick and let's see what time it is. Well, we won't show anybody, but it works. Okay, Greg, good luck on race day. Back upstairs to you, Dave.
Well, we're up here in Robbie Gordon's pits, Mike, and we showed you a little earlier, if you missed it, earlier in the day when Robbie went out trying to get his original race car up to speed. They had run him laps of about 135 miles an hour, and then he pushed the button, as Robbie put it, and suddenly, boom, the engine let go. A big puff of smoke, some fire in the back of the car, and that's the primary race car. This car has been pulled on the pit road as the backup car, the T car. They cannot practice this car because it is not qualified in the Indy 500. This car will be used for pit stop competition. Interesting story. Robbie comes back out of the pit road. His girlfriend, Tammy Rhodes, says, hey, Robbie, what does it feel like to sit in an Indy car? He said, well, get in there. She climbed in this car a moment ago. Everyone's snapping pictures. She climbed in and says, Robbie, I could never drive this car. He said, why? He says, my heels make it too tough to work the pedals.
That will not be, by the way, the only T car that we'll see out there, I assume, for pit stops.
No, most of these guys do definitely not want to run their race car in the pit stop competition because they are going to really be brutal on the clutch. They're going to get the revs up. They're going to spin the tires because a driver like Arie Luyendyk, who's to the left, talking to Tim Wardrop, his engineer, the one thing that you desperately do not want to do in the pit stop competition is kill the thing. And they're under a lot of pressure, actually, not to.
Well, the kids have gathered. Go fast, Daddy. I love it. We're going to take a break and come back with more from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We're just about ready to wrap things up here on Carb Day. Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the checkered flag has fallen on Carburation Day practice, but the activity is far from over. The Coors Pit Stop Challenge is about to take place here on the front straightaway in front of a packed paddock grandstand. A lot of people are interested in this. It's a great opportunity for the crews to get some credit. How about taking a quick look at the rules here? What is the objective here?
Well, obviously, this is the time for the spotlight for the crews. They may not break the plane of the wall until the car comes to a stop. Obviously, you have to change change all 4 tires. They'll simulate some fuel, and then they must start before the opposing team finishes. Now, what does that mean? That means you cannot let somebody go and do their pit stop, time them, and then try and beat them. You must compete at appropriately the same time. Now, all wheels obviously have to be fastened. There's penalties if they're not, and you must start and finish under your own power. So if you kill it, the crew cannot push it across the line.
So effectively, it is a race to see a race against the clock, though they will race side by side. There are penalties, as you mentioned, and Jerry Punch has the rundown on that for which you can be penalized.
All right, there are 5 penalties here for this competition. There are 2 3-second penalties, 2 5-second penalties, and a 10-second penalty. The 3-second penalty is any unattended tire that's not laid down that rolls, that can roll, is a 3-second penalty per tire. A 3-second penalty for any equipment outside the pit box. 5-second penalties for a loose wheel nut or for each crewman that breaks the back plane of the pit wall. Now, this is the back plane of the pit wall right here we're showing you. You can't even have your hand on the pit wall. You cannot have a foot up on the pit wall. You have to be completely behind the pit wall. If you break the plane of the back part of the wall, it's 5 seconds per crew member. Also 5-second penalties for each wheel nut that's left loose, and a 10-second penalty for running over an air hose. That's a no-no. 10 seconds would mean you'd be completely out of the competition. Dave?
In fact, the record for the competition is 18.5 seconds, give or take. Here is the way they will line up, and we have already had an outcome of one of these heats. In heat race number 2, we're going to get a bye for Jeff Ward because Jim Guthrie's team does not have their engines, as we reported during the first hour of the show here. So they don't have a car that will comply with the rule that says you have to drive it into the box. We'll see Heat 1 with Team Scandia and Sinden Racing Service. That will be Marco Greco and Steve Kinzer, the first to go out, and that'll be taking place here in just a moment. We mentioned that the record was set back in 1985, 11.5 seconds. That, of course, was the year that the Penske organization needed a crack pit crew. They had to get an extra time for Danny Sullivan to be able to spin that car around and still win the Indy 500. They not only won the pit crew competition, but they also won the race. Team to beat this year, I guess, is the Gallus team.
Yeah, obviously they have won this competition numerous times, but when you talk about that record that the Penske team set, those were in the days when they used to machine special wheel nuts that only had a couple threads. They had special air guns. Now you have to use all the equipment that is supplied. You have to use the specified air guns, tanks, and hoses that are there. They all share the same equipment. And now, of course, we have computerized scoring, so we'll be able to see exactly to the thousandth of a second who pulls it off.
Well, let's shift gears here. We're looking forward to the Coors pit stop competition, but I think it might also be worthwhile to look back to the guy who was the fastest during Carburation Day practice here. It ended up being Tony Stewart, who will start the race from the middle of the front row and has a postmortem on Carb Day with Dr. Jerry Punch.
Well, Carburation Day is over for Tony Stewart. Now it's watch and wait until race day. But I got to ask you, we talked a little bit about Carburation Day earlier, but what about your demonstration down in NASCAR land at Charlotte Motor Speedway? I heard you lit the fans up and the tires.
Well, with our car, with all the neon colors in it, about the time of the day that we went out, it was not quite totally dark out, but it was pretty dark, and that time of night, neon colors stand out, looked like it was plugged into the wall or had a battery plugged into it, but I thought I needed to do something to try to get their attention. We did a big burnout and ran about 199.5, so hopefully they enjoyed the show.
How was the track? I mean, you guys are going there in July for the Indy Racing League. I know the fans, from what I hear in the newspapers, are really pumped about seeing you guys come in mass. How did you find the speedway itself?
Oh, I thought it was great. It was just as much fun in the Indy car as it was in the Busch car last year when we were there, but we just missed the setup. We didn't really go down with the right setup package on the car, and when we go back, we'll be a lot more comfortable. 199, I was holding my breath to do it that night, but I think we can run probably about 205 pretty comfortably when we go back down.
All right, let's switch gears and talk about race day here. How do you play it? 500 miles? Do you sit and ride, or do you become the rocket early on?
Larry Curry puts the reins in the bit in my mouth, and he pulls on me for the first 250 miles and holds me back, but really the car will pretty much tell me what it wants to do and what kind of pace it wants to go into. It's kind of like a horse, I guess, in a way. It'll tell me. You could go too slow and break your rhythm, and at the same time you can push too hard. So we'll just go out and kind of see what everybody else does, but if guys jump out there and try to go take off pretty quick, we're just going to wave at them and let them go. Let them go back and do their thing, and you know, try to just stay on the lead lap, and then later in the race, when it comes time to really get in the spot for the end, then we'll start having to race hard.
Well, maybe that strategy will work. He's led a bunch of laps this year. Maybe it's finally now time to win one for Tony Stewart.
Oh, we heard talk of race pace anywhere from 2:08 to 2:11, and you heard Tony say that basically he can tell by the seat of his pants what the car wants. You buy that?
Yeah, I think so. You can really tell if your car is comfortable, if you're saving it for the end of the race, and I think that is going to be the strategy. Now, in this first round of pit stop competition and the car that you just saw, I said that they would be using their spare cars. Well, that's if they have a spare car. The first round that we're going to see are guys that don't, so they're going to have to use the race car, so you have to be careful not to burn out the clutch.
Oh, exactly. That puts a little additional responsibility on the driver. I mean, he owes his crew the best attempt he can make at a good pit stop here, but they need not lose sight of the objective, which is to win the big race on Sunday. That one, by the way, pays $8.5 million. We'll take a break and be right back. At Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and we have an announcer who's giving you two different times for the record for the pit stop competition. Where did I get 18.5 seconds? Anybody that knows anything about pit stops knows that's way too fat. The actual time for the record, 11.742 seconds, set by the Penske team in 1985. On the far side in the red car, Team Scandi is Mark Greco, and center screen right now, Steve Kinzer in the Sinden Racing Service entry.
And if you look on the actual asphalt, you can see that it has been dug up there. Those black lines, that's where the transmitters or transponders in this case will be able to tell exactly when the car passes over. So they use the same transmitters in the cars that they will use for race day, and now we have the full electronic capability and even a monitor in the booth, so we'll be hopefully right on top of it.
No, they're going to light them up, basically, blast into the box, let the crew change the tires, simulate the fill-up, blast out the other side and see how quickly they can do it. Kinzer's crew, led by the chief mechanic, Owen Snyder, helped Unser Jr. win the race here in 92. He'll also change the right front. And that's the pattern. Typically, the chief mechanic changes the right front. Smith, Chupan, Sinden, Davis, and Brooks, the rest of the crew. And for Team Scandia, Marco Greco. Luke Wethington is an exception to the norm. He is actually the vent man, one of only two crews here in which the chief mechanic doesn't change the right front. I'm not sure why that is. Any particular reason why the chief mechanic would change the right front?
Well, generally when you're the chief mechanic, you're pretty brave. So you're the guy that actually goes out on pit road to change the right front. So maybe in some cases you just choose for whatever reason. I guess when you're the chief mechanic, you choose whatever you want to do.
You're the boss, you pick. Greco on the far side, Kinzer on the near side. Remember, it's not a race to see who gets out the other side more quickly. They will throw the green flag, and the drivers will then determine when they want to go. Jerry Punch is standing by to call this one. Jerry, I wonder how long it's been since Kinzer made a pit stop.
He told me a moment ago it had been at least 2 years. His last NASCAR race, he's been in a car where you had to stop. And remember, that's important. The driver has to have the car completely stopped before the crew breaks the back part or back plane of pit ball. That would be a penalty. Greco, car number 24. The car 44 of Kinzer. Greco, a three-time starter at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Kinzer making his debut here. Very busy race driver headed off to Mechanicsburg, PA tonight for sprint car action. World of Outlaws competition. Greco from Brazil, Kinzer from Bloomington, Indiana. Both these cars are the race cars, the actual cars that will start the Indy 500. The red line is where the timer will be activated. The white line is the pit box. Both cars are fired. Both drivers looking up at the USAC officials, getting set. Remember, if one car stalls, they can still compete as long as they get started prior to the completion of the other guy's pit stop. Green flag waves, and Kinzer's car stalls. Here comes Greco. He gets the car stopped. The crew across the wall. No penalty so far. Right side tires off. Simulated 5-second fuel stop. Luke Wethington gets ready to pull the air jack down. Marco Greco is down and away. And they have still not gotten Kinzer's car fired. And Greco will take heat number 1 of 4. Kinzer's car was not able to fire until the conclusion of this one, so he is eliminated.
Well, for Steve Kinzer, frustration, disappointment, and no second chance. That's it.
And that shows the difference between a guy who's done a lot of pit stops and a guy who has not. And, you know, when you have your race car, you may say, well, why don't you just rev it up to 9,000 RPM and dump the clutch? Well, if it was your spare car, you might do it, but he was trying to be careful with his race car.
Splitting the difference there, caution to save the race motor, enthusiasm or aggression to try to turn the best possible time here in the competition, and it has cost Kinzer. He's all done for the day. So Marco Greco, who's had a frustrating month thus far because of the shortage of engines, will move on to round 2 of the pit stop competition. And it's like any other sort of elimination thing. You've got to build your enthusiasm as you go and keep bringing that time down because the competition just gets tougher.
That is true. And, you know, for Steve Kinzer, that is the one thing that we've been talking about throughout the show today. Just as a driver, that's the one thing you really hope you never do, and that is kill it, because the guys didn't even have a shot to change the tires.
Well, they were all there and ready and waiting, and the effort to refire the car was unsuccessful. They could not get that done quickly enough.
Here comes Greco.
Here comes Greco into the replay to show you the work of the crew here. It's pretty clean.
The last tire to go on is the left. Yeah, they were a little bit slow on the left rear, so there's more to come from this team.
And they're going to need all of that because by the time we get down to the final round, there will be no room for error. They got to break that time because of Kinzer's error. Let's go to the winning car owner with Jerry Punch.
Well, Andy Evans, first victory of the weekend coming up so far. A good one getting round number 1 for you guys.
A lot better than last year. Last year we couldn't get off the line. I feel bad for Steve Kinzer. It's tough.
You know, when you haven't made a lot of pit stops, sometimes you don't realize that you have to really rev it up. But then again, we're both talking about race engines here and race cars.
Yeah, we got a race car and a race engine, so it's good practice. I told Marco it's just like the race.
Well, round 1 down, 2 more to go.
You bet. We're giving it our best.
That's Andy Evans. He owns the car. Marco Greco will drive, as well as 4 others in the Indy 500.
16.863 seconds for Marco Greco. They will need to improve on that, I would think, if they're going to win this thing overall. We're going to take a break and come back and watch Jeff Ward's crew at work here. He does have a bye in round 2. Meet the Coors Pit Stop Challenge underway with Heat 1 complete. We're going to move to Heat 3. Now, you didn't miss anything, but Heat 2 was a bye for Jeff Ward. There was some question about whether the First Plus Team Cheever entry would have to make the run or move on. The decision is he will move on without a run. So now we'll see the First Plus Team Cheever car of the owner, Eddie Cheever, on the near side against the Treadway Racing entry of Ari Lyondike on the far side. Let's go to Mike King.
Both cars went in the boxes almost simultaneously. Cruz goes over the wall. Once again, remember is not allowed to break the plane before coming over the wall until the car comes to a dead stop. This is going to be a very tight race. Eddie Cheever appears to have the advantage. He is in the boxes. It looks like Team Cheever has pulled on the win in heat number 3 as Ari Lyondike gets out. Cheever here because he had one of the fastest stops at Walt Disney World during the first event of the 1997 calendar year. And, of course, Ari here by virtue of his pole, but it looks like Eddie Cheever has advanced on to the second round.
15.247 seconds, about a second and a half quicker than Greco. Still a good ways off the record, but they're obviously happy with it.
They definitely are. And when you saw that, can you see the difference between when these guys run spare cars and when you run race cars? I mean, they were just revving them up to 9,000 RPM, dropping the clutch, spinning the wheels. The crowd loves it. And, of course, that's what spare cars are for. Go out there and beat on them.
Sets up an interesting matchup in the next round when First Plus Team Cheever meets First Plus Team Cheever. They're not going to meet in the final. Let's go down trackside to Mike King.
Eddie, a great race there. You and Ari squaring off, and Team Cheever wins the first one here.
We're having fun today. This is the mechanics day. It's great to see them go out there and change tires like that. And all of our prize money goes to them, so I got one hell of a crew, and this is the day that they get to stand out. And all I do is just push the buttons. I got the easy bit.
Well, he says he's got the easy bit, but still in all, you got to get that car in and out of there. Everything seemed to run very smoothly.
I have one hell of a team.
He reiterates as he walks away, so he's just waiting now for Sunday. Of course, he wants to win round number 2 here as he moves into the next set of heats, and he will face Jeff Ward, interestingly enough, his teammate and also co-worker in the second round. Dave?
There's a replay of the winning stop. Smoke from the tires. 15.25 seconds. And the celebration for Mitch Davis, Robin Bowling, Tom Johansson, Matt Detmer, Lloyd Killenbach, and Wayne Selman the crew, getting due accolades from Cheever, who obviously felt that he had said everything that he had to say.
That's true. You know, and it really is important that the crew is taking the spotlight here, and that is traditional that the crew will get all the prize money. $70,000 are at stake here, so it's a chance for these guys, $40,000 for the first prize. And believe me, $40,000 can go a long way with this group of mechanics. For anybody, can go a long way. So it's nice because they do get a percentage of the purse of the winnings during the race, but it's a small percentage. Here, they take it all.
And, of course, there's that whole business of how valuable the crew is come race day. I mean, this is one stop, and it's for some money, but it's mostly for the glory. Come race day, what, 6, 7, 8 stops, and they're absolutely critical. You can lose this race in the pits so easily. We're going to take a commercial break. Round 4 is up and coming. Robbie Gordon, who's had a terrible Thursday here at the Brickyard, will go up against the defending champions from Gallus Racing. Stay with us. Remaining here in the first round of the Coors Pit Stop competition, and we'll pit the winners of that in the finals, and it's going to be an opportunity here for Robbie Gordon and his team to try to salvage something from the day. If you've just joined us, they didn't have much luck earlier today when they blew an engine. They'll be up against the defending champions of a rookie driver, so it's an interesting matchup.
And Kenny Breck told us earlier the one thing that he wants to be certain he does not do is let the crew down. The way you let the crew down is stalling it, leaving it. But, of course, he has had some practice. They put a lot of emphasis at Gallus Racing on this. They practice back in Albuquerque. They have tryouts. They choose the guys for each position. And if you're wondering how they choose, they time each guy. And generally the biggest guy on the team will be the one that does the right rear because he has to carry the heaviest tire the farthest distance.
Gordon giving the indication, light her up, and let's go to work here. Note that for the Gallus team, all of those guys are from Albuquerque, New Mexico, where Gallus lives and where the team is headquartered. Gary Armentrout is the guy who calls the shots, and if you look at Team Sapco's lineup for Robbie Gordon, they kind of come from all over the country, primarily Californians, but Tracy Dixon is from Colorado. Engines are lit, Punch is standing by, and we're just about ready to go with round 2 here. Team Sapco on the near side trying to win the competition sponsored by their sponsor. And over on the far side, Gallus Racing trying to make it 3 in a row. Doc?
Well, Rick Gallus's team has won it 4 times, 88, 90, 93, and 96. In fact, they were first and second in 1990. Near side, the car number 4T, that of the rookie Kenny Breck, 31 years of age. Robbie Gordon from the NASCAR ranks, a one-time only Felix Sabata's own car. Ken Anderson, the chief engineer. They are both fired. Green flag is behind the USAC starter. Head-to-head competition. Many believe the winner of this round will win the $40,000 prize overall. These may be two of the best at what they're about to do. Gordon's crew has practiced all week long. 9.5, 10, 10.5 seconds. The Gallus team has not practiced, and Gordon burns it out. Brings the car into the pit. Complete stop across the wall. Robbie Gordon, Dave Forbes, right front tire. Likewise over here, Kenny Breck, Gary Armentrout's crew. Great stop for the Gallus crew. The way they light them up. What a competition.
Breck got it right, 13.330. We saw that Robbie crossed the start line first, but Breck came blasting out of there hot. Great stop for the Gallus team.
Remember, it is the total time from one antenna to the other. We saw that Kenny Breck left later, but then finished about the same time as Robbie Gordon. It looked to me like it was the right front tire on Gordon was a little bit slow going on, and that was just what it took. Kenny Breck, Team Gallus, boy, those guys are tough.
About 9/10 of a second difference in the stops. Robbie Gordon, like, what happened, guys? What's wrong? It has not been much of a day. Blown engine. They didn't qualify well with this car because they had problems with the engines going into qualifying. Just couldn't get the speed they were looking for. All in all, it's been pretty frustrating. Let's go to the winning owner now, Dr. Punch.
Well, Rick Gallus, what a day. Not only do you turn great laps in carburation day, what a pit stop.
Well, I hope we don't have any penalties, but that was a great job. My guys worked real hard on it, and this gets us ready for the race. And, you know, we put them under pressure here, and they can handle it in the race. So it's always been one of our concepts. We got 2 more to go, but that was fun.
Let's go through the run. We're going to run the replay one more time. But what about your rookie driver? I mean, what an effort. He burned it up, took his time getting in, and the guy scampered over the wall. The right side crew did an excellent job.
Yeah, he did. And, again, they worked real hard at it. We start in January every year, and we work hard, and we take a lot of pride in this. So we're excited. We just won, so we're excited.
All right, let's go to Mike King with the winning driver.
That looked like fun.
Yeah, it's good fun.
You know, you guys have been practicing an awful lot. I know it feels good to get out here and turn a good one in this kind of competition.
Yeah, it's good, you know. You just have to do your own thing. This is the team's job. I just the driver. I drive in and I take off, but the team is really great, and they've been practicing a lot, and they're really quick at this, so it helps a lot.
Well, certainly you've got the best guys turning the wrenches and changing the tires, that's for sure. Gets you more at ease being a rookie in this competition, knowing that you've got the best in the business doing the work on the car?
Yeah, of course, you know, that's what it takes, you know, to win this thing. But as I said, the driving is just you drive in and you drive out, so it's a team, the mechanics and the tire change, that's their thing, all this, and they're really quick, a really good team.
Kenny Breck, he's feeling confident. He says, hey, he's got the easy part, Dave.
Breck's had a good month here. He's been quick all month. He qualified well and looks like he could make a real impression on the Indy 500. Meanwhile, for the Gallus team, it's kind of nice to see them back on a roll after the bad start they got with Davey getting hurt and so forth. It's good to see them on a roll here.
It really is. It's good to see these guys go, and their particular pit stop was just about flawless. I didn't see anything that they could improve on. Maybe they could get it done slightly faster, but no miscues there. For Robbie Gordon, like we said, the right front tire, what happened? It just got caught slightly on the air hose. That just cost him a second or so, and today, that knocks you out of the competition.
13 1/3 seconds, the winning time for Gallus and company with Breck the driver. That sets up the next round of competition when Team Scandia will meet Breck and Gallus. And in the other side of the bracket, now check it out. It's the teammates, Eddie Cheever, the owner, and his driver, Jeff Ward, as they line up side by side for first place. Team Cheever. One issue, of course, is the penalties. They check very carefully and closely to make sure that everybody is legal at the end of one of these runs. We haven't had any indication of penalty time being added to anybody, so...
I think they are saying that it will not affect the outcome. That's Keith Ward you're looking at. I saw Jerry Punch lean in there. So the initial indication is it will not affect the outcome, meaning that if there was a penalty, they both got them. So it doesn't change the overall outcome. Now, the penalties that they are looking for, you see when the car crosses the line that the mechanics, or the USAC officials, I should say, run over to the car. What they're looking for to make sure that all of those four wheels are all the way tight, because if not, you get a penalty.
So apparently, perhaps Doc will update us if it was of any significance. It has not affected the outcome, as you indicated, and that means that the defending champions are still alive as we move into the next round of competition here in the Coors Indy Pit Stop Challenge. We'll take a commercial break and be back to on our Carburation Day and Pit Stop Challenge here at Indianapolis. And on paper, this doesn't look like a great matchup. You got Greco and the Scandia team on the far side. They turned a 16-8 the first stop in winning. Kenny Breck's Gallus crew got him out in 13-3.
Now, I would think that I would want to start my car a little bit behind those antennas that you can see running across the track so you can get a little more of a running start at it, but Breck seems to like to be right on top of them.
Let's go to Mike King for the call.
Both cars are fired at the far end as we await them here in the pit box that has been, of course, created especially for this competition. Drivers firing their engines as they anticipate the green flag. Maybe a small problem, but we do not see anything. Marco Greco in the first round, 16.863 after Steve Kinzer killed his engine in the starting box. For Kenny Breck, 13.330 in the first round. So head-to-head, this is all Team Gallus, but certainly that's why they have to run the race, because you never know what's going to happen in this game.
I see a signal from Breck there as if to indicate that he's not ready to go.
Sometimes what they do, Dave, is they want to make sure the engines are nice and warm. Now he's giving them the signal. When you put your hand in the air, that means I'm in neutral. Go ahead and fire it up. Now let's see if Greco is ready as well.
Well, they're continuing to hold up. You see him holding up Greco. So until Breck gives the okay, this second round heat will be put on hold. Coming up after this will be Jeff Ward and Eddie Cheever. Rick Gallus is going to move behind. Green flag waves. Marco Greco will beat Breck into the timing box. Cruised over the wall. Rick Gallus named 4 times. They have won this competition. 13.330 the first time. 4 tires go on. It looks like they're making a small problem. Breck spins the tires before the left rear, and he kills it momentarily, but he's out. There could be a penalty there. Marco Greco is still in. He is finally out. Breck, before the car had dropped, and before the right rear tire changer had completed putting on the lug, he started to spin the tires. Now, they're going to have to check and make sure that that right rear is tight. That could be a penalty if that right rear lug is not on securely.
After the previous round, we saw a confab of the officials and were concerned about a penalty, and it turned out that what they were talking about was the size of the Carb Day crowd here. And it was the largest in any of their memories, so that's encouraging in terms of what it might mean for the weekend. Of course, all the tickets for this thing are sold, but a penalty there would be unfortunate for Breck because he really ran the thing in hard, and the crew looked like they did a good job.
Yeah, no, the problem there was he thought, or was starting to get the signal that it was time for him to pull away, but the car was still up on the air jacks, and it looked like they were having a little bit of trouble on the right rear. So if they got it tight, he'll be okay. If not, it'll be a penalty.
Mike, what's the word?
Well, the USAC official that I just talked to, he was the one who did the lug check on that right rear. He says it's okay. So that appeared to be the only problem here, and best we can determine, we'll try to sneak in here real quick if we can and get a word with Kenny. Hold on just 1 second. Well, they're going to roll him on back, so hold on just 1 second. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
Well, Rick Gallus, congratulations. I'm told you guys won it. What time did they give you?
I don't know, 17. It was too slow. If we do that again, we're not going to win this final one, but we'll go back and have a little visit, see what we did wrong. But we won it. We got to the next round, and let's see what happens.
What was the miscue? Kenny get a little bit excited trying to leave before they let the jacks down?
Yeah, we weren't done yet. We had a guy on the right rear that was had a little problem on the right rear, and he would start spinning his tires, but it was okay. We were still won, but we got to do better if we're going to win the championship.
Let's look at it again. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. You guys are both good and lucky. You were good the first round, over 13 seconds. Now lucky this time. We're watching the replay. They come in, get the car on the jacks, and you have a little bit of a problem, with one of the rears?
Yeah, I think we had a problem with the right rear getting it on, and they had a problem. I saw their guy drop the tire, so again, we were lucky on this one.
All right, Rick Gallus now 2-0 here in pit stop competition.
Well, you know, Jerry, I think the guy you need to talk to is the guy that was doing the right rear, because one of the things that they do, Dave, they put the right rear on, they hold it on with their forehead. He was holding that thing on with his forehead, trying to hit it with the gun, and Kenny Breck drops the clutch. So he may have a rubber mark across the front of his forehead there, but
that's what happened to me. That's what years ago.
You've done a lot of right rear pit stops.
Let's go back down trackside. Oh, we got the Greco replay. All right, here it comes. This was way slow. They were...
Now watch that tire. Did you see the tire in the back? The right rear tire changer tripped somewhat, and the poor tire just about got out of the pit box. Had that happened, that would have been an additional penalty. But, you know, once you have a little miscue like that, it's hard to get going. Well, he doesn't seem to be able to have it in gear there. That was strange.
He was getting a weird signal inside, so I'm not sure what happened there. It ended up being a 20-second stop, so Gallus was exactly right. They were lucky rather than good, but they're going to the finals against the winner of Team Cheever versus Team Cheever, which is coming up when we come back. Here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, what could have been better for Team Cheever, the first plus Team Cheever entries, than to have met in the final, but that's not the way it's going to unfold here, which brings us to the issue of how these guys got here in the first place. Can you run us through that real quickly?
Yeah, what happens, first of all, everyone who is entered in the Indy 500 does have a shot at this, but there are 4 particular teams that were seeded, and that comes from the first 2 IRL races in 1997. They took the accumulative pit stop times that you had in the previous rounds, and if you were in the top 4, you were invited to the competition. Now, add to that, the pole sitter for the Indy 500 also is invited. Then they have some runoffs between those teams that would like to participate. So no one is excluded, but some people are seeded.
So there's been a pre-qualifying round, and it was a result of this qualification procedure that Jeff Ward and Eddie Cheever will look at each other across from the cockpits and set up this semifinal round. In the quarterfinals, Gallus Racing with a great stop, quickest of the day at 13.330. First plus Team Cheever, 15.247. As you can see, Team Scandi with a 16.8. And first plus Team Cheever with Jeff Ward at the wheel drawing the box.
You know, you talk about rivalries between team drivers, but believe me, when the rivals between team mechanics get after it, those guys are serious. They love to beat each other, and this is not going to be little friendly team competition. This is going to be brutal.
And you don't think there'll be team orders, I take it. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
Well, after this semifinal between Team Cheever and Team Cheever,
there will be a momentary pause in which the USAC will take both team managers of the two remaining teams for the final, take them up in front of this massive crowd here for Carburation Day, and they will have a coin toss, basically like we would at the beginning of a college football or NFL game. They will toss the coin for lane choice, and that's after this last semifinal. Now, you asked a moment ago what goes on prior to the beginning. Mike Devon stands up there between the two cars. He is the USAC technical director and holds both cars up. What he's doing is waiting until both cars' engines fire and also making sure both cars have enough temperature in the engine, because some of these guys want to make sure these engines are available for next week. So these guys are getting ready. Team Cheever versus Team Cheever. The big question back here is, I wonder how long Jeff Ward will drive for Eddie Cheever if he beats him head-to-head here in the pit stop competition, guys.
I think Eddie's going to be real pleased if he can beat, if either of his teams can go on and beat the Gallus organization in the final. That's going to be the big issue.
Now, you talk about lane choice. Look at Jeff Ward. He is on concrete, and we have Eddie Cheever closest to us is on asphalt. So most of the pit stops are practiced on concrete. So if you had lane choice, I assume you would choose the left lane.
Engines are coming to life here, and we'll get the answer to that when we get into the final, because they will have the coin toss that Doc described. Typical of Indianapolis, a lot of ceremony, a lot of pomp and circumstance that go with everything that happens here, and that extends to the pit stop competition. We're into the next and final round with Jerry Punch ready to make the call.
Well, Eddie Cheever, 15.247 seconds, his semifinal win against Ari Leidnock. Green flag waves. Cheever at first one in the box. Ward is next. Car to a stop. No penalty. Both crews over the wall. Right side tires going off on Cheever's car. Right rear, a little bit of problem with Ward's car. Now still problem with the right rear on Jeff Ward's car. Left side tires on for Cheever. He is down and away. Ward right rear tire, and Eddie Cheever will take the victory as he goes to the finals. Unfortunately, he's got to face there a four-time champion in the Rick Gallus bunch.
All right, the winning time for Eddie Cheever was a 17:3:05, and it was a gimme because Jeff Ward never got out of the box.
Also remember that these mechanics are not wearing their headphones like they normally would, which gives them ear protection. And the way that Eddie Cheever lit that thing up, boy, they were all grabbing for their ears with these normally aspirated engines.
Mike King.
Another great win. Not as much fun when you beat one of your own.
That was a good one to be in. I hope I'm in that position on Sunday. Either me or him. That'd be a good deal, wouldn't it? These next guys are tough.
Eddie Cheever now gets set for the championship run, and like you just heard him say, Dave, he'd love nothing more than to be able to beat out Jeff Ward to the checkers come race day on Sunday.
Well, if you look at the times of the two winning rounds that got us to this point, it's pretty close. You got a 17.096 for Breck, and Cheever right there running a 17 in the third second, 17.305. Like a right rear round slowly.
Yeah, and I think the problem for Jeff Ward started right at the beginning. The left rear tire changer had trouble getting over the wall, got a little bit behind, but definitely it does look the right rear in this particular case slowed him down. So if they can really get right rear guy pumped up, they could go quicker.
Well, no surprise that First Plus Team Cheever won it. First Plus Team Cheever also lost it. The finals are coming up. Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the finals of the Coors Pit Stop Challenge coming up on ESPN Speed World. Our coverage of Carb Day and the Pit Stop Challenge brought to you by Pennzoil. Formulated for today's stop-and-go driving. Stop, go, Pennzoil. Let's check out the toss of coin for lane choice. Doc?
Well, that is the coin that'll be used for the coin toss here to determine lane choice, the commemorative coin for the 81st running of the Indianapolis 500. USAC official Rich Coy will flip that coin, and two team representatives, Gary Armentrout, representing the Team Gallus to my left, and Bob Hancher, representing Team Cheever. So who's going to call it?
Go ahead. I'll do it.
Okay.
This is tails. Call it in the air. Heads. Tails. Pick your lane.
We'll take this lane right here.
Okay.
All right, Team Gallus picks the lane.
Cheever has the inside lane.
All right, guys, finals coming up.
Good luck to you.
So Armentrout and company have won in the first round, won in the semis, and won the coin toss. That'll put their driver, Kenny Breck, at the top of your screen. First plus. Team Cheever entry. Eddie Cheever at the bottom. He's going to beat Breck into the box by just a little, and here come the crews.
Watch the right rear. Darrell Russell, that is the tire that generally takes the longest. That's how sometimes you can tell. Looks like Gallus might be ahead.
And there's Breck out of the box, and yeah, with a good jump. It looks like Breck has won this thing rather handily, but let's wait for the call from the timers to make it official. Breck, top of your screen. Cheever, bottom of your screen. We wait for the clock. Here it comes. Give it to Gallus Racing. Again, their fifth victory in the pit stop competition. The time, 14.284.
That is assuming there's no penalties. He does have the fastest time at 14.2, but they have to check all four of those lug nuts. Now, by the congratulations he's getting from Gary Armentrout, you would assume that they think everything's fine, but the USAC official still checking.
Cheever checked in at 15.133. First place team Cheever, picking up more than 2 seconds in terms of their semifinal round time, but it was not nearly enough. And the Gallus Racing team comes through again. These guys have just got this pit stop thing done. Kenny Breck has his first victory of this month of May at Indianapolis. He'd love to be Rookie of the Year. Better yet, heck, go out and win a 500. Down there, but apparently not quite ready to do the winner interview with the winning driver. Again, it's less the driver than the crews who are the big winners here on the pit stop competition day.
Guys, we're standing by with Kenny Breck, and Kenny, congratulations. Rookies aren't supposed to be this good.
Well, you know, I'm not anything special. It's my team who's achieved this. I just drive the car in and out. So, but I'm feeling very happy for the team. They did a good job, and they're really tremendous crowd to be with and everything. So,
okay, let's move over here. Wait, let them move the car back up behind us. You know, what you just did, you had to get the car in the box, keep it stopped, and get it out in a hurry without a mistake, and that was flawless. Not only were you good during the practice today for Carburation Day, but they are very impressed with your ability in pit stops. Have you made pit stops before?
No, but as I say, this team is one of the best at it, so they taught me well, and I'm really happy for them and for the sponsors, Monsoon Futaba and Unidal. You know, it's a really great crowd to have behind you, and the team is one of the best there is.
Not only did you make them happy, you just made them $40,000 richer. Go celebrate with them.
I will. Maybe they buy me a beer now.
Kenny Breck has won the Coors Pit Stop competition 5th time for Team Gallus.
Big celebration underway. There's Davy Jones coming up to congratulate the guy who ultimately has replaced him, at least for the time being, but it sure is good to see Davy here at Indy.
It is. That is obviously exciting for him to see his team go out and work on what would have been his car and win another pit stop competition. Gallus Racing, man, they are tough, and they had one slow pit stop today, but thankfully that did not cost them.
And they picked the perfect time to have it, semifinal round. Let's go to Mike King.
Gary Armentrout is the chief mechanic on this team. I tell you, you guys just keep getting better. Congratulations.
Thanks a lot. We do a lot of practice for this as well as for stops on race day, and it pays off. You know, being a team sport, we just all get together and do it and have fun, and paid off today.
Well, I know for you and for Rick Gallus, this is a matter of pride coming here and winning this competition every year. This is the 5th time for this team.
Yeah, it is. We set one of our goals is to win this, kind of to set off the week and for race day, just to kind of get the ball rolling for race day, and we look forward to doing this deal.
Hey, did Darrell Russell back there on the right rear, when Kenny decided he was going to pull away a little early, his forehead's okay, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, his forehead's nice, and it's all good. He knew he had the nut on, so we were just being a little careful, making sure everything was set before we let him go. So
I tell you what, get back over here with your guys and celebrate. Congratulations to you.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Gary Armentrout here. He is the chief mechanic, the winning crew. Gallus Racing, once again, #1 in the pit stop competition. This is a happy group, and they take a lot of pride in winning this each and every year. And as we said, this is the 5th time for this team, entirely out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Congratulations.
Now, the pit stops that we saw today, Dave, are exactly what you don't want to do.
Because of the